a fight fan. And he's a fight fan's fighter.
The Ennis Express is a runaway train.
Ain't no pressure when you built for this.
Man down. Round one. The truth hurts.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the undefeated super flyweight from San Antonio, Texas, Jesse Bam Rodriguez! The universally recognized undisputed lightweight champion of the world, Devin the Dream Haney!
What up, family? Welcome back to another episode, man. We got another episode tonight of Rockin With Rightside. Man, we have a special guest once again. One of the OGs in the YTBC community, right? One of the most knowledgeable individuals I done talked to about the sport of boxing. We got my brother Smoke coming on tonight. You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't know, aka get the smoke, get this smoke. You feel me? We will have him on shortly. But first things, man, when y'all make sure y'all come in the building, make sure you smash the like button. Drop a comment in the comment section, so I know you're in the building, man. It helps with the algorithm as well. That's what they tell me. I don't know too much about the algorithm. I ain't gonna hold you. I don't know too much about it, but they say it helped with it. So hey, drop a comment, man. We got my brother Cash Crypto in the building, man. Salute you, Cash Crypto, respectfully, of course, respectfully. And man, we're gonna have a hell of a show, man. That was real quick, and we're gonna talk about this with Smoke when we get a chance. We're definitely gonna talk about it with him. Shout out to my brother Q the God in the building, man. The Lost Art of Boxing, the Lab. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to the brother channel, man. Much love to you, Q. Appreciate you coming through, bro. Man, we're gonna talk about this in a second when Smoke get on, but I wanted to ask, man. I just a friend of mine, not a real big boxing head. You know, he watched, a casual fan, as we would say. My brother just hit me up and he said, man, he sent me Ryan Garcia tweet. I thought this was interesting right here. And in the tweet, you know what I'm saying? Ryan Garcia is making the claim. Let me make sure I want to read this off real quick. Ryan Garcia says Gervonta put in the contract that he can only drink water and eat 3 days out of the week for Tank's comfortability. Somebody stop it, man. Yeah, we got to stop this. Does anybody believe that? Does anybody believe that? I thought that's just one of the most asinine things I've ever heard, man. Shout out to my brother Juice in the building, man. Salute to you, Juice. Much love, bro. Much love. And so I said, man, this is crazy right here. This is crazy. It's getting out of control. But man, we're gonna talk about it with Smoke. There we go. So other thing I did want to we're gonna talk about is man, Jamel Charlo. He's talking about he's not moving up from 154. He plans to stay at 154. Hey, I'm for it. I want to see the smoke, right? I want to see him fight Bud. I want to see him fight EJ. So damn, don't move up. Get the smoke with the best of them, man. Get the smoke with them, you know what I'm saying? So shout out to Dolly in the building, man. Salute to you, Dolly. Much love, Queen. Appreciate you stopping through tonight. My brother Q said, dude, fucking cap. I hope people don't believe that. That's what I'm saying, Q. Ain't no way that's true, bro. I ain't never heard a boxer fix their lip to say no nonsense like that. That's just this out of left field when you say some craziness like that. So I don't know, man. My brother Smoke, if you're in the building, man, the link is in the chat. We ready when you ready. But I just thought that was a real interesting conversation when he said, or something. Who goes that far out their way to lie? I mean, and for it to become a public statement on Twitter, it means you told somebody. And so, I mean, it's ridiculous at the lengths that this man will go through. And I mean, it is what it is. So it's a sad situation for the sport of boxing. And the man, for this to be such a big fight, he's misleading fans. He's misleading people. straight line. So shout out to my brother Tony Boswell in the building. Tony always coming through, showing love. Man, appreciate you, Tony. Much love as always, brother. Much love. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button when y'all come in. Let me see something. We got to get right, man. We're running a little behind, but so it's been some interesting things going on. We're hearing right now Errol Spence, EJ coming out saying he's a quote unquote apologizing for being inactive, and then he said hopefully we'll see why. That's why he's inactive, right? And my thing is hey, if he's gonna be inactive, you better be trying to make the fight happen with Bud. That's what I need to hear. If you saying we can see why, and you come back to Keith Thurman as the opponent, well, that's what we were expecting. And so it is what it is. Hey man, the Cash App is ASW2206. That's money sign ASW2206. Appreciate you, Dahlia. And so I'm waiting, and I'm like, man, if anything, EJ, man, you better have some good news for us. You know, if you come out and it's anything but Bud, then there wasn't no reason to hold a fight. You could have been made this fight with Thurman. You could have been made it. And so, man, we'll see what happens. A few other topics, man, we'll talk about real quick while we wait on smoke. Why and how do I want to put this? When we talk about the face of boxing, the face, and I heard a couple conversations going on about the quote-unquote face of boxing. Why? What exactly is or what defines being the face of boxing? What defines that? Is it pay-per-view sales? Is it wins, championships, public or if you're noticed in public? Public notoriety, is that the word I'm looking for? What exactly is that what gives you that mode, or what gives you the absolute and shout out to the Queen Dahlia, man, for showing love, you know what I'm saying, in the Cash App, man. Appreciate you, Queen. Much love to you. I really appreciate it. And for anybody, man, the Cash App is flowing, scrolling across the bottom. Y'all want to show love, man, I appreciate that. It'll go to the channel as always, and we got some other things we're going to be working on. Like y'all see now, we are doing the debate reviews. We will be doing those. And we're still going to have Rockin', or excuse me, we're going to have the cookouts pop up here and there, man. Shout out to my brother Big Ray in the building. Much love to you, Big Ray. Much love. And so once again, man, the face of boxing. See, and Big Ray, he said, this is what we're talking about right here. To me, the face of boxing is the biggest draw. Okay, is that and now I'm not mad at that. So right now we would be saying that Canelo is the face of boxing. Deontay Wilder, Anthony Joshua. These are the individuals who are the biggest draws right now. Tyson Fury, the biggest draws in the sport, right? And so are those individuals, are they the face? I heard arguments for Errol Spence. I heard arguments for Bud Crawford because they say that's a hell of a fight right there. I agree, it's a hell of a fight. I heard Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia, parts of the face of boxing. It's just an interesting question. I'm like, well, is it? How do we determine it? Is it money? And is it the status of the fighter? Is it the belts that they're bringing in? What exactly is it? So, you know, we got to see what's going on. We got to see. Hold on, let me move up real quick. Y'all be patient with me for 1 second. Riley Art, he says it's whoever's the household name in boxing. I ain't mad at that. Household name. My bad, fam. My bad. So Shout out to my brother Rally Art in the building, man. Rally Art said it's the household name. Who's the household name in the sport? Big Ray said facts. Just because I don't necessarily like the fighter, don't mean they can't be the face of boxing. I agree with that. Shout out to the OG Bruce, Gas, Boxing, Jazz, and more. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to Bruce Gas. Bruce always doing a hell of a job over there, and he covering the old fights, the new fights, always talking boxing, always got a great story to give. Man, shout out to you, OG, man. Appreciate you stopping through. And my brother Smoke, he said he'll be through in 1 second. So it's just, and here we got him in the background now. We're going to bring him on. Smoke, are you there? Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I can. I am here, but I am on my headphones. How's my audio? I can switch if it's like kind of muffled or garbled or something.
No, man, you crispy.
Okay, cool. What's up with it? How you doing? On that CPT, that California people time.
That California people time. Hey, man. Look, that's what I was saying. I know y'all run a little earlier over there than we do, so I understand it, man. I ain't mad at you at all, man. Let me get you right real quick. Make sure we know who the star of the show is tonight. Bro. We gotta make sure everybody know who the star of the show. Not me. There we go. All right, man. We got my brother Smoke. You main stage now, Smoke, man. First question, man. How are you feeling tonight? How are you feeling?
A shade better than spectacular, man. Blessed and grateful. Thanks for asking. How you doing?
Man, I can't complain. Man, it was crazy, man. So I hurt my shoulder, back, neck area, right? And so I was gonna jump on the panel last night, and the medicine I got is some muscle relax and all that. Man, they put me straight to sleep. So I'm trying to listen. I wake up halfway through the panel, and I'm trying to listen. I'm not falling. I wake up this morning, I'm like, man, Bill was on. Y'all had a good old time over there at Knockout Show yesterday, man. So I was like,
yeah. When Bill came on, he dumped everybody, and then I got kind of busy, so I don't know if he opened the panel back up to everybody while Bill was there. But
yeah, he did. He opened it back up.
Okay, yeah. Nice,
man. But yeah, man. So. Hey man, we're gonna get into it quick, Smoke. I don't want to hold you too long tonight, but
it's all good, man.
Late night rocket like I am, so you know what it is. Smoke, man. First question, man. First question. I gotta ask you. And shout out to my brother LT in the building, man. Salute to you, LT. Appreciate you coming through, bro. Man, Smoke, talk to me, man. How did you, and as far as growing up as a child, that type of thing, how did you come up in life? Did you grow up in a single parent household? Man, talk to me about your upbringing. Smokey cut out. Are you there? Testing 1, 2, 3. Smoke, are you there?
Hold up. Is that better? Did you lose me? Hello? Can you hear me?
No, you're crispy.
Okay, cool. Yeah, man. 2-parent household. I was when I was born, my parents were in the Nation of Islam, so I grew up in the Nation of Islam. Well, not grew up per se. My first schools were Nation of Islam schools. I left in elementary school, but yeah, that was my early formation. Yes, sir. My older brother is still in the Nation. Actually, like his kids are like 3rd generation FOI.
Okay, I ain't mad at. Okay, that's what's up. Now, what kind of structure was that like? Like, how was that?
Well, my parents weren't very well suited for it. As my mother is like a debutante. My father was a vet. He went GI Bill. They went to college together. But they're doing this kind of like a little bit like class trader shit, really, when they went to the NOI. And then after Elijah died and Wars D took over, they went to like the revolutionary sort of part of it. They joined the Panthers, and then they left the states altogether, went to the Virgin Islands. But wherever they went, they would have visitors and stuff, and shit would start blowing up around them, like the post office, the police station. Yeah, so they came back when my older brother's a year old. I was in the belly. They came back here. I was born in San Francisco, 71.
San Francisco, born and raised. So that's funny you say. We're gonna get to California in a minute. We're gonna get to California. So as far as boxing goes, do you remember your earliest memories of boxing? Yeah,
it was a Rumbling Jungle. And then right after that, the Ron Lyle fight, George Foreman, the Ron Lyle fight, because Nation of Islam. That's first. And he came through. I got boxing gloves. You know what? I got a pair of Ali gloves here from when he was training.
Oh, you got a pair of Ali gloves?
Yeah. From that training camp. From that from the run. He came through the mosque. They had a whole thing. We went. It was a closed circuit. I remember going to the movie theater. Jumping in the back of the old station wagon, and hitting up the movie theater and watching it there. After that, I also remember riding on George Foreman's shoulders once he came to the Bay, and he trained here for that Ron Lyle fight. I didn't know this was for the Ron Lyle fight until like years later, but yeah.
You got to ride on George Foreman's shoulders?
Yes, sir.
Like he was carrying you?
Yeah, he picked me up. It was the biggest dude I've ever seen in my fucking life. And he picked me. I was like, I'd never been that high. Like, it was just, yeah. It's like it's actually one of my earliest, fondest memories. Like one of my first, maybe like couple dozen memories kind of shit.
So you didn't have a choice but to be a fan of the sport of boxing.
It was a time, like the 70s, early 70s, mid 70s, 80s. It was just like around. That was just like my first examples of manhood were like, though it was my dad, my uncles, and boxers.
Okay. So now when talking about your schooling, that type of thing. First off, your siblings. Do you have siblings? I know you said you got a brother.
Yeah. I have two brothers. I'm the middle. I have an older and a younger.
Oh, you the middle sibling.
Yeah.
That's why your ass can argue so well. Huh? That's why.
It's also why I dipped out. Yeah, it's also like why my brother stayed local. I went all over the globe. I mean, my younger brother did later on. But yeah, I'm the middle one.
And shout out to the Queen Cassandra in the building, man. Much love to you. Appreciate you coming through tonight, man. So break it down, man. So what was the family life, and especially coming up around the nation? Was it a strict setting? Were your parents disciplinarians, or did you have free reign? What did
I was
in those early years?
Yeah, it was because my younger brother's like 6 years younger, and my older brother is 14 months old. 15 months older. So it's like he and I were really close in age, and we like the argument comes from him. Actually, it's him. My dad's an attorney, but or retired. But really, it's my older brother and I. We would just hang out and fucking argue about everything always, even like to this day. That's just his and not my energy. And so, but he's what is he, 54 now? He's got like his wife passed in the pandemic, like right before the pandemic, right before the lockdown, of like some unknown viral infection. I suspect it's one of the earlier cases of COVID that they didn't call, but I don't know that for a fact. It's just my suspicion. But yeah, he has a couple of kids under the age of 10, so we don't get it in like we would like. But yeah. Anywho, that's what the argument came in. No, it was a strict. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. The disciplinarian. So there's a lot of training involved, right? There's a lot of training and a lot of studying, like the whole time. So like, when there was like the discipline, like the punishments were like push-ups and like TV stands and shit like that. I mean, I guess it's just a constant training. That's all.
Shout out real quick. Shout out to Real Spill Midwest Boxing Talk in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you coming through. My brother Knockout Boxing 86 TV in the building. Shout out to you, Knockout. Hell of a panel you had last night. And Knockout says Smoke is the Dos Keys man of the YouTube boxing community. I could tell from the first panel I hopped on with him. I could tell the same thing, Knockout. We'll get to that. Now I gotta ask Smoke. As far as first off, is either one of your brothers, are they into boxing the way you are?
No, nobody. I know one person in my actual life that is into boxing the way that I am, and that's why. And he actually got me from casual because I was just like fanboying for Ali and shit, like, and fucking. I switched to Sugar Ray Leonard, but in like 92, 93, 93, I met my homeboys, like, you know, again, friends to this day. Our kids are friends. Like, you know, I have a group of like 5 guys that are like my brothers, right? And this guy was on the 92 Olympic team, and he knocked out Oscar De La Hoya, got kicked off for the team for doing it. So he's like an alternate, but he's at King's Gym. He, you know, helped train with Glenn Donaire, you know, knows Nonito Sr. and all that shit. So yeah, that's the guy I've been talking boxing with for like 30 years. And he was the only guy I was talking boxing with until I discovered like the YouTube community. I first discovered it for the Manny Pacquiao Floyd thing, but I was just listening to videos for the breakdown to see if people saw what I saw, because my guy wasn't, like, we weren't in contact at that particular moment in time. But yeah, I got kind of active in 2017 when I was doing like a marketing campaign for my business. So I was like, I had a supplement company, and I was like, oh, you know what? I have these things that could help athletes. Let me see what's going on. Found a YTBC, and it's been like kind of on ever since.
Man, Smoke, you one of the first people I ever hopped on the panel with and argued with. So, hey, appreciate it. You I always say, if you can argue with Smoke, man, you can argue with damn anybody in this community, bro. That's a fact.
Yeah, man, I get triggered every now and again to get into something. I don't know, man. I do like a spirited back and forth. That's for certain.
And you do a hell of a job at it, man. You do a hell of a job doing it. So man, I gotta ask. So, as you know, coming up, when you finally, you know, you're in school, what were your did you play sports in school, those type of things, or break that down?
Yeah, I was a 3-letter in soccer, track, well, actually 4. Soccer, track, swimming, and tennis. I went to the Junior Olympics for fencing back in, you know, when I was young and beautiful.
Wait a minute. Time out. So you said, I want to make sure I got this right. Soccer, swimming, right?
Yep, track, 100, 200, 400. Yeah, 100, 200, 400 relay, swimming, tennis.
And tennis. And this was in high school?
Yep, high school.
Wow.
I could have played soccer in college, but it was just kind of, it was the 80s. There weren't a lot of opportunities back then. I wasn't good enough for it to like really do anything but make it, like, play for my college team kind of thing. I mean, I guess I could have, like, even the pro, whatever. So soccer just wasn't popping like that when I was coming up.
We're gonna get to college. So and then you went to the Junior Olympics for fencing.
Yep.
Damn. Okay. All right. Hold on. So I want to. At what age did you start the different sports? You know, like what age did you start? Soccer was the first thing I did. Then I did like karate after that. Soccer started in 77, like when I was 6 years old. Okay.
And then I started doing karate at 7. Running was just a thing, right? We just ran. I played Little League for 2 years, but I was too fucking little. I was a really tiny kid. That was the other part of it. Like all the way up until I graduated high school. I was 4'9" when I graduated high school, but I also skipped grades. So I was like young and short as shit, but I looked way younger than I actually was. So it's still fucking weird. I was younger than everybody else, but not as young as I looked, right?
Frank, did you say real quick, man? Shout out to Skills from New Orleans, man. Shout out to my brother Skills, King Styles Production in the building. And Big right here, he with me said, Fancy, did you just say you were 4'9" when you?
I was 4'9" all the way through fucking high school. From junior high to high school, I was 4'9", and then the summer I graduated high school, I grew a foot.
What year?
It was like 5'9". I was 5'9" for college, but I was like, I was still 17.
That's what I was gonna say. How old? How many grades? What grades did you skip?
I skipped from the 2nd grade to the 5th, but then that was just like too much, like emotionally, like that was like the, and then I wound up only by the end of it all only skipping 1, but there were times when I was up 3 or 2. But at the end of it is, I should have been the class of '89. I was a class of '88. But also, I also did like some college courses while I was still in high school. So when I went, I was a sophomore. My first year was out. I had enough credits to be a sophomore.
Yeah. So you were a 17-year-old sophomore in college?
Yep.
Dolly asks, how tall are you now, Smoke? I think he's
5'10". 5'10". Yeah, I made a respectable height, but fucking not as a kid. As a kid, I was the Muslim vegetarian little dude. I had my older brother was a fucking bully. So he was like the mean kid, and I was like anyway. It was just it was kind of an interesting kind of.
So you were 4'9" with a bully for a brother.
Yeah, from my older brother. Yeah, straight asshole.
So you didn't. Well, at least you didn't get picked on for your height, then, since you had your brother, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know about bullies, but bullies are about themselves. Like, he had a little bully clique, and he was the head of a whole bully clique. Like the other ones, it was actually his friends that looked out for me more than him. Because I had a god brother lived around the corner, who's also part of the nation, and like whatever. So yeah, it was more like. It was more like I had like the older kids looked out for me more than my brother did. Like, nah.
Damn. Okay, man. All right.
Yeah, we argued. We stayed at each other's throats, man. It's not that we don't like each other. It's not like, there's parts of it where I really didn't like him, but but it's always been like whatever. It's like I've always like really liked hanging out with my brother. Outside of him being like kind of a jerk, he gets in these spaces. He goes places I just don't go. Put it that way.
But like I said, I lead gloves from his shoulders. Supplement company owner, Junior Olympics. Junior Olympics fencing, and for some reason I just know he's telling the truth. No, I'm pretty sure this is all real. I'm positive it is actually.
Man.
Already, so.
Man, I definitely got the emotional scars and the jokes and shit for it while I was doing it. Like, that shit wasn't cool. No, what I was doing was not cool at all. Anyway.
So let me real quick. What's the relationship between like you and your younger brother? Are you there, Smoke? You cut out if you did.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what just happened. I thought my phone died, but yeah, I'm completely charged. I spent the whole time charging for this. Can you hear me? Am I back?
Yeah, you good.
All right, yeah. No, my relationship with my younger brother is solid. Always has been. His niece is my goddaughter.
Say that again.
My niece, his daughter, is also my goddaughter. Like my niece, his daughter is also my goddaughter.
Oh, wow. Okay. Hold on. So your brother's daughter is your goddaughter too? She's your niece and your goddaughter.
Yep.
I don't know if I've ever heard that, but that's interesting.
Yeah, it was the first, but that's my brother. He's a little bit unorthodox, but yeah, I love the kid. But I say kid, he's like 6 years younger than me, so he's not much of a kid, but.
No, he was a kid to you growing up, though.
Yeah.
So you'll always look at him that way, Shout out to Thrill Hill in the building. Appreciate you coming through Thrill Hill. Much love to you, brother. So, all right. getting back to the young years and those type of things real quick. Yeah, Cassandra said the same thing. Niece and goddaughter. It's an intro. I've never heard that before. I've never heard that. And so, well, first thing is as a kid, you know what I'm saying? What if you had to break down with everything you told us so far? What type of clearly you were an introspective kid. You were very introspective. It seems like.
Oh yeah, I was a super shy kid. Super shy kid. So only my nuclear family was in the Bay Area. My extended family was all in LA. So we would all, every break, like whether it was like the winter break, the summer break, whatever, we'd be on the road and in LA with my grandparents, the aunts, cousins, and all that other shit. But yeah, once I got around the extended family, I was good with the cousins, but like the old people, fuck, dude. It was nothing like I don't know if you can even relate to that shit the way it was being a kid in the 70s. Like it was a clear delineation between old people and young people, and I did not like to break that line at all. I didn't like having the attention of the old people. And my family's like kind of weird because it's big as shit, and they would make the kids perform and all this shit. I just do magic tricks and all that. Nah, dude. Like, yeah, nah, I'm good. Yeah, I was definitely trying to keep to myself.
Okay, hold on. Did you say you did magic tricks?
Yeah, man, that shit was fucking embarrassing. Let's just move on. Next fucking subject.
Smoke that big guy. All right. Oh man. All right. So. Okay, here we go. Real quick though, I want to ask. I know you broke down, man. Break down all your. I know you talked about Muhammad Ali. You talked about Sugar Ray, right? Just outside of those two fighters, those two, man. What were your biggest memories of the sport coming up? And who were your favorite fighters outside of those two? Now, outside of those two, and I know you said you're fanboy for them, so you might not have them, but. Who were your favorite fighters as a kid?
I mean that was it, man. I transferred everything from Muhammad Ali, which got you through some great fighters, all the way right to Sugar Ray Leonard, which got you through some great fighters. And I went right from Sugar Ray Leonard to Sweet Pea. And then it was Sweet Pea when I became like more like hardcore, knowledgeable, understanding like the technical part. The politics, the sanctioning bodies, all that other shit. Before I was just like, oh, I like that fight, that way he fights, and I'm just gonna root for him to win. Oh, he's just gonna win just because that's the guy I was rooting for. But I didn't know shit. I was just like, rooting for a fighter and watching fights.
So, did you get in trouble as a child? You seemed like you might have been, especially being the middle child, you might have been the troublemaker in the household. Were you the troublemaker?
It's.
Not in your opinion, of course.
I was I like to explore, right? So it was just kind of like there was a train that ran through Palo Alto, right? So born in San Francisco. We lived in San Francisco for like the first 3 years or something of my life, and then we moved to Oakland for like another year or two. Like that was during when we're in the Nation, I was in San Francisco. When we were in when my parents were in the Panthers, we lived in Oakland. And then after the Panther thing went down, we moved to the.
Wait! You can't just gloss over that. You can't gloss over that. So your parents, they were in the Nation, and they were Black Panthers as well, right?
Yeah, they left the Nation of Islam, and then joined and became and were Panthers.
Okay, is this when the post office things were blowing up around y'all?
This was but after they left the Nation, I don't know if they were Panthers at this point, but they were some kind of like quasi revolutionary thing. Like I said, my dad was a vet, and then was part of the FOI like during Elijah Muhammad was alive. So anyway, after that, it was just like kind of I don't even know what the hell it is. I should probably find out. But that's when they went over to like the Virgin Islands, and they went somewhere else too. But wherever they went, and this was a time where, in order to, if you were part of like progressing, Black people, or improving, or even speaking about Black communities, like trying to get them politically involved, you're sort of labeled a radical and a revolutionary. And those groups got like infiltrated, so you could never tell if like people were committing these acts to further a cause or just to get people caught up. So my parents were just like kind of moving around and trying to like distance themselves from that whole thing. But anyway, I think they got where I think when they landed in Oakland with the Panthers, they successfully got away from at least that kinds of action. But then there's another thing with the sexism and the drugs and all that shit. So they left Oakland and went to Palo Alto, and dad got a job. Both parents went to work. My mom was a professor, and my dad went to work anyway, didn't matter. But point being, yeah, we left Oakland and went to Palo Alto.
And you, like you said, and real quick, man, shout out Edgar Chavez in the building, man. Salute to you, Edgar. Much love. Thank you for coming through tonight. We got my brother Not Me in the building. Salute to you, Not Me. Much love, brother. Much love. Man, we got, hey, I ain't gonna hold y'all. We got the most interesting man in the YTBC on with us tonight.
You guys are fucking silly with that shit.
We're gonna change your name, Smoke. We changing your name tonight to the most interesting man in the YTBC. All right. Look,
you kid, you tease.
I gave Ben Israel the name the most hated, and it stuck. So this might stick too, man. The most interesting
and boring as shit at the same time. I do shit that's interesting, but I myself am pretty boring.
Man, Smoke, you ain't near boring. Now, so all right, let me ask this. I want to ask and want to move forward after, but right now, it seemed like y'all were moving around a lot, especially in California. And then I believe you just said y'all moved outside of the states. Did y'all move outside of the states?
No. So my grandparents moved. My mom, my aunt, and my uncle. Right, my grandparents had three from the Jim Crow South to LA in the early 50s. I want to say 52. My grandfather lost his eyes in World War II, and my aunt and my mom are like 11 months apart. The Irish twins. So my aunt is the eldest. My mom is the middle, and my uncle is the youngest. And my dad's family are still they went from New Orleans to Baltimore. Or not Baltimore. There's some fucking thing. There's some neighborhood outside of Baltimore, some county. I fucking forget what it's called. DMV, baby, some suburban thing. And it's not the DMV. It's like kind of I don't know. It's I don't know. It's one of these. They're just it's one of these suburbs. Point being, my dad's family is like the East Coast, and his dad died before he was born. My grandfather, my grandmother was really young when she married, and my grandfather was really old. My paternal grandfather was really old. He fucking passed before, and I think she was like teenage, and so there wasn't a lot of family on his side. But I have an uncle, like whatever. My grand uncle's family was like kind of big, but that in New Orleans. But my grandmother moved to DC, and so it was just my dad and my grandmother for all intents and purposes until he went to join the military. But everybody everybody's either in New Orleans on my mom's side, and then on my dad's side it's the cousins and stuff that are in New Orleans, and then everyone on my mom's side is in LA, either LA or New Orleans or Baltimore.
Real quick, Smoke, man, shout out to my brother IB who will be in the building. Shout out to Bonton South D-Town in the building, man. Shout out to the Dank Father, man. Much love to all y'all. Appreciate y'all coming through. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button when y'all come through, man. We got y'all see what this Hold on, let me take this down for y'all. Y'all see what it say? The most interesting man. I'm trying to tell y'all. So, all right, I want to ask real quick about Cali. In your opinion, you know, me being a Georgia boy, never been in Cali, never. And so, what's your most where did you like staying since you've lived there probably the majority of your life? Where did you like staying there the most as a kid, and is it the same today? You know, as far as
hell no. Like people used to be, like I don't know. This was a great place to be a kid, in my opinion. It was communities. I didn't realize that we were like I was part of a subculture kind of thing or counterculture. It just was a really close knit kind of family group. It was like artists and like politicians and academics all just kind of living together, hippie. Like my neighbor, one of my homeboys growing up, his dad was in the Hells Angels. So we had the Nation of Islam, like kind of people who is still like my folks to this day. Not too many of the Panther folks, but a lot of the artists, like Danny Glover was like one of the neighbors. They hang out with his kids.
Danny Glover is one of your neighbors. Or back then?
Yeah, like that part. Yeah, the Fillmore in in San Francisco. That's how that's how it was. Just a bunch of brownstones, a bunch of Victorians, and all the kids would hang out and fucking run and play tag. I don't know, it was just like houses on it was just neighborhood shit that I don't think people do these days anymore. Like fucking hopscotch, freeze tag, hide and seek. You run through people's backyards, apple trees and shit. Like kid shit.
Yeah, man, y'all was just y'all did. We kind of did it. We did it a little different. I'm a little younger than you, but we did it a little.
Yeah, I don't think it exists like that any longer.
No, definitely.
But it's just kind of like the books that were on the shelves, the music that you'd hear, the stuff that you just go to concerts. I saw Bob Marley live. I saw Gil Scott Heron live. I seen Earth, Wind & Fire. Like, you just Jackson 5.
Real quick, the great brother Bruce Gaz, he said, and I'm not familiar with it, but he said, did you ever go to Fillmore Smoke?
Oh yeah. But now wait a minute, Fillmore. You asked me to the Fillmore. Bill Graham presents like the place to Fillmore on Fillmore and Geary. Yeah, I saw a bunch of people there. I've seen Les Claypool. We used to do like New Year's there. I saw fucking Eminem perform there. Like I seen Terrence Trent D'Arby perform there. I've seen everybody. Like big shows, little shows, the Cramps, the Cure. Fuck yeah. I've been to Fillmore a bunch. Les Claypool did like New Year's there for like the hippies. That was like once I was an adult and like part of the whole like hippie mafia kind of thing.
And Big Ray said, was Lethal Weapon out around the time?
Hell no. Nah. What the hell? No.
This was before Lethal Weapon. Okay. And so, all right, man, moving forward, let me see. And yeah, if y'all have any questions, man, make sure y'all put them in the chat. We'll definitely get the questions.
Yeah, no, that was like funk festivals you'd go to, like, Confunction, the Barcades, Parliament Funkadelic, Commodore, you do shit like that. Juneteenth was big. You'd have like outdoor barbecues. It was just like fun shit. So I went to Nation of Islam schools, and then I went to these like Afrocentric schools, like Nairobi Day and shit, like private schools. But it was like all kind of, I don't know, just a bunch of community shit, really. Okay, it was always like training and hanging out and family oriented kind of thing.
So now, when you say break down the schools because me being a public school baby, you know what I'm saying? I've always been in public school, right? And so even my college was a public college. It wasn't a private college, right? A state college. And so, man, break down the public schools that you were going to, because it seemed like they were mostly Black public schools.
No, okay, so I went to one.
I'm sorry, private schools.
I went to the private schools I went. Okay, so early on, yes, but when I went to boarding school in high school, I was like, there was 11 Black people, and it was a student body of like just under 300.
You went to boarding school?
Say again?
You went to boarding school?
Yeah.
What
for high school. Then I also studied abroad in England.
Smoke, you done lived a life, man. Hold on. Okay. All right. Keep explaining. We got to talk about the boarding school next. Go ahead and finish with the private school that you went to.
Yeah. Okay. So private school, right? So we started off like Nation of Islam schools, right? And that was Claire B. Muhammad, and there in the city, and it was cool. I mean, riding BART. It was I was the little kid, the older kids, and it was holding my hand, walk across the street, crossing guards, doing my fucking homework, Arabic, the lessons, that kind of shit. Arithmetic, just standard shit. And then once I left the nation, we went to Nairobi Day, which was like I said, it's Afrocentric. You learned, it was, I don't know, it was Swahili, I guess. There was some Mandinka stuff. There's like some political thing, like history, geography, I don't know, like folklore, literature was like the books that we read and stuff was, done and about Black people kind of stuff. Done by and about Black people.
Okay, so do you think those experiences, and of course those experiences shaped you. Let's talk, before we get to how they shaped you. Boarding school, when we talk about boarding school, what was boarding school like? Was it's all boys school, or what was boarding school?
Oh no, it was so the boarding school I went to was started by a Skull and Bones guy. And it was it's a college prep school, of course, right? And it was sort of an incubator for Skull and Bones.
Skull and Bones, like the presidential Harvard Skull and Bones, Yale.
Yeah, the Yale fucking fraternity. Okay. It was it's supposed to be just sort of an incubator for that shit, and then also just kind of not just for that, but a way to establish what's the right word? What's the word for it? A perspective, a place where it would inspire and mold young minds to be a particular kind of way and look at the world in a particular kind of way. It had instead of having like a didactic teaching method, is more Socratic. So I don't know. It's without going into that part of it, to tell you what it was like being dumped off and like allowed to do whatever the fuck I wanted, and for the first time in my life. I mean, not really kind of the first time, but boarding school for you was like college. It was like
at a younger age.
Yeah, like all right. So like, if you did something, let's say, you walk from the store and you hit somebody, right? You like kick somebody or did something wrong, like threw a rock at somebody, whatever the fuck. Somebody would see it, report it to some parent. By the time the closer you got to your house, whatever parent that was like the closest to your parents, you'd get in trouble with them. And it was just like fucking everybody, like everybody was watching everybody. So I felt like for the most part growing up, like all of my moves were being fucking monitored. Right. So like pretty much all the way through boarding school, even like junior high when we moved back to Oakland, still had a pretty, I don't know, like I always had the feeling that I was being fucking watched until boarding school. And I was like, okay, cool. This is it. And yeah, I get like, it was, like I said, it was fewer than 300 students, and the campus was like 300 acres. So you just go and freak the fuck out. It was at the base of Mount Diablo. Like you have to understand like what Bay is, but it was kind of rural. It's like where John Madden lived across the street. We TP'd that fucking dude's house. One Halloween.
The legend John Madden, who got a game.
Yeah, he lived like right across the street, Blackhawk. Like, yeah, it was a across the street from the school. Yeah, I don't know. It was fucking weird. I gotta tell you. It went from being, like really like known by everybody to like known by to just being anonymous. But like I said, I was also like 4'9", right? So, and at that point, I was 14 years old in the 10th grade.
So you and your brother,
didn't go to the same high school. Yeah, we didn't go.
Oh,
My brother didn't go. Yeah, my brother was not in the same school. Like that was one of the reasons why I went to boarding school, because I didn't want to go to school with my brother. But really, I was trying to follow this other girl. I was trying to follow this girl to Berkeley High. So I was telling my parents I didn't want to go to where my brother went. I wanted to go to school in Berkeley. I said I wanted to go to a different school, and I should have said I wanted to go to Berkeley. But when they said a different school, then that got me on tours to fucking boarding school, to fucking private schools, and I took tests and like scored off the whatever. So yeah, I got like I wound up in fucking Blackhawk, Danville, which was like it's called 45 minutes east. Not like super far, but like far enough.
So you were close to home, but you were still far away enough to be on your own.
Yeah.
Okay. Got you. Real quick, shout out to my brother Champion Hart in the building, man. He says salute to the brothers Judge Rightside and Get the Smoke. My brothers and sisters in the chat. Shout out to you, champ. Appreciate you coming through. Hey, Cash, that's what I'm thinking. Toilet paper, Madden House. Damn. I ain't mad at you. So, all right. I want, and it's interesting because it kind of makes a little more sense now, saying the school that you were going to, and then speaking on the sports that you were playing, especially being 4'9" at the time. So when you step into, or when you get into these sports, who are you competing against? Like, and this is me just being ignorant of the situation as far as how boarding schools work. Are y'all competing against other boarding schools?
Yeah, not just boarding schools, but like there's a little circuit of like private schools in the Bay that But I like I said, I've been playing soccer kind of the whole time since I was 6, so I was really good at that one. And it wasn't until I got there that I started playing the other shit that was there.
Did you ever?
I did karate, soccer. I started playing tennis in junior high, so I was playing tennis already. But yeah, that was about it. There's swimming. Started there. The track actually came after I left there.
Shout out to my brother G5 in the building, man. Hey, 5, I need a favor from you. I'm gonna hit you up. I need a favor from you, 5. I need a different intro. I enjoy the intros I got, but I need another one as well. I'm gonna hit you up, 5. Shout out to my brother 5. He had a hell of an interview as well. Same thing with my brother Champion Hart. A hell of an interview as well, man. So KO as well. All right, I gotta ask you. Okay, can you break down, and this is once again me not knowing, man, you went to the Junior Olympics as far as fencing goes, right?
Mm-hmm.
How did you get into fencing, and what are the rules of fencing, respectfully, of course?
Well, you touch them basically. My thing was the foil. You either touch the head or the body, and it's a point system. You go to 3 points. I got into it because that was one of the things that was one of the activities at school. I just kind of like once you live at school, you just wind up. There's not really a whole lot of shit to do, right? I played a ton of fucking ping pong, played a ton of video games, fenced, debated. I did a bunch of hung out in science lab. Figured out how to ways to fill the days, right?
In college, I was a huge ping pong player myself. Hey, 6'5" ping pong player, but I had all the leverage. So.
Yeah, I was. I had all that. I've always been quick at the mouth, quick at the mind, quick at feet, quick hands, all that shit. I'm just fast, right?
Gotcha. All right, so now we're moving forward. You know what I'm saying, and starting to get first off, Junior Olympics. What was that experience like being in the Junior Olympics?
It was all right. It was my reacclimation back to the States because that was the first time I left. So I went to boarding school. I was there. Say again?
Did you say your reacclimation back to the States?
Yeah, because it was from boarding school. Is like there was a sister school in England where I studied for a year and change. So when I came back from there,
hold on. Before we get there, let's talk about that. Let's talk about England. And how old were you? And when you
15?
went over, you were 15 at 4'9" in England.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And a black man.
Yes, sir. 1986.
Break that down. What was that like? Did you enjoy it?
It was all right. You know, I'm not. I'm I'm not. I wasn't the typical black guy, right? I was like, you know, my parents took being black very serious. They took it very far. I was, you know, I've always been a mouthy guy. Always been like kind of trained, a little bit of a chip on the shoulder, right? It was all right though. I mean, I had a good time. That was the first time. So, all right. Man, how to break this thing down. My history teacher had a house, like he had his ancestral house in this town in West Sussex, right? And they sold it to Led Zeppelin, who threw a party in it one night.
Hold on, wait. The rock stars Led Zeppelin?
Yeah. So they bought this house. They bought this manor estate thing. They threw a party in it one night and then never went back to it. So then this next person, this engineer, bought the house and was like refurbishing the whole thing. So I went there for a summer in order to do that thing, right? To see what was on as like a summer trip and see the town and like, you know, hang out with this fucking manor house, and restore this fucking manor house, right? So I did that for a summer, but I liked it a bunch, and so I did independent study and stayed there for, a year and change.
Damn. Okay. So was there a difference in curriculum, or was it just a difference in where you were at? You know what I'm saying?
It was independent study. It was a complete thing where, I mean, it was already there was already a kind of I don't know if you had this, and I think everyone does have these electives and your core and your core subjects, right? So anyway, I had to do go ahead.
Some degree. I was gonna say well, I mean, in college, I mean, in high school, everything was, you had electives, but everybody took pretty much very similar courses. So
okay, yeah. So I had tutors and I had like subjects, but I did like independent study. So I did a bunch of like history stuff, a bunch of literature, a bunch of English. I had front loaded my science while I was there, and I did took French. I did my languages, and basically just a bunch of humanities. But I could do all that stuff independently.
So did you actually go into a physical school?
Well, my physical school was still in the States. They had a sister school, but yeah, the sister school that they had the professors at that school, or the teachers at that school, were my tutors. Okay.
So you went and lived abroad. Did you live with a different family over there?
No, it wasn't really a family. It was a guy that owned the house and was refurbishing it. There was like a groundskeeper, but he lived like in a different city. I don't even know where that dude lived. It was like really just the groundskeeper, his wife, and the guy who owned the houses. Mom would come through like 3 or 4 times a week, and there was like a chaperone that lived that could live like. So there was this. there was a road. Fuck. So there, like off of the main road is like this private road, and before, like the place before that, there's like a cottage, and then there's like another house where some Scientologists fucking lived, and then you go down the road about like maybe a mile, and then you get the the estate I was living on, right? So, and yeah, that was that first cottage thing. There was like, it was like kind of a chaperone. Like they monitored the comings and goings of everyone who turned off the main road, onto this road. You couldn't get on or off the property without passing by this cottage. There was always somebody like there looking and shit.
Like a little guard or something. Real quick, my brother Bruce Gass said, was that Aleister Crowley's house?
No. No. I don't think there was nothing like demonic about it. As a matter of fact, they like try to pin everything that fucking went wrong on me. Always. Like there was this one, like, so we had a neighbor, one of my neighbors, not the one on the road, but like, so this house was on like, it has like a fucking 5 miles surrounding it, like all the shit for it, like pastures and all the shit. But anyway, the pasture on the other side of the one that had the hay on it and shit was a sheep farmer who was also like a Quaker and had a kid my age. And one night, like there's the one time I hung out with a neighbor kid who was like, his fucking farm was out fucking across this huge ass fucking field. It's weird calling him a neighbor, but yeah, he was a neighbor kid technically. But yeah, so we went fucking drinking one night, and this fucking guy like shaves all the hair off of his head and his eyebrows, and he goes home. I don't know what he was thinking. I don't know why he did this thing. But yeah, they accused me of putting something in his drink. They accused me of shaving the dude. I think he shaved everything, not just on his face. I think he shaved like, anyway, I'm not even gonna go there. Point being, like, I don't know what this dude was fucking on. I don't know why he was doing what he was doing. I wasn't there even for him doing it. I found out the next fucking day that's what he was doing, and then yeah, I got like anything that went wrong. Fucking tuxedos would come up. Hey, you have the tuxedo? Fuck you, dude. Anyway, no. Yeah. Sorry, it took me right there. I went right fucking back there. Anyway, go ahead. What are you saying?
Oh, hey, man, okay, so I gotta add, oh, man, Smoke, you got tears in my eyes right now. I'm like, hold on, you got people shaving themselves drunk over in England.
Yeah, man, like, I guess he didn't get out much, and whatever. I don't even know if he was allowed out. I think he might have snuck out too. Like, the details of the story, like, kind of evade me. But I was, but yeah, I got fucking caught. And I was only drinking like beer. So this is the other thing. Is like, you can buy alcohol at 15 there, right? So it's not like we were underage drinking, but I was drinking beer, and he like bought some other shit. And I don't know what the age was for it. Like, you could drink beer at 15, but not the hard shit. I think that was like 18 you had to be. And I think he got his hands on some hard shit. And I do remember like an empty vodka bottle or some kind of fucking thing. And they tried to pin his fucking alcohol consumption on me. Anyway, the whole fucking thing was bullshit.
So, okay. So now...
I hated the fucking... Like the engineer was like a young dude. I think he was like in his like late 20s kind of thing, but his mom was like a straight fucking hag, and she was so weird. And then like so we had this like 4th of July thing, and so they were like, oh, let's card out the American and have him recite some shit about America like on the 4th. And I was like, yeah, I hated that chick. I'm not gonna bore you with the details. What else?
No, it ain't. Well, it's definitely not boring. I'll say that it's definitely not boring. All right, so I want to. So, what was your favorite thing being over at a young age? You know what I'm saying, in England? I believe you said 15, and
yes, sir.
Being all of 4'9". What was your favorite thing over there? What did you enjoy the most in your experience at what do they call? What is this called? Exchange. You were technically an exchange, well, not really exchange student.
No, I was just studying abroad.
Yeah, studying abroad. What was your favorite thing that happened that entire time you were there?
Um,
If you remember.
I mean, one of my favorite things was this girl whose name I can't remember. I remember one night that doing the pub crawl and shit. She sucked at my finger, and that was it. Like that was good for like we were inseparable after that. That was cool. But I also like the solitude. I was tutoring these kids in French, and that was fun. I had a pretty good time. I don't know. Fucking Sound Splash was cool. I went to Wimbledon. Well, I kind of like really, I was just staring over at the fucking fence. I didn't actually go in, but you could see if you're on the hill, you could see what the fuck was going on. So saw Wimbledon there. Fucking Fergie getting married. That was kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know. Solitude,
Okay.
girlfriend.
So now let me ask you. You got to come back to the States, right? Reestablish yourself over here.
Yes, sir.
What was the biggest?
So now this is my first. This is my first foray into the public school. No, my second. No, it's my second foray into the public school in Oakland. Was getting back. I got back in the summer. What was it? The summer? I left the summer of '86. I got back the fall of '87. So it was almost the fall. So it was like the end of summer school for my driving, to get my driver's license. You had back then. You had driver's ed and driver's training. You had these big ass fucking driving simulators. They would show you movies about Twisted Metal and all this other shit. So yeah, I had to go there. But yeah, so I go to this this Oakland fucking public high school, and yeah, I'm 4'9" with an English accent. You got it.
Okay, so smoke, man. Hey, smoke. All right, so let me ask you. I gotta ask. So now you get back. Man, what the biggest adjustment you had to make, right? You done been over there for a year. You coming back to the States.
The biggest adjustment was people thinking I was a foreigner. Like that's when, I was always a little bit like, what the fuck is going on with this guy? Like when I was going back from, just because being from these, these small communities, sort of closed communities, and you go into like larger ones, they're like, ooh, huh? But this time, yeah, it just sounded different. Everything about me was like just really fucking foreign, and so that it just took me a minute. But I was also on the road, so that's also when I started fucking driving, and I was out.
Well, you were driving. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I see you finally you got your car. I got you.
Exactly.
So you was able to
yeah,
move how you
that
wanted
was
to move.
Yeah, that was I spent I spent some days fighting, right? And then it was just kind of like figuring your way out of these things, because people they try to pick on you, so you got to use your humor. You got to cap on some people, you got to roast some people. Sometimes you got to knuckle up, that kind of shit.
I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it at all. Okay, so now moving forward, the Junior Olympics. You done went to the or yet the Junior Olympics.
No, I'm not there yet. Not there yet.
Okay, walk me down the path to the Junior Olympics. What took place?
That was right. So I got back. I was still in boarding school at this point, and this is the summer before going back to boarding school. So that fall, going back to boarding school, I just didn't fucking want to be there, and I didn't go to any of my fucking classes. Man, I did this one fucking experience. So I made essentially a hydrogen fucking bomb, not like a H bomb kind of thing, but like a hydrogen gas like a balloon filled with hydrogen gas. I took some zinc metal and some sulfuric acid. I made hydrogen from it. I filled this huge fucking balloon with it, like one of those. I don't know if they still have them, but they used to have these huge balloons where you kind of punch them. It was like a kind of a game where they're kind of stretched out. They're like larger than they're kind of like beach ball sized. They're kind of a medium sized beach ball size. But anyway, so I filled one of these goddamn balloons up and I ran it up the flagpole, and then like with a fuse, and I
hold on, whoa. You lit the fuse and ran it up the flagpole?
No, I ran the balloon up the flagpole. Right there
at the school? At your boarding school?
Yeah, man, I was starting to get into just shit. I just want to be there. This is like one of a few things. I got into a fight with like during one of the games. This dude, I'm not even gonna tell you what my name was. He just kept fucking. Like, okay, so, coming up, when I was on soccer teams, my teams were very fucking good. We were like all-star. Like I was one of the all-stars. Like a stand. Like competing was kind of a thing for. I liked being good at fucking sport. Like I really did, right? So, but the teams at my fucking boarding school sucked ass, and so I got used to losing a lot, but having great games personally, right? So this one particular game where I was getting like double and triple team, they just started fucking with me and like making fun, and I fucking lost it, and I socked this dude up. So I got in trouble for that shit. There was a fucking tractor for the backhoe. I took that shit for a spin on one of these fucking nights to drink too much. Oh, anyway, and so I got in trouble for that shit. So anyway,
hold on. And this is my before you continue.
Yeah.
This is at the boarding school. You're living there.
This is me coming back from being gone. Yes.
So you're still in the track there where you live at.
Yes.
And you know you're gonna get caught.
No, I didn't think I was gonna get caught. Of course you don't think you get caught. The only reason I got caught is because of fucking snitches. Because people can't fucking keep it anyway. Whatever. No, I didn't think I'd get caught. There's all kinds of shit I did that I didn't get caught for. This is the only shit that I got in trouble for. I'm talking about all the shit I did. Right? The vanity raids and all that other shit. Like whatever. I should probably also mention I already skipped over the part that I was like the weed man too at this point.
Hold on campus?
Yeah, like so because my older brother was, right? So my older brother was a weed man at his school, so I was, I'd buy a couple grams off of him, roll them shits up in the joints and sell them to like the Japanese exchange students. I also had like a couple but there was like, so one of my homies is like a Saudi, well, all right. So there was some royalty there. There was some captains of industry and there was some like kids of like famous musicians and shit like that, right? So it was just kind of like a mishmash of like, I don't know. It was like, it was say again?
A mishmash of the rich and famous.
Yeah, but like most of them were fuck ups. This was like the third or fourth boarding school, like this, because it's like kind of an alternative and kind of a funky thing. Like this school was started in the 60s.
It's
so we were like
for you, but a downgrade for them.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of me.
No, I'm saying as far as the family situation goes. So your family sent you here. We're saying that we want to, you're saying you don't want to go with your brother at, so we're going to send you to this boarding school. Upgrade in the school. Whereas for them, it's them saying, you done been kicked out of this school.
This school, exactly. This is like the third, fourth fucking school for who know, like from wherever the fuck they are in the world, kind of shit. Like,
right.
Like that. There's a bunch of like royal fuck ups and like whatever people captain industry kids are like fighting drug addictions and shit.
Right. It's California. You're in Sao Paulo. Oh, say Sao Paulo.
It was in Danville was called at the time, but it's actually Black Hawk now. Like Black Hawk was still being developed then. This is like I said, this is like 30 miles east of Oakland.
This is the high level California right here.
Yeah, this is on the other side of Alamo. So, like Kurt Flood lived, you go past his house. Like, okay, so Joe Morgan was like one of the neighbors. He lived down.
Right. Y'all TP'd John Madden.
Yeah.
This was the high level shit.
Yeah.
Respectful. Go ahead.
But really, his fucking house, though, it was like a building because you got I can't picture this shit like for like in the mid 80s because it's all like built up and developed and malls and fucking homes and shit. I mean, it's still super exclusive. Don't get me wrong, but back then it was just like it was that one housing development with like cul-de-sacs and shit. There was a bunch of McMansions and like there was just like nothing fucking out there. So yeah, the kids would do shit to that.
Until recently. Back then, and that's how.
Yeah, like, but by the '90s, by the 90s, 2000s, it's been like built out.
It was starting to, yeah. You go out there now, they putting condos up and shit right now. So.
Well, yeah, no, it's not condos, but yeah, it's just people. There's shit you can do. Back then, there wasn't anything to fucking do. It was just like, it was just you figure it out. Yeah, go ahead.
Quick, I gotta ask. Shout out to my brother Fano. First off, we got my brother Sid UK in the building. Shout out to Sid UK. We're gonna get to your. I saw what you wrote, Sid. We're gonna talk about that when we get to the boxing talk, which we're gonna get there in a second. We gotta finish with again Smoke's story though. The Phantom in the building, he said, Smoke, what was the first car? What was your first car?
Oh, Volkswagen Rabbit GTI.
The Hunchback? I mean the.
Yes, sir. I had like 18s in that son of a bitch. It was leathered out.
But you had 218s.
I was closed in that shit, baby. I love that fucking car, man.
Smoke was beating the block down, man. Man, we got Ben Israel in the building, man. Ben Israel says shalom. Bud next man down. Always hashtag. Ben Israel showing love in the building. Shout out to my brother Ben Israel, man.
Right after that, I had a Volvo. After that, Volvo sedan. But the that Volkswagen that did me right for about a year and a half.
That's it. All right, hold on. Okay, so now we done got to the point where, you know what I'm saying. Now we should be headed to fencing and the Junior Olympics. How did all that play out? How did you get into?
So the fencing is just like. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, fencing is just like one of the. Sorry, what were you saying?
No. Go ahead. No, fencing is like what? Break it
down. Yeah, fencing was just one of the activities, one of the clubs at school, and it's also I joined the club when I was in England, and I didn't join the team though, the amateur team, until I left boarding school. So I'm still in boarding school at this point. I haven't started competing yet.
Is it? I
haven't started competing against anybody. You know what I mean? This is just like on the club level. We did some tournaments with like with some of the local the local clubs, but they fucking sucked ass. It wasn't anything.
So make that progression for me. So you started in England, you go to
school, right. So I ran this fucking balloon up the goddamn pole. I lit it, and it was a hell of an explosion. But like one of the buildings, we had these buildings called one of the buildings, the Commons, right? And the Commons is where we would have our morning meetings on like Tuesday and Thursdays. It's where the dining area was. There was another place like where the administrative offices were, and what part of it, the kitchens were in this building. But one side of the building was this like was made of glass, and then the top of it was like this multi-colored mosaic glass that like the students had worked forever to put that together. Anyway, the concussion of this goddamn explosion blew out all the glass in this fucking building, and so that was it for me in that school. And so then I went to public school in Oakland, and that's when I joined the.
How did you? So I just heard what, brother. You could have. I ain't gonna say you could have killed somebody, but
no, it wasn't that like that. I just didn't. Okay. So I was looking for the fireball, right? I was just trying to make sure that I got the fireball contained and I didn't light anything on fire, which is why I ran it up the flagpole, because it was also like a bunch of trees and shit around. Like it's a pretty green fucking spot. But anyway, so I was trying to get the fireball away from the trees was what my thing was. But I didn't account for the concussive force of the explosion.
God damn, Smoke.
Yeah, so yeah, that was my third one. I mean, that didn't account for all the other shit I was doing. Like I said, I had blacked out shit. I'd done some shit in town. A whole bunch of shit I didn't get caught for. I was running wild. Like when I got back from England, I was just like not feeling it, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
So anyway, so
Oh, my bad,
yeah.
real quick, man. Shout out to my brother Teach in the building, man. We got Teach in the building. Teach says salute Dub, salute Smoke. Damn, Japan beat US in baseball. Okay, we'll talk about that too, I guess. All right, go ahead, Smoke. My apologies for cutting you off.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, so that's when I left, went to the school that my brother went to. That's where, joined up with the band. This is where Gary Payton was fucking killing it.
Man, that's the great
It's
Gary.
kind of cool, yeah. So I just again extracurricular kind of shit.
Y'all came up around the same time?
Yeah, he was the year in front of me.
Damn, man. Well, that makes sense. That do make sense though. Now that I think about it, yeah. Damn, man, GP, are you with me, man? I fuck with Gary Payton. That's one of my favorite players.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, my bad. So, Smoke, we gotta move forward because then we're hour and 30 in, and we gotta get to some boxing questions in a second.
Okay.
My bad. All right. So look. I gotta ask. Right after boarding school, after moving. What happened? Did you go to college next? And where did you go to school?
Yeah, I went to Georgetown. I didn't do very much there. It was where my parents went. That's one of the reasons why I went, and I was like, just kind of going through the motions.
Georgetown?
Say it. Yes, sir. Georgetown University, Washington, D.C.
Wow. I ain't mad at that. Okay. Talk to me.
Yes, sir.
What was Georgetown like?
It was all right. I had a good time. I mean, while I was there, that was when when I started to get the cool points, when I started becoming like less awkward and like nerdy and shit, and started like getting my player on. But that was for the most part. Yeah, that's when that's now I'm not 4'9" anymore.
Right. You done jumped the foot in that.
Now I'm like, oh yeah, they're looking at, and then I've already, I had a little bit of it kind of turned into at the time I thought I was a player, right? But it became like really evident quickly that I was just getting used for fucking sex. You think that it's all you, right? You think it's all these fucking horn dog ass chicks at college, man. Like it's kind of it started becoming like kind of an issue, like just fucking I don't know. Georgetown was good. It was good. A lot of fucking.
You was getting it in, Smoke. That's what you're telling us.
That was straight. Like a lot of chess, a lot of girls. My academics went to fucking nothing. I went in really like a bookish kind of guy. All I did was like extracurricular shit. Like my entire thing just kind of revolved around school. Either I was doing like a sport or an academic thing or some kind of project with school. Like my entire life revolved around that shit up until college.
And now you in college and you just.
Then it became about girls and like leisure time and like being cool and like imitating an adult. Okay,
and so what in that time frame? What was some of the big things that happened? Because I know we want to get to I want to get to how you built your company, those type of things as well.
Oh shit!
Hold on. Well, at Georgetown, I want to finish Georgetown first. At Georgetown, though, did you finish with your degree there? Did you transfer?
Oh no! Jesus Christ! I lasted a year at Georgetown. I didn't want to go back. My parents then informed me that they had money and I did not have a pot to piss in or nowhere to throw it out. So if I wasn't going there, they weren't paying for it. I need to figure my shit out. I went to SF State.
Hold on. Shout out to my brother Crush in the building. You went to SF State?
Yes,
San
sir.
Francisco? What is that? Is that San Francisco
Yep,
State?
yep. San Francisco State. And that's when, yep. And then I got right back in that whole revolutionary shit. Joined All African People's Revolutionary Party. Yeah, with fucking, Stokely Carmichael. Was doing his thing. He was ahead of it.
My bad.
Anyway,
I'm on mute. I'm just asking questions. I'm asking questions. I've been talking this whole time on mute. Smoke.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you was in and over there you were in like in the same. Were you like close day to day with Stokely Carmichael?
No, he came. I met him 3 times.
Okay.
But he knew my dad from back in the day and all that.
Right.
Shit.
Okay. That's right. It's the roots.
Kwame. He was Kwame Ture by then. Anyway. But yeah, that was the whole working with the African National Congress to like end apartheid kind of shit. And then also just like a bunch of colonial regimes around the world. Anyway, yeah, that's kind of what I got into. I still don't have a business yet. When I turned 18 is when I go ahead.
How old are you at this time, if you don't mind me asking? How old are you at this time? For the people,
I am 18.
Okay,
18, 19.
Yeah, you
When I was
graduated
18, I got my first.
That makes sense.
I got my first trading account. So that's when I started playing the market and shit. But I'm still not like really entrepreneurial. I'm not minded in that way. Like I'm not thinking about the world in that way yet. But it was during the time while I was at SF State. Then I started working at my first career. Right. I got my Series 6, Series 7 at Merrill Lynch. I started trading and started playing my first job was as a broker. It was really just fucking cold calling old people and trying to separate them from their money. But yeah, it's like
hold on. Wait. It was a broker, but you were cold calling old people?
Yeah, like they would give you a portfolio of they'd give you a list of people to call and their portfolio and how much assets were under management. It was already already people who had deposits with the
firm already.
Yeah, this is with Merrill Lynch. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I got
you. Retail fucking house. And yeah.
Okay, so and you're at Merrill Lynch as a stockbroker.
Yes, sir. That was 19 and 20 years old. That was my 19.
And we gotta say, you gotta just think about the age there. Coming out of that's crazy. Being that young, being able to do it. How did it only makes sense because you was ahead of your time. You know what I'm saying? As far as your younger ages, being in school early, it all start. You think about it, it adds up. So
yeah, that was the thing. I started school at 2. That was the first time. That's how the nation is. Like they started,
they had you on.
They put you in there in preschool, and it's a whole. They were pretty fucking good when it came to education. At least that core stuff, and also a little bit of alternative curriculum. So I was always interested in other shit that's not actually on the curriculum. That's why independent study was actually kind of good for me too, because
it's funny because you can just that foundation allows you to move so much more freely throughout the world because you can be understood. You can speak to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Because you have that foundation. And so, all right, we're going to move up, but we got to go. So we're at Merrill Lynch. And then after that, man, what was your next step in life moving toward, becoming a grown man? You pretty much out on your own. If you working at Merrill Lynch. So.
Oh yeah, I have a fiance. Work a job. I am in school. I'm about to finish my undergrad. And what the fuck happened? Something happened. It just all kind of. It escapes me now what the precipitating thing was.
Say it again. You breaking up?
There was an event that happened that like just changed the course of it all, but I can't put my finger on what it is right now. But this is the first time I lived with a woman, kind of thing. I was living in the city, and my fiance was from Singapore. Her fucking parent, like, she's just whatever. They're just super fucking racist. But anyway, I was also lived in. I had a couple of pistols.
You said people from Singapore were racist?
Oh, dude. So a lot of the population of Singapore is Chinese. And yeah, the Chinese and don't really understand what's going on in America when it comes to black people. They certainly didn't fucking, and nobody really, like, when they think of black people, they don't think of me, right? Like, it's just, yeah, it was cool.
I feel it, man. I feel it. So, okay. Now you got your fiance.
Yeah.
Like y'all, I don't think y'all finna get married. So
no. Yeah. She was there. You know, it was one of those virgin things, and whatever.
What?
It was really far.
No.
Oh, that's fucking what happened. Oh my god, how did I blank that out? Yeah. I needed to, like, just kind of. It just. Yeah, I needed some space, right? I wasn't feeling it. There was this huge fucking argument. So he came out. I don't know if you guys, if you had them here, the kryptonite locks, the U locks for your bicycle.
Yeah, I'd have seen the U locks.
Yeah, right. So like, those kryptonite, she came at me, the kryptonite locks.
Tried to hit you with that?
Up, but goddamn, right in the back of the head, my back was turned. She, booyah! Busted my fucking windows out, all this shit. And
wonder you don't remember. You was concussed. That's why you don't remember.
No, I mean, mostly because this is where I like drop out of everything, right?
Was she bad?
No, she was bad. She was, and just the freak, like she likes to dude. So she liked to like. She likes to fucking public, like, so on trains and in movie theaters and malls and shit. So like even like
this was in like the early. It's gotta be like the early '90s.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Do shit like that now. Maybe they had your ass locked.
I mean, it was always like I was always on the sneak, right? It was always on the. It's not like we got like caught doing the shit, but that was I don't know. She was fun. Yeah, she was. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
I don't know how we got here, but okay, all right.
Yeah. Anyway, point being, that relationship like made me stop wanting to play house. I was like, you know what? Fuck this thing. I have my entire life to just be old as shit. I'm gonna go. Like, I dropped out of school. I like started fucking. Well, I got a job as a. I quit the financial. Like, I just that whole. Life, like everything about it, I just did a 180. I went. I was taking a journalism class, so I got a job at a news service, and I started just being a journalist. Right? It started with writing articles. That was like my second career.
Hold on. Slow down. You were a journalist?
Yeah, it was for like an international news wire. So it was kind of like they would so I'd have passes. I would do like arts, and I would do sort of reviews of movies, and they would give me like guys to interview and shit. So I interviewed Mac Dre and some other fucks. So I would like write these pieces, and I would like comment on like current events and shit. I did like the Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan. I did a news piece for that shit. The local news piece. Just shit for like some Bay Area news shit, and then some of it went on the international wire, depending on what the fuck I was doing. But basically, just making copy, right?
I mean, you okay? Hold on. So now, are you still trading with Merrill Lynch?
I stopped all that shit. This is right before I hit 21. At 21, when I fucking was able to drink. My entire right before then, like maybe the month, this is maybe the winter before my 21st birthday.
You were engaged at 20.
Yes, sir.
Damn, Boy, you living life right now. Fast too, fast. Go ahead.
Well, that's what I mean, but that's what one was supposed to do, right? You're supposed to meet your college sweetheart and settle down, and you have a job. You know, I was a very serious guy.
You get a job, like you said, that house shit. Hey,
yeah, exactly. You know, pretending, right? And then the reality sets in. Like, hold up, is this every day? Is this every day forever? Yeah, that shit. And I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't even old enough to drink at this point. So.
Okay. So now we move forward.
Yeah, by the time once I got into the bars, so yeah, my 21st birthday, just kind of went to hell. That's when, I started actually like kind of drink. So I smoked weed here and there, like in college and all that. I mean, in boarding school, like I said, I was the weed man. In college, not so much. But yeah, once I dropped out and I was like just, making coffee and I just started partying, and then I started clubbing. That's when the clubbing shit hits. And then I joined the band and yada yada.
Hold on. Okay. So, well, this is normal though. This is normal because this is what I mean. Most of the time, people they get out of school. And they party for a little second, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I let my head down, and I was like,
that's what you do.
I was wound pretty fucking tight. That was not like I had a Republican phase I went through. There's like just several kinds of, you're a kid, but I was a I came from kind of fundamentalist background and.
Hold on, wait a minute. You said you had a Republican background you went through.
No, I said I had a Republican phase I went through
what does that mean?
In my senior year kind of thing. Yeah, man. I was one of those.
I got you. So
like what? Yeah, when I did that whole like why I was at Wall Street and all that other shit, that whole fiscal conservative shit. Like
no, it's about the money.
Like why I was interested in Wall Street.
You talking about the money? You was talking about the money. That's
exactly. Yep.
Regardless of what anybody want to say, it is what it is.
You're
talking about the money, so I feel I understand exactly where you're coming from. I want to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Now we kind of move to
I'm almost to boxing. we're in the 90s. We're almost to it.
No. Because the only reason I say it is because I know where we at now, but once you start partying. We'll be talking about the partying years for if we get in depth with it. You feel? We can talk,
okay.
I know there's some stories.
So in '92, 92 was when I turned 21, and in '93 is when I met the guy that like I still talk boxing with to this day. They got me like all into like super diehard shit, like hanging out with that dude like. Daily for like 6 years and him throwing a million punches and all like fight like learning the hand game and like what boxing really meant like it
were you training were you working with him? You were just in the gym or
he was fighting smokers. He was doing amateur shit and his uncle was a pro but he was just like that's just what fucking him and his friends. All he did was fucking throw punches, like all goddamn day, every day, crack jokes and throw fucking punches. So if you hung out with those guys, if you didn't want to just get fucking stole on all goddamn day, you had to figure it the fuck out.
Yeah.
Floating rib shots as a greeting. Oh, what's up? So you like reach your hand out and shit. He'd slip your fucking like handshake and hit you with a fucking rib shot, like a kidney shot, like, bro. Stop with this shit.
Hey man, real quick,
not just touch it. He's not trying to fold you over or anything. Just touching you, but like enough to make you like figure it the fuck out, right? It didn't feel good.
Shout out to my brother Brian Bradley in the building, man. Shout out to you, Byron Bradley. Excuse me, I said Brian. I don't know why I said Byron Bradley. Shout out to my brother, man, in the building. Appreciate you coming through, bro. Keep going, Smoke.
No, that was.
Let me. You catching rib shots from your best friend right now, or kidney possibly.
But it was 5 of us, right? So like one guy was like a movie guy, and we all went to different like boarding schools, with the exception of the boxing guy who went to Berkeley High, the school I wanted to go to. right? The one I was trying to go to, but it didn't. I wasn't specific enough with my parents, so I ended up in fucking private school. Fucking nightmare. But anyway, but yeah, that guy went to the school I wanted to go to, and everyone else was like went to different private schools. They're all like black guys though, right? But yeah, there's 2 Catholic schools, but different ones. 2 Catholic school guys, and right, and 2 Berkeley High guys, and that was our little clique. Like, you know, like there was one guy's a writer, another dude was a filmmaker, another guy was a painter.
And you were the writer, right?
Yeah. Well, I was right. So the so 2 guys were visual artists. So all I did at this point, all I did was write short stories and news articles. So my thing was mostly nonfiction. I hadn't gotten paid. I mean, I had gotten paid for fiction at that point. But the other guy was getting paid for his fiction, and he was also like a visual artist. And then another guy was like a painter, just a visual artist. Another dude was a filmmaker. And then we had the homie who went to Bishop O'Dowd. He was a jazz musician. He played like jazz. Anyway, that guy is still like a musician to this day, but he played like, even then as a kid, he played something like 15 instruments. He was probably like Bay Area Wind Symphony and like youth orchestra and all that shit. And the Bay is like kind of a weird thing, like within the circle of groups, right? Like within this social economic circle, the sort of the activities that you have here are the same. Either if you're into music, then you have the Bay Area Youth Orchestra. Everybody try, like, you're in your school bands or whatever the fuck, but but if you were like a serious musician, you're part of like a larger symphony kind of shit, right? Like a youth orchestra or the Bay Area Wind Symphony or all this other shit that's like about kids. And if you played soccer, then you're part of, you know, like Bay Oaks or some other shit. Like, I don't know what the equivalent is for like football or any of this shit. I wasn't into that shit, but yeah, I did.
Hold on, real quick, Smoke. Hey, Troy, come back in a minute, man. This is Smoke show tonight. So we if Smoke want to open the pen up, we'll open it up. But just come back in a few, brother. Go ahead, Smoke. I apologize for cutting you off.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just saying, like, this is just like kind of the activities that people did within this group. Like, if you were a boarding school kid, then you were like, we played each other in sports, and then also your thing was like you joined clubs.
Right. You had something else you was doing outside.
Yeah, right. So yeah, so one of the homies, one of my those 5 dudes that are like my brothers, like my brothers from another mother's kind of shit, like that's how we clicked up. But this one guy was the dude that was like just throwing hands the whole time, like just fucking, and he brought that shit to it, like he brought that to the clique. So
whooping ass, huh?
Yeah. And everywhere we went, that was what it was fucking about. Either we were fighting each other or somebody else because of this fucking guy. Right?
Damn, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. And now, at what age did all y'all link up?
So I was actually the oldest at 21. The next oldest was like 19, 18. Like, you know, they were just graduating high school, getting out of, you know, get like first year college, second year college kind of shit.
Right. Okay.
I was the old head that already like experience and stuff.
So what and you always were the old head, huh? You always end up
I mean, once I left college, but not in college. And in my entire time I was in school, I was always grades ahead of where I was supposed to be, and so it's kind of like,
so the people your age, you was wiser than you knew more than them, and so you end up being their old head.
Yeah, I actually never really, like, people have always either been older than me or younger than me. Like my own age group, my exact age, I didn't really hang out with any of those people till I got to grad school.
Because you were never around them.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so moving forward, so you just brought up grad school. So how did you get to grad school? You're a writer right now. You got your people with you. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just running around, right?
No, you independent right now because the most interesting thing. I just want to point this out. The most interesting thing is you've already had two careers because you could have stayed at this place, right, and made that a career. Then you're going to being a writer and you're making this a career as well. Keep cooking.
Yeah, this is how I'm making my money. I'm making what's fueling my my ability to fuck around with these fucking Nimrods is like while they went back and forth to class and whatever the fuck, and just hung out and yelling, hollering at the girls and whatever, like playing what was fueling my existence was writing articles.
Okay, so what? All right, and what if you had to tell me one? What was your favorite article to ever write? You know what I'm saying? Being that, you know what I'm saying? What was fueling?
Oh shit, dude! Turns out one that helped me get into grad school. I did a review on a Nightmare on Elm Street movie. And it was pretty good. It was one of my better work, I gotta say. Like I put it all together. It was it's chock full of metaphors and life lessons and all that shit. But it was like it was so fucking odd though too. It's like after being on a bender, I had a deadline I had to hit, and so yeah, I created I did this it was almost a creative writing. It was pretty much a mostly creative writing, but it was still a review. It was kept to the format of being a review of a movie, but yeah, that was my favorite one. Also, because I could recycle it, I used it for my essay to get into fucking grad school. So
I ain't mad at it. So now this is fueling you move forward. I mean, what was next after you and your partners y'all done met up? Now it's you moving forward in life. You're a little ahead of them, but you bringing them with you. Man, what's the next? What like when you start?
So the next move is New York City. So my guy, a few of us, we made our plan. We're gonna do we're gonna apply our art. He's gonna go. My dude went to Vancouver Film School. Shot out there for a minute. My 23rd birthday, I was in Vancouver. We hung out there for a little bit. He finished that out, and then the three of the five went to New. Well, actually, so the homie who played the music, like the musician, he went to the Mann School of Music in New York. So he was like the first one. And then the second homie wanted to make films, so he moved to New York, and I went. So I was like, okay, cool. If we're going to New York, I'll just go back to school. I'll finish my undergrad and go to grad. So yeah, so we were like the four of us, and one of us kind of felt like the guy who was in the guy who fought the boxing guy. He got really into the street. He went to a different route. He was hanging out with we were his square friends. His other friends were all goddamn yeah, one of the homies, when he got bored, he would steal the shotguns out of police cars. Sometimes he'd just steal the whole police car. But he that was his hobby, his passing the fucking time. That's what he did.
Stealing police cars was a hobby.
But literally getting the shotguns out of police cars, that's what he was very specific with it. But they would but that was his fighting buddies. That dude was I think he was a heavyweight, but he was a super bully. That dude just exuded killer kind of thing. They would just go to fucking electronic stores, take whatever they want, knock out the fucking security guard, walk out the shit. They were just wilding the fuck out. So yeah, anyway, he was. Yeah, he was
it's crazy. Hey, Smoke. So they just walk through and knock motherfuckers out and get the fuck up, take the gun and everything.
Yeah, that was it. That man.
And this is a hobby. This is a
yeah, man. His clique was a little bit too thick for me. They were doing their thing. We went out to New York to do our artist thing, and Yeah, I went to grad school. That started my third career in filmmaking. Started in New York City.
Hold on, you were a filmmaker too?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Local Grips Electric. I started in film in New York, and I went to Hollywood after that when I came back to California. Linked up with the family, but I'm still in New York at this point. So this is what 90. I first went there in '93 to see where I was going to go, and then I finished my undergrad and enrolled in grad school in '94. 95 was the first semester actually.
Damn. Okay. And so, what grad school did you go to?
I went to the New School for Social Research in New York City.
New School for Social Research.
Yep. I was in the media studies. I have a Master of Arts in Media Studies from the New School for Social Research. Yep. It is a like kind of a think tank. It's a real fucking elitist thing. Like, we have like notable alumni and shit. Whatever. There's a bunch of people went there. So the way the school works, I'll tell you. Do you know New York? NYU, New York University?
Yeah.
All right. So, and there's another school called the Cooper Union. And the Cooper Union is totally free. They do like sculpture, architecture, and one other discipline, but you have to like apply to like super exclusive, like those industrialist philanthropists from the turn of the century, like that whole Gilded Age shit. The guy the Astor family.
What the fuck is this? What are we talking about right now?
I'm okay. So I'm telling you that the school that I went to was part of.
If you're talking about Cooper Union, we're talking about Cooper Union.
Yeah, the Cooper Union. Yes, that's the school.
The Cooper Union. That's the Cooper Union.
Yeah. I think it's called the Cooper Union, but I think it's just Cooper Union.
No, it's the Cooper Union.
It's the Cooper Union. Yeah.
The Cooper Union.
Yeah, the Cooper Union. Yeah.
I mean,
so the Cooper Union, NYU, and the New School for Social Research all share. They're all sister schools. They share facilities. They share. Or when I was there, they shared professors. You could go sit in there. Because my degree was heavily like centered around film, I was hanging out with the Tisch students mostly, and some Cooper Union people. But I worked at a place called the New York Film Institute, and that was like where the three schools in the film who were concentrating on film, they all sort of met up there.
Smoke, I gotta tell you real quick before I let you continue.
Yeah,
I gotta tell you this.
Yeah.
As many times we've been on the panel, right? We done chopped it up, argued with each other, agreed with each other. I will say this: you have one of the most interesting stories, bro. I've never seen. I mean, you are literally. Keep going, brother. We're at the Cooper Union / the Art Institute. Did you say the Art Institute?
The New York Film Institute.
New York Film Institute. Excuse me. I mean, these are very prestigious places that we're talking about, and so continue. I mean, damn, you done been on Wall Street. You got them.
I mean, after fashion, that was in San Francisco, but I was interested in Wall Street at that point. And by the time I got to New York, I was no longer interested in Wall Street.
I'm not saying Wall Street directly. I mean, you done been a broker. You've been a broker. Yeah. Okay, now you know what I'm saying. Now you're in New York. You got a chance to go to Wall Street. You said, "Fuck it, I'm going to a film school," and you become a filmmaker after being, by the way, a writer or. What's the word?
I was a journalist.
I'm a journalist. Journalism. That's what I was looking for. So I mean, my goodness, Smoke, and I love it because all these fields are so close to each other and how they interact with each other. I can understand the thought process of it. Continue, man. I'm enjoying what we're talking about.
No, yeah, that was fucking fun, man. I loved that time. Like that was great. Yeah, at this point I had I kind of yada-yada'd a couple of things. At this point I had
what does
a
that mean?
girlfriend.
Hold on, what is our yada yada?
I didn't talk about like my love life, so I had like at that point a long term
Okay.
girlfriend who was who was working at Janet Reno's Department of Justice. She was in like DC, and so she came to New York like right then, started going to Columbia Law. Yeah.
Shout out to my brother Josh Sanders in the building with the TWT, man. Shout out to TWT. Hold on. Now, are you saying the Department of Justice, the DOJ?
Yeah. She was working under Janet Reno's in Janet Reno's DOJ when they were doing the antitrust shit, the Microsoft antitrust.
Was this the Bush or Clinton administration?
This is Clinton, I want to say. Yeah, Janet Reno. Clinton. This is Clinton.
Like
yeah.
Like it.
Janet Reno's Clinton.
I believe you. Go ahead. I can't help you.
Yeah. So she was, I was going back and forth to New York and DC for there. She was someone I knew in the Bay, and man, shout out to Paz. I didn't even go into we didn't get to like the religious part. We're just going through like a truncated thing. Anyway, point being, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. We're just saying we're trying to get to the boxing shit.
Smoke. They can't listen. This is what happens, bro. And this is the great thing because, hey man, keep talking. We ain't in no rush. We got time.
Okay.
We got time.
Yeah. So during this time, when I dropped out, right, one of my homies was a Hasidic Jew, right? So I spent a bunch of time with the Lubavitchers and the Hasidim, like living in this like Hasidic house in Berkeley, mind you, but you live with him, the Hasidic Jew? Yeah, because he was studying he was beginning his rabbinical training, but it was like this house where they only it's a house, but it's like kind of they use it for studying. It's like a meeting place, but nobody actually lives there. Like the people who use this place live in the neighborhood, but they don't just live in this house. So the ground, he was the one living in the house, and he was one of the homies. So I was living with that guy, and then studying the Torah and the Talmud and all that shit. And we also had like capoeira class together.
Were you studying with them?
Yes, that was our whole fucking thing. That was.
That's what's up because it just, man, you're well versed in multiple religions, right?
Yeah. So I when I talked about my rebellion, I said fuck Georgetown, and they're like, oh yeah, well, whatever, figure it out yourself then. That during that time, I became like a hardcore, like Orthodox Christian, as like a fuck you to the parents kind of thing.
Okay.
Like that's when I first left Georgetown. Yeah, and I was like, so when I was at SF State for like, I don't know, not even maybe a year or something like that. Not very long, but I was like super fucking. I went all the way in. Yeah, I pissed him off, but also because I was hanging out I was part of the revolutionaries also, right? So they were just like on my helmet. So what's gonna happen when you have one of these guys in your scope? Like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna ask what Jesus is gonna do, or what? Like, what the fuck? I'm not joining no fucking army. What are you guys talking about? Anyway, yeah.
It's all right, Smoke. I need you to give me a second. I gotta make sure.
Yeah.
I gotta make sure I put everything together the right way.
Yeah.
And I mean, just for my sake, of course, but for the audience as well. Okay, so you're living with a Hasidic Jew.
Yeah. Okay, so right. So let's get back to the
Wait, Smoke. Let me just put it together.
Yeah. I'm with you. Yeah.
Let me just put it together.
Mm-hmm.
You live with a Hasidic Jew.
Yes.
After growing up.
This is like 93, 94.
No. I'm with you. I understand. You're older now.
Mm-hmm.
You're not in the same space. I understand.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I say you versed in multiple. That's why I say that. But you're studying with a Hellenic Jew, as well as growing up under in the Nation of Islam, right?
Yes.
And your parents being a part of the Nation, the Black Panthers, also studying at Georgetown. You don't went to Georgetown, don't want to go there no more. You say, I'm not going there no more. They say, you're gonna go back. Well, I don't know what they say.
No, they said that they're saying they're playing. That's where they're paying for. If you want to continue on, then you have to pay for it yourself.
Okay, there we go.
That's what they said.
So they said you better go back. But then and what you said was fuck that. I'm not going back.
I couldn't do that.
And so now all I'm saying is did some of the studying with the Hellenistic Jew,
Hasidic.
I'll fuck the name up on my bad.
Yeah. You said Hellenic. Okay, we're in Greece now. Like the Greece part was like in boarding school. That shit was hella Greek. But anyway, no, this is the Hasidim. Yeah. Yes, I'm with I'm with those guys with the curly hair, like the weird Jews. Yes, I'm hanging out. I'm living there.
They cool though. I just know.
Yeah, I mean, it was cool. Like there was some consternation about my presence, right? But at that point, I also had dreads. So they were making this. So my friend and I were coming up with this.
Had dreads?
I did. I mean, didn't everybody?
I did. I didn't have dreads, but I had plaits all the way down to my
I guess I'm out of school, right? Yeah. So at this particular moment in time, I had fucking dreads. So they were making this argument about me being actually one.
My brother said, we gotta read this. See it, UK. I'm sorry. Listen. All right. Here we go. We're moving forward. We're gonna move forward. I apologize. I'm not trying to turn them Greek. I'm not. That wasn't my aim or goal in that situation. Man, shout out to my brother Piddle in the building. Piddle, I don't know why they flagged our interview, bro. I don't know why they flagged our interview, and they should. I can see it. I can see the interview on StreamYard, but it doesn't show up on my YouTube channel. I don't know why. I'm not. Piro went too hard on their ass, respectfully, of course. Oh, that shit sounded gay as hell. Anyways, let's move forward.
They could be women. I mean,
there we go. So look, this is the thing. What I'm saying right here, Smoke. You done made it to becoming a film art or really studying the film, that type of thing.
Yeah, I was making money there. I was making fun. I was making music videos and independent.
Hold on. And that's what I was gonna ask. What type of videos? You said music videos. Like how did you get paid from that industry?
Oh, fucking bro! Holy shit, that's funny. Okay, all right. Now that is all right. That's when I learned that sometimes. It was the film industry that taught me that sometimes after you work, you might also have to do another job, and that is to get paid for the work that you did. Like I did not know that shit until this one production. And you've seen this guy before. You've seen a lot of these people before, actually. Like one guy. Do you know The Godfather Harlem? You know that show, The Godfather Harlem?
I believe Bumpy Johnson.
Yeah, with Forrest Whitaker playing Bumpy Johnson.
Yeah.
Right. So he has his two like.
Are we talking about Bumpy Johnson or are we talking about Forrest Whitaker?
We're talking about the show Godfather of Harlem. One of the actors on that show was on this one show. Like you asked me how we got paid, and I was about to relate to you a story about how one of these dudes took an axe handle to an office in order to get us our checks. It was kind of bananas. Like the film biz, like the independent film biz is a little bit like Wild Wild West. Sometimes you get checks that fucking bounce. But music videos, they paid really fucking well, but they took forever. Like there would be one shoot for they'd try to shoot the whole video in one day. But that one day could be fucking 24 hours straight. Right? So
So you just shooting all day?
Yeah, they're shooting all day. It's a 24-hour straight. Like they'll negotiate for 12. You get overtime for 14, and it's supposed to, for the most part, like a 14-hour day is where people start to hit the wall. But sometimes they'd be like, there's a Sadat X video that took like 20 some hours. There's like a Wu-Tang video took fucking forever. There's another fucking video I did. Like we were just doing fucking music videos. But
hey, real quick, Smoke. Shout out to Rakesh in the building, man. Much love to Rakesh, man. Shout out to my brother Todd Swindle in the building. I gotta put it on. Todd said, salute Doug and Smoke along with the chat. Is that Smoke or Einstein you interviewing? Hey, I'm trying to tell you. Hey, look, what do you say right here? The boxing diplomat. That should be your name, Smoke. We should call you the boxing diplomat, bro.
Oh shit, I'm the worst goddamn dude. I'm so undiplomatic. I got a hair trigger and shit. I fuck with people. I love pushing people's buttons and all that shit. Like, no, I'm a terrible diplomat.
Guess what though? Guess what? This is the crazy thing, right? So you'll push people's buttons or whatever you want, but guess what? Everybody gonna let you on the panel. Everybody gonna let you speak.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, for the most part.
Tell me I'm lying.
I listen. I am unwelcome on a couple of panels, one guy doesn't allow anybody. Like I think really only like 2 guys are allowed in this guy's panel. Everybody else, of course, is a troll. But that guy, whatever. I mean, he's not even worth mentioning. But then there's another guy. I guess neither one were really worth mentioning because they're both just really fragile. But for the most part, yeah, I'm welcome wherever.
Smoke, I see you go talk your shit everywhere and anywhere. You yourself, and guess what? You ride with what you ride with. That's why I fuck with you. Hey, Hey, I'm gonna do the same thing. So, all right, we gotta.
Yeah, I was. That didn't used to be a thing. Like people used to, because like most people were just trying to create their own channels, and I never was. I just wanted to like chop it up. But yeah, the quarantine changed the YTBC, and I don't think it's come back yet since then, like the whole open forum thing. But yeah, that was
I want to ask you this.
Anyway,
real quick, and because I want to ask you, in my opinion, you're an OG in the if you look in the what is it called, the description below, it say OG. I mean, Smoke the OG. You know what I'm saying? One of the OGs of the YTBC. I want to ask you, how have you seen the YTBC change? And if somebody, I got a partner of mine listening to this right now, he don't really follow boxing like we follow boxing, but he said he was like, hey, I had him join, or he actually joined one of the panels, and he was like, man, I like that panel shit. I'm gonna just watch the shows, this whatever. So if you had to break down the YTBC and explain what it is, how would you explain it?
It used to be a place. It used to be a super fucking snobbery, like super elitist, right? Like everybody was trying to prove their bona fides and their credentials and shit, and why they like should have a channel. Everybody had to justify their existence in the YTBC. And now it's just being enthusiasts of the sport and just kind of have a perspective and an opinion kind of thing. It's a lot more egalitarian, it's a lot more open. And yeah, I was like one of those first fucking people. EJ, shout out to EJ Boxing Live, a UK channel. He used to have these fucking streams that he would just disappear from. He wouldn't even, just be 24-hour streams all the fucking time. And that's like kind of where I got used to being on streams. My first stream was, I'm biased. It was in UGC, talking about this goddamn Spence and Bud fight. in 2018. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like right after the Jose Benavidez fight. And they just kept talking about this thing. And I was like, well, because at that point I'd recently changed my pick, because before that, before the Kell Brook fight, I had Bud beating Spence. But then like after the Kell Brook fight, I started peeking at Spence. I haven't looked back since. But yeah, so they were just one of those like Spence can't do this, Spence basic, Spence is like yada yada yada. I was like, Spence gonna beat that boy's ass. But back then I used to be talking about Spence is gonna stop him. But I stopped saying that shit after the car accident.
Hey, hold on. Because we're going to get to boxing. We ain't got all the way through your story.
Okay.
I mean, I changed it quick. I changed it quick just to ask about the YTBC. But I want to finish. I want you to finish. I want you to get to where you at now, if that makes sense. And
no, that's fine. Where did we leave off? Where am I? Where are we doing? Oh, am I still making movies?
Hold on. No, I got you. I'm gonna let you know in 1 second. Give me my brother Piro, and this is a fact, Smoke. Right now I can see Piro. I can see his interview on StreamYard, right? I can play it and it goes to YouTube and plays, but it doesn't show up, and it's flagged right now. I don't know why they flagged it. Though.
Okay, is it blocked?
No,
or just flagged. Copyright strike?
Let me see what it say. Hold on, we'll talk about this. Hold on, I can't do this right now. We'll talk about this after.
You get, like, I mean, shit. We hear shit. It's like, did you get it? You should like check your email to see what it says about it, and then also look at its status if it's blocked or just like a copyright strike, and also how long is it?
Bro, it is. So it's I don't know, 5 hours or something.
Okay, so it's not that long. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it
so it's not too long.
Crazy. Right. And so, let me see. Hold on, I'm pulling. The problem is this. So like in the back, and like right now, I can see all my videos except for that video, right? And then let me check my they sent me a little whatchamacallit saying that it was flagged, it was on the hold. What that shit? All right, they sent here you go. They sent me a little email right here saying that the video is on hold until review. So why? But my question is, why is it under review?
I don't know.
Ain't nothing happened.
Anyway. Did you have any? You didn't play any videos? No music?
I mean, the same as I'm playing now. And that's what I'm saying. All right. Let's move forward, man. Let's move.
It's all good.
We can have to fix that though. We gotta get that fixed. So I gotta ask now. You done started making videos, music videos, doing those things. You know what I'm saying?
Feature film. We're doing like feature film. I work with my like I said, one of the homies was a filmmaker and he's gaffing, right? Which is right. So I don't know if you understand how filmmaking works, but basically different departments come together to make a fucking movie, right? So the grip and electrics are one department together, and electrics, think of it as like, let's say it's a moving kind of like carnival, and the electrics are responsible for lighting, like making sure there's electricity and all the lights for the whole fucking thing, right? And then the grips are make sure that the lights have stands, like dollies, like harnesses. If you want to do like a helicopter shot, you're gonna get a grip to like, build your rig so you don't fall off the fucking helicopter kind of shit. But it's back in the day before drones and shit. But anyway, point being, like that department was together, and my guy was a gaffer, which is like the chief electric and like sort of head of that department. So that's what he was doing full time, and I was at school full time and doing this shit like on weekends or when I didn't have class, like during summer, like when I had breaks and shit. So like I would do music videos here, or like I would do music videos during the weekend, and then if I had to shoot, if he was on like a feature that would take maybe 3 weeks to shoot, and maybe it would be like a 6-day shoot, I would either have somebody cover some days for me, and I was like the main guy, or have somebody cover. But yeah, but basically I was on set and at class when I was in New York.
Okay. I ain't mad at it. All right, so now you on set. I want to get because and we got to jump a little bit, but I want to get to where you started or when you got into the entrepreneur, the mindset of making your own.
Okay, shit. All right, so
but don't get me there. But
Okay.
you know,
Yeah.
get me there.
Whether
Don't
the
skip nothing.
foundation was laid when I left college and started fucking around with the homies, and then joining bands and making music, right? So we'd like gig here and there, we'd play like bars and shit in the Bay, or like we go out to Sacramento, played a couple in LA. But like we're like selling our own fucking music, right? So then I go to New York and I see that they have like mixtape stands kind of shit. So I take that idea back to the Bay, and I get a stand with some of my guys, and we start selling like all the local music from all like the underground artists. First at a stand, like I don't, shit, you've never been to the Bay, but you know the University of California, Cal.
I do.
Okay, cool. Shout out to Jason Kidd. So in front of Cal, it's on a street called Telegraph, and on Telegraph it's an open air mall by design, and the streets are lined with these vendors, right? Then it's always fucking there. So we had our fucking stand there, and that was my first kind of foray into being an entrepreneur. Was that fucking tape stand that then turned into a record store.
So your tape stand turned into a record store.
Yep.
And when it was at this record store, how big was it? And I don't mean.
It was a storefront. It was like a storefront in Berkeley. Like it was
Right.
It was like your regular size. It was
side of the beach.
I want to say like about like 900 square feet. Between 9 and 11. It had like a couple of bars. Like it was,
you were big time. You were big time. I was thinking, because when you said, I'm thinking something kind of, beachside where people walking in, and I don't even know how close. This is the craziest thing. This is my ignorance to California. When you say Berkeley, I have no clue how close that is to the beach. I always figure everything is close to the beach in California.
Okay, so it is close to the water, not close to the beach. There's a marina where there's a bunch of boats that are docked, but there's not much of a beach to speak of.
Hold on, smoke.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. I don't know. Oh, okay. I got it. I figured out what it was. Could you hear that? Smoke, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just reading the thing. So is it on public, or is it on no. What it is blocked. It's copyrighted. Me and him on at the end of the screen, we watched some of Devin Haney and there it is.
And so they blocked it. They blocked it for the copyright.
Can you take that part off?
Yeah. That's what it said. I gotta edit it.
Yeah, just take that part off, and you probably be all good. Yeah, that's happened to me before.
If you hit trim out segment, continue.
Yeah, exactly.
Trim, and then I think it should repost it. Video editing is in progress. And my bad. That's what was playing back was the part of the video that me and Pierre was talking about. So, Damn, I didn't even realize that. But oh shit, it's gonna take a second for it to tell me. All right, go ahead, Smoke. My bad, man.
No, we got it. Oh shit, I gotta fucking plug the phone back in.
I know how you roll, man. Do you want to open the panel up for the people to come on and talk crazy to you tonight? It's up to you.
Yeah, I mean it's all good, man. It's however it's like I am probably never going to talk as much about myself on my own channel. So,
hey, I want to ask you.
It's all good. You got me.
Can I ask you an honest question?
Yeah.
And this is for the audience, for me, but it's also for me to get a better understanding of what I'm doing over here. I don't know, like when you have this opportunity, do you feel comfortable sharing more, or is it enjoyable for you to go down these type of or have these type of conversations?
Because it's so general, it's fine. Like I'm a lot more candid about like who I am, my experiences. When I'm I don't know, like my name is not Get the Smoke, right? So it's kind of like I have to, like, there's some things that would make a whole lot more sense if I like added names and all this other shit.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? It's just kind of like, but that is a little bit weird, but it's not. It's only because I don't know. It's not really the forum for it. It's not like I'm particularly like trying to hide, But there are a lot of weirdos online, so I don't because I know how the internet is. I'm not necessarily in a hurry for people to know like what my name is, so because I don't need the fucking headache.
No. And this is one of the reasons I had the channel, is because I'm not asking your name. I don't want to know your name.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying it's kind of like.
No. Hold on. Just, and the reason being is because, man, at the end of the day, somebody like my brother Major Key Boxing. Major Key Boxing gonna come up here and he gonna say, "Hey, this is me. This is what I am." And I rock with Major Key. No disrespect. I'm just saying, hey, it is what it is. But there are also people who want privacy in their life. And it is what it is. You feel me?
Yeah, I don't listen, nobody in my actual life comes to my channel. Like somebody really my homie from again, one of my 30-year, 3-decade homies finally got what my actual channel name is out of me 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. And my thing is, but my thing is this. That's cool. Yeah. That's cool because this is, if I were to get people on here and want them to, hey, it's up to you. But if you want to disclose who you are and talk about it, that's cool. If you don't, that's cool. And we got to get people's stories, so we got to make them comfortable. As long as you feel comfortable, I appreciate you being here. Now
this is really general stuff, right? This is kind of the things that sort of important life events, and so it's a pivotal moment for me. But they're not I'm not going into granular detail and all this other stuff. I'm not telling you about
think about
heartbreaks and.
But think about how many people have experiences, regardless of if it's relational experiences. Think about people who go to the multiple jobs and man, I ain't somebody young, a young dude, right? All right, now listen to this, Smoke. I'm gonna tell you what I done heard, and you my senior, respectfully, of course. This is what I heard. I had this career. I did well in those careers. But then I figured out I could do this. I got this career I got this career. And I'm doing well in my career. But guess what? I gotta keep my eye open to see when there's the opportunity to do more. And that's what you did. Let's talk about it. So when we talk about you and the company you started, the original company, shout out to my brother Rick Timms in the building. Rick Timms, the motherfucking third. We finna turn it up in a second, Smoke. That's why we're gonna have to speed up just a tad bit. I gotta ask you, when you first started your first business, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not dealing with any other. What was your first What was your first venture?
That was it. It was that nonprofit artist collective.
Okay.
And my very first business was a not for profit. Well, it's actually nonprofit artist collective. Not for profit is a different thing.
Not for profit and non-profit, two different.
Yeah, those are two different distinctions in the tax code. We're a nonprofit, not a not for profit.
There we go. I'm glad. I didn't know that until you just said this. So, moving forward, what was the business that you started that made you the most money? If I can ask that. Or you can break it down.
That's I mean, there's two things. So cannabis and so I had all right. So through this artist collective, I met a whole bunch of people. One of those people was a guy who is now known as DJ Vlad. And I knew him as an artist before this whole thing. When we were both, he was a freshman in college. He's also a few years younger than I am, right?
Hold on. I believe I asked you this question before, but so Vlad TV?
Yeah, real well, very well. No, since he's a teenager.
I gotta tell you this. Shout out to Vlad. Hey.
Well, I mean, I used to know him well. I haven't spoken to him. We had a pretty we had a pretty bad falling out, but that was a long time ago. But whatever.
Well, listen. Tell him if you get a chance, tell him to come over to the Right Side and listen to the interview. But Vlad, I want to say this one thing. Vlad is one of the best interviewers and researchers as far as going. Shout out to Vlad, man. Smoke is crazy. I don't know. I'm gonna hit you up after this for a quick second. I gotta ask you a question. But all right, Smoke. So Vlad TV, break down
Right.
y'all
So
relationship and
yeah. So we
how it all
were.
happened. How it all happened.
Yeah, so he was one of the guys. He had some equipment. He's out of Burlingame. Also he wanted to like make beats and all that stuff, and like hang with crew. And he was that guy that I talked boxing with. He and Vlad like kind of, and also that other guy that I was saying was the writer and the visual artist. They sort of vibed with Vlad a little bit more than I did on the artistic thing. He stayed in a building, so I knew him. So he was in the same building as another guy who I really vibed with, like artistically, and I'd fuck with that dude heavy. And that guy has like a couple Grammys and all that shit. But Vlad was, he was cool, all that shit. But it wasn't until after I got married and had a kid, lived in India, came back, that I went into business with Vlad as a software recruiting software engineers. Vlad went to Cal and was a CS student, right? So he had a computer science degree, and he was like code monkey kind of thing, and he got sick. Like he had like repetitive motion kind of shit, and started an agency, but he didn't have the expertise at that point. And because of my experience on film sets, at that point, I was used to managing large groups of fucking people, like hiring and firing and all that other shit. And he just was basically a software engineer that wanted to have a company, but didn't have the organizational or the social skills to do it. So he and I like teamed up, and we built we built that to like 13 recruiters. It's pretty good. That was like the first. Us like really starting to get like I made 7 figures doing that over like of course a couple of years. That was like the first time I was like really fucking getting. I started being an entrepreneur, like from that position and from that from that association. I started my charitable giving, and one of my things in college. All right, so in grad school, and this summer '96. They put out the let me back up a couple steps. In California, we have direct democracy, right? So you can do these voter initiatives. If you get enough signatures on a ballot, then you can get your initiative on the ballot and have that thing voted on. And if it passes the threshold, then that thing passes, right? So they have this grassroots organizing that actually turns into legislative changes in California. So in '96, one of my homegirls was working for a guy named Dr. Todd Mikaria, and he is the guy who he was a physician working with the government on some sort of research project, and he had access to all of the government's research on the medical benefits of cannabis. And over the course of like a year, he just smuggled all that information out. He smuggled all that data out and then released it in a book and started getting the laws changed. And so Berkeley was the first one to do it as a voter initiative. And he asked me to come aboard to start shooting training videos for the Berkeley police on how to retrain their cops to deal with these traffic stops involving medical cannabis patients, right? So, yeah. So I started doing police training videos for that shit before Prop 215, the Compassionate Use Act, got passed. So, like, while they're figuring that stuff out, there was like there were some lawyers involved, and I started like getting involved with the language about Prop 215 to get it on the ballots. And that was sort of my first foray into cannabis. And one of my jobs in college, this was not like a career, but it was a job that I did for a little bit, was doing canvassing for the environment. And I wasn't interested in it. I don't even know if I lasted a year doing the shit, but yeah, I got into, like, I understood how grassroots organizing works, right? And so they liked my background with my family, and and then also I had background specifically in the grassroots organization part of it, and also the filmmaking part of it. And so they just kind of folded me in while I was home, or I was on vacation for summer and a winter. And yeah, anyway, so
go ahead.
Once I started making money with Vlad, I started donating to a bunch of different organizations for the legalization part of it, and going to like fundraisers, these chef things, and these hoity-toity fucking fundraising functions to legalize the weed. So yeah, that was, and to answer your question, it's in the cannabis business that I made the most money. But I got into the cannabis over it took me about like 13 years of being like pretty well, I guess, engaged in the whole process before I made it a professional like switch to do that thing like full time. Like after the .com bubble fucking burst and I moved to Belize, like, Bush became president. I had a bunch of money. I was like, I don't need to live here anymore. So I moved to Belize, and I had a nightclub out there, and I was bringing Jamaican acts over to Belize and all, to my nightclub.
Hold on, wait a minute. Time out.
Yeah.
I done missed two things. I missed two things.
Yeah.
One thing you said, did you say you lived in India?
Yeah. Okay. So the India part was at the end of my my second master's. Yeah, I could finish it. It's two things. I just done. Fuck. So I had just finished the second master's, and I had one more thing to do on my first one, the media studies, the thing I actually went there for. But while I was doing media studies, I started doing a second one, an arts of like teaching. Anyway, I did that. I finished that shit in like a year and less than a year and a half. But I was like sort of lollygag because I was working on film. I wasn't necessarily like moving at the same pace for my degree. I had to do a whole bunch of time in a recording studio, and I just couldn't find the fucking time to do it. So right after I finished that, doing my hours in the recording studio, I went and did it at Planet Studios. I hit the road, and I bought a round the world ticket, and to meet this girl that I liked, she was living in India. I had a couple of, basically there was a couple of people I wanted to hit up, who were living around the world. And so I bought a round the world ticket, and I figured I would shoot my trip and use that as my final, my final project for my media arts degree, my media studies degree. So I hit the road. I went through Asia, went to Thailand, Japan, gone to Vietnam a little bit, but I didn't plan on spending as much time as I did in India, but I wound up living there for a year and getting married, and like conceiving my first kid. That was in 97.
So you got married in India?
Yeah, but with a girl that I met here though. Like, she's from the Bay. She was just studying school. Like, she was finishing her schooling in India.
Okay. So okay, cool. So
she's not Indian either. She's not Indian, and she's just going to school there. Yeah. She's from here.
Okay.
We're already like I just met her like on a coming home for the holidays kind of shit. I met her at like being out, and yeah, she's like, "Hey, come meet me while I'm out there. I'm gonna be going to school." And so yeah, I went out there, and yeah, I just hung out. I hung pretty tough. It was a pretty good time.
I mean, it had to be, but okay. So moving forward, you go to India. You live in India for a year. A year?
Yes, sir.
I gotta ask.
So
you
11 months. I mean, really 11 months. I was in India 11 months, and then I went to Europe after that for like another 6 months.
I want to ask this question. I want to ask one question.
Yeah.
In India, never been there. And so just is the not the culture, is the way of life. Is it really that much different from the way of life?
Oh my God, dude, it's completely foreign. Completely fucking foreign.
Is it
What do you, okay, hold up a second. Okay. I have never seen that many Indians in my entire life. Like, bro, like let me tell you something about India. There's hella fucking Indians in it. Like, God damn.
Hold on, smoke.
Everywhere you fucking go, bro. Like, I've never seen that many fucking, bro. I'm trying to tell you. Like, I've been to Africa. There's like, there's a lot of Africans in Africa, but you see like other people. You see some other people in India. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying.
What were you at in India?
Say again?
Where were you at?
I was in Bangalore for most of it, but I hung out in. I went to Mysore. I was in Mumbai for a little bit, and in Pune for a little bit, but mostly I was in Bangalore. And Bangalore is it's like called like the Silicon Valley. It's like where all of the like the African nations and Middle Eastern shit, they go to India to study like computer science. It's like this weird fucking thing.
Smoke real quick. Yeah. I gotta put my brother Sid UK. I gotta put him up here. He said, "Doug, you sure Smoke ain't some super CIA spot?" I've been thinking that this whole time. I ain't gonna hold you, Sid. I'm like, God damn, this is a spot. Hold on. This guy has some life experiences, but I believe
I'm doing me. I'm not worried about what the fuck anybody else is doing. I'm doing me, man.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm trying to tell you, Smoke.
Yeah.
You done hit. Hey, you. And how? Respectful. How old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
Me?
If you want.
Yeah, just made.
Don't give.
No, I just made. Yeah, shit. It's not a secret. I just made 52 in February.
Okay, 52. And 52. And this is why I gotta believe you. This is the honest truth. I used to work at Best Buy, right? Then we're gonna move forward. I do want to tell this quick story. I used to work at Best Buy. I used to have a white dude, probably 6'4". You know what I'm saying? I'm tall anyway, so he right there with me. He probably outweighed me by 35 pounds, but he was like 73, right? He used to come into Best Buy and tell me all the stories that you want to hear about dealing with the mafia. I mean, he told me so many stories, and I'm in a small town, Valdosta, Georgia. I mean, this shit is tiny. This ain't where the mob boss is at. Unless you're 73 and you didn't retire anyways. Man, the dude, so I didn't believe nothing. I was like, he just be coming here talking. His wife came in there with him. He wasn't even telling the story. She told all the stories. I swear to God. All right, we're gonna move forward, Smoke. We're gonna move forward. All I'm saying is man, you living one of them lives right now, brother. It make perfect sense now. All right, here we go, Smoke. Gotta ask this question.
Yes, sir.
After everything, and I mean, you done been to India, right? Things didn't work out the way they were supposed to in India.
No, I mean, I was supposed to go through. It worked out way better than I imagined. Right? Like, I thought it was going to go for a quick stop. I wound up, yeah.
Let me put it this way. So you live a year in India. You live a year in India. You move forward. After India, where did you go? I know we were just talking about the UK. What or
No. I mean, mostly I was in Paris after that, but I went through Europe. I was in Holland for it. I was in Belgium in this trip. I was in Italy and Spain this trip. I was there 6 months.
And
6 months in Europe for the most part.
You got a year-round trip?
No, I got a world trip. So what you have to do, so if you get a round the world trip, back then I don't even know if they still do this. Because the fucking world's changed so much. But you could get a trip that, as long as you were going the same direction, for one fee, you could just catch shuttles. You could stay wherever the fuck you wanted for as long as you wanted, and whenever you're ready to go, just call that call a travel agent, book a flight. So I went.
Did you pay extra Did you pay extra
I went. Yeah, so I went west, right? I flew from the Bay to Japan first. I went to China. Anyway, I went to the Asia, right? I went west, but I went so far, and then I came back east, right? So I left west, and then went through Asia, went through Europe, and then ended up in New York.
All right, so you end up in New York.
So you have to just keep going. Yeah, you have to just keep going the same direction. Like the one ticket, you can go in different places if you want. Like if you want to go south, if you want to go back the direction, but you just have to pay. It's a different fee. So as long as you keep going the same direction, it doesn't take. I think I had like 2 years to use it.
You good to go as long as it's the same direction and you make it back in a year. I mean, in 2 years.
In 2 years, yeah. For that one price, I think I paid like $1,200 or something real shit, like something really reasonable.
All right, so you make it back. You make it back now, right?
I mean, 98. This is 98. I went to like Paris World Cup was after that shit. Hold on.
Whoa. You went to the World. Okay, all right.
I was in Paris for the World Cup. Yeah, 98.
You got to talk about the World Cup. You got to talk about it.
Oh shit, dude! I have friends I met for that shit. Was a fucking party. So another thing, man, I'm like leaving out some really fucking great parties.
Hold on.
So legendary shit. But like the '98 World Cup was one of them. Like that shit was fucking bananas. Well, I guess because 2000 is not there yet. Like going to the pyramids is pretty big too.
Hold on.
The '98 World Cup, like they partied throughout the fucking night.
Okay. Let me ask this.
Mm-hmm.
In your travels, right at this current moment in time, if you had to name your top 3 favorite parties, just top 3, and hold on, wait, smoke.
Oh goddamn, yeah,
Wait, smoke.
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm waiting.
If you gotta name your top 3 parties, right? And this is in the 2-year period that you're traveling internationally. You got to name the top 3, and you have to give minor details of them. If you hear what I said, minor. Now, I mean, if you want to go in depth, we're listening, but go ahead, brother. We want to hit the parties, man. Talk about those top 3 internationally.
On the road parties. All right. So Goa, right? That is on the Arabian Sea.
Hold on, you said where? Hold on, wait a
minute. Goa? G-O-A. No, G-O-A. Goa.
Okay,
it's a part of India. It's right on the Arabian Sea. It's like south. I want to call it southwest. But they do this moonlight rave party that starts in like December or like November, some shit, and it goes through like February. And yeah, that's when my first kid was born. Let's see, how do I mean, not born, but conceived. That's when my first kid was conceived. Was at this fucking Goa thing. But there's
the party go through months. The party goes through months.
Yeah, it goes months, and there's like DJs from all over the world that come, and it's on like pristine bitches. Yeah, all day, every day, 4 fucking months.
What the fuck? what the fuck?
Yeah, the Goa moonlight fucking parties. We went for like right after Christmas, and we were there for like 3 weeks. It's the first time I got fucking sunburned. Actually, it was on that goddamn beach in fucking Goa on the Arabian. The fucking water's warm. It was excellent. And some of those beaches, because it's an area that they cordon off. But if like I got a dirt bike, and so I just rode my motorcycle all the fucking way out, like past where the parties were to where it just seemed like nobody had ever been. It's some of the most beautiful fucking beaches, like front of been in life. But yeah, that was a fucking fun party. What was memorable about that thing was I, at that point, had been, when I traveled, I have never really like kind of roughed it, right? Like that was like my first sort of like budget kind of thing. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I was with the I was with her, who is now my ex-wife, who was going to be my future wife, right? It was but yeah, there was no fucking plumbing. So there was this fucking pig, dude. All right. So they had a toilet that didn't have a pipe hooked up to it, but a pig would come up and eat like the waste out of the thing. And I couldn't use that shit. I couldn't even think about it. So I was like backed up for like a fucking week. Like while I was like, I didn't even have to think about like going, like my body, what is it? If the facilities aren't good enough, it's not like I felt sick or anything. I just didn't even think about going to the bathroom. It's just kind of like that, right? For like a week straight. But there's this pig, this infamous fucking pig that apparently would lick your fucking ass, or like he would literally like try to eat the fucking shit out as it came out of your fucking ass if you sat on this fucking toilet. But there was a wedding and they slaughtered this fucking pig, and they used every part of this guy.
Hold on, wait. They slaughtered the pig that was eating shit.
Yeah, that ate everything. Yes, they assumed their garbage disposal for this little fucking thing. They slaughtered this goddamn thing, and they offered us fucking some of this shit. I was like, First off, what's weird about Goa is, and what's weird about India in general, like they have different parts that were like colonized by different like European like places, right? So this particular part was colonized by the Portuguese, and so you had these Indians who with names like Antonio Villanueva and shit like that. It was a weird fucking little village that we were staying in that had these like bungalows, and it was right on the beachfront. Like one of the homies, this Sudanese guy, not a Saudi guy, but a Sudanese guy, had a restaurant, a reggae spot, and he was like one of the wife's homeboys, and that's like why we were staying in this particular spot, was because of this proximity to his restaurant. And anyway, so they slaughtered this fucking pig. They used all the blood to like pack down the road because it's like kind of dusty and shit for the fucking wedding. And I guess it was like tradition to offer the people like some of this fucking pig. And yeah, man, I turned Muslim quick as fuck, bro. I was like, we don't, it's my religion. I was so not religious, man. At that point, that was such a fucking cop out, but I didn't want to offend anybody, and I was not fucking with that pig.
The pig that was eating the shit.
Yes, sir.
And this the one that they serving up to everybody else.
Yes, exactly. Like it's the thing to do, and not only that, like. People were just like shitting in the bushes. Like you would go out to the ocean and like, do your business in the ocean. I don't know, man. It was just it was a bit much for me. But yeah, it was still a fun fucking trip. All in all, Goa was fucking a blast. Is that enough detail about Goa? Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the Paris '98 with the World Cup because France won that World Cup. And it was a crazy fucking party in the streets, like 100,000 people. There's just people everywhere. It's just fucking fun. And I don't know if you know, like the French are not the friendliest people, and the Parisians are even worse. Like they're the rudest fucking people on earth, as far as I've come across. Well, some of the rudest people on earth. They're not to be outdone by anybody. I'll put it like that. But there was just like everybody was fun loving, great. Like to this day. One of my best fucking friends on earth I met that night. But anyway, yeah, that was cool. And then the last one, I'm gonna go with the pyramids for the turn of the century. That was fucking fun as shit. The fireworks turning the pyramids different colors was fun. That was cool. I got into this goddamn weird conversation because I was smoking weed. Man, all right. So I had been in Africa for like 3 weeks or a month before the turn. We're in like Senegal for Ramadan and all this shit. And I'm with fucking Vlad at this point. And Vlad, I'm not even gonna go into this whole thing, but like, fuck it. The fucking Vlad is no, I'm not. I can't even do it. I can't do it. Fuck it. I will do it. Vlad's one of the proudest fucking tricks on earth.
Ain't nobody watching this.
Yeah, okay. So Vlad is one of the proudest tricks on earth. This dude loves fucking with hoes. Like, he loves buying products. Like Thailand. I'm not even gonna go into like some of the shit he does. But anyway, so I'm in fucking Africa, and we're staying at. My ex-wife's one of her best friends was like the director of the Senegalese ballet. And she would fly back and forth, but we're staying at her family's house. The director of the Senegalese ballet, we're staying at her family's house, which is like a couple of old fucking, and yeah. Anyway, so it was the first wives of this like old man and the old woman and the old kids and all this shit. This whole compound, and it's during Ramadan. And this motherfucker keeps getting these African fucking hookers. He wants to go out. Who the fuck is getting hookers in West Africa to begin with? And I wasn't trying to feel none of that shit. I was there with my wife. My kid was a year old at that point, and we were trying to have this wholesome trip. As a matter of fact, I asked the wife. This is really what it was. I asked my wife what she wanted to do for the turn of the century, and she said she wanted to go to the pyramids. And Vlad invited himself on the fucking trip, and the wife hated every fucking second of his fucking presence. Like, she hates this dude. Anyway, point. So, by the time we get to Egypt, he's had enough of the family's fucking vibe, so he flies somebody out. But I have, like I said, I've been investing in the weed game since then. So I fly to Africa with a gang of weed. By the time we get to Egypt, I only have like an ounce left, but it's like safety pinned on the inside of my pants, right? And I come across a sign that says, drugs strictly prohibited, violators will be hanged to death. And this fucking bag just sitting there stinking.
Hold on, say that again.
It said violators. This is the English thing. Like, under the Arabic was on top of it, but like right under that was the English translation. Drugs strictly prohibited. Violators will be hanged to death. Right?
Damn. Hold on, hey, real quick, man. Hold on. I gotta say this. Shout out to my brother Cash Crypto in the building. No, when I say no, I'm saying nobody that he don't want to hear this. They ain't talking about. I'm saying nobody that smoke don't want to hear it. They ain't listening to me right now. So, and smoke, he can talk freely. That's what we're talking about. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So yeah, I jump on a goddamn. So we jump on a tour right there. And this is one of the most ghetto fucking tour. Like, we went to this carpet factory, and they have kids working there. There's like begging us for money as soon as the adults like turn their backs and shit. It was a fucked up fucking journey. But that's not the weird thing I was going to tell you about. The weird thing was, so I got the weed out. I didn't get hanged, obviously. But I'm sitting there on the fucking dunes smoking some weed. And this guy asked me like how much the weed is. And so I tell him how much it is.
Hold on, wait. Are you selling weed? Or he just
no, I'm smoking.
Why are you smoking?
I'm smoking.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm smoking. I'm smoking with a guy, and he starts asking me, but he asked me about the price of it, because this is like that California shit. They don't know anything about this, right? I already fucked somebody up in Morocco. I fucked up these guys in Senegal. Morocco. Like, I was killing it.
Wait a minute. So during these trips, are you saying you selling weed during the?
No, I'm just smoking people out.
Okay.
I'm just smoking them out. Just like I'm being the weed ambassador. I'm California. Right. What's up? Yes, I'm like, yes, I'm doing my California King shit. I'm just killing them. They're like, everyone's they're smoking, they're crying, they're asking what the fuck kind of weed is this, all this stuff, kind of shit, right? So and I'm doing this throughout the whole trip. So when I'm in Egypt, I'm having the same kind of conversation. Somebody asked me how much it was, right? So then I was trying to tell him what the pound price was, and he was just getting mad. It was like he was just getting so fucking frustrated. I was trying to give him the back and forth price of it, and I didn't realize until like 2 weeks later that their monetary unit was a pound, And not, but so I was telling him, so our weight was a pound, but his monetary unit was a pound. So our fucking conversation was just lost in translation. I was saying it was like, I think it was like 3,000 a pound. I was saying, and he was like, "Oh, what do you mean 3,000 a pound? What does that mean?" Like, it's like, like anyway. So that conversation got super fucking like frustrating. I thought it was gonna end up in like, he just got weirdly violent. Like I don't know. And it didn't occur to me until like weeks later what the actual problem was. Anyways, that's yeah.
He thought he was getting a hell of a deal.
No, he was asking me. He was just he was curious as to the price, and I was giving him the price per weight. But the way he was taking it was 2 monetary units instead of weed at all.
Oh, damn.
He was thinking $3,000 equals 1 pound, and he was like, "Wait a minute, that's not the conversion rate at all. What the fuck are you talking about?" And he was getting like mad at me, like I was like, like it just got lost in translation.
He thought you were being sarcastic about it.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but it got lost in translation. But it was like that place was fucking tense as shit. Like right after there, we went to fucking Israel. Like, okay, so in Egypt they had these AK-47, like the police have AK-47s, right? But they don't have them like slung over their shoulders. Like even in like Paris and all this, like in these fucking European countries, they have these automatic weapons. The police do, but generally they're like on your back or on something. But not in fucking Egypt. They were slung over your shoulder, but they were pointing at the crowd, like pointing face forward. So you have to like walk past the barrel of fucking AK-47 sometimes. But anyway, the place is just fucking hostile. I saw a couple of stabbings and shit. Like
they not bullshitting in Egypt. They not bullshitting in Egypt.
Yeah.
They not bullshitting though, bro. All right. So look. Moving forward, I gotta ask before we finish this off. Favorite countries that you've been to. What would you put in your top 2? Your top 2 favorite countries.
I mean, outside of the United States?
Of course.
Okay. Shit, dude. I don't know that I can do that. I think there's about a half dozen countries that I like about the same. That are all fun as shit. And I could probably live there. No, not England. I don't think I could live in England. That fucking weather's terrible. I could live in the south of France.
Have you been to Russia?
No. No, I have like absolutely no interest in going either. Like the places that I haven't been that I'm interested in going are like I wanted to go to Ethiopia. I haven't been there. I want to go to South Africa. I haven't been there. But that's about it in Africa. That, yeah, like I don't know. Well, I can fuck with Senegal. Don't get me wrong, but it's not. It's kind of far as shit.
Hey, real quick, Smoke. My brother Rick Timms, he said, asked Smoke while he was in Egypt, did he have the pleasure of visiting the tomb of Seti?
Yeah, so I went to the tombs. Yeah, I went to the tomb of Seti. I went to the the structure at Memphis. I went to the steps. We went to all that shit, bro. We were there for fucking 2 weeks just seeing sights. And then, like I said, like Vlad got fucking bored of that thing. He flew this girl out that he wound up marrying actually and divorced. But that was a whole nother fucking thing. But anyway, yes. We saw the fucking sights. We didn't really leave Cairo. We went to Alexandria for like a day trip kind of thing, but yeah, we were just mostly there. We got tired of being in Egypt and we took a fucking bus to Jerusalem. We went through the Suez Canal. That shit was kind of crazy. But yeah, we did the tourist thing. I don't want to see that. The thing is, I'm not much of a tourist. I don't really like doing tourist shit. Like I like staying with families and seeing how they live and all that shit. But like once we got to the pyramids, it just turned into like kind of party time, and then it turned into like Vlad wanted to go to fucking Drew. I wasn't even trying to go to Israel, like really, but he's a Vlad is a Ukrainian Jew. So
is he from Ukraine?
I mean, he's from the Bay, but yeah, his parents are from Ukraine. Yeah.
All right. I gotta ask this. Smoke. Well, I ain't gonna ask you. I ain't gonna do that. All right. So you said Ethiopia is actually the mother of Egypt. That's what my brother Rick Tim said. So
they have a lot. So that whole Nubian, empire, the Kushites, the Moro. Like I love that whole thing, like Upper Egypt. I'm down for that. Like outside of that, though, I'm not. I've been Saudi. I'm kind of interested in going to other places, Dubai, but not really. Like, man, Israel is fun. Tel Aviv is good, but like, yeah, I'm trying to. I don't really like tense fucking places, like places that feel like they're about to explode in war and shit. Like, I'm not feeling that shit. Like, Belize is a real cool fucking vibe. Although that place is like, the people are real poor and shit, so you get that. Like, once you stay there long enough, you get the latent hostility between the haves and the have-nots. But for the most part, people are chill. Anyway, it's about probably a half dozen countries I like about the same. I don't know if there's just like two.
All right.
But south of France is probably where I could live. Would be like my very first, either south of France or Belize. Probably south of France though, because it's the most climate that I'm used to. Right, like it feels kind of like here, and I can get a bunch of fucking
I need a favor, Smoke.
Mm-hmm.
We may be trying to make a movie of this. My brother G5 said, Doug, I'm contacting Netflix for Get This Smoke. I ain't holding you. Hey, listen. All I'm saying is, have you had this type of interview before?
Say again. Has somebody interviewed me about my life that wasn't like on a date? No.
All right. There we go. So listen. That's on the record. We on the record now. When Netflix call you, just to say, hey, I gotta have Right Side interview. That's all. Let's say that. Right Side gotta be. I'm just bullshit. All right, here we go. So I gotta ask this now. We done got you done been damn around the world. You done been around the world. First things first. I know, and you can't be more than what?
I am 30 in Belize. Like when my daughter was born, my brother. Yeah. I first retired at 30 in 31.
Wait,
1993.
You retired at 30.
Yeah, that was my first one. Yeah, that's when really 29. Like 30, 31. Like right when Bush got fucking elected, the .com bubble burst. The music stopped. Looked at my bank account. Looked at the options. Like, okay, I've done what I need to do in corporate America. I mean, buy a few acres. Like, get a bar next to the beach. Spend my days, chill. Like, next on the Caribbean. That's what I thought. Daughter was their wife was pregnant with the third.
So now you're in Belize, right?
Yes, sir.
You got a bar by the beach. You got your house.
Got a couple acres. I got a bar. During that stay, I accumulated about 512 acres on 3 separate lots. So the beach was 2 acres. The club was 2 acres on a beach. You had to go through this fucking graveyard to get to it. It's kind of weird, but whatever. Then I had a 500 acre plot that was part of a larger 1,500 acre that was from the Belizean government for conservation. And I hooked up with this naturopathic doctor who would go along the old Mayan plant routes, just like what he describes as broadcasting seeds. He would just throw these papaya and all these fucking, traditional fruits and vegetables and shit that have been planted along that route for thousands of years. That was his fucking thing. And he would just walk it too. I didn't think he did like Guyana to fucking Belize. Anyway, point being, he needed like a stretch. So I got that piece off of the government. And then I wound up getting another 10 acres because this weird like insurgent story. But anyway, that's a different subject for another day. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it isn't a different subject for another day. Maybe this is the day to tell it. Fuck, I don't know.
And I was just about to say, no, we want to hear all of it. Hey, what we gonna tell another day? Real quick. I gotta say this. Shout out to the big homie D-Ray Promotions in the building. Shout out to D-Ray, man. Much love, D-Ray. Appreciate you coming through, bro. No. Let me see you read that.
Oh, dude, my passport shit, bro. I had some of the worst goddamn passport. Yeah, go ahead. You want to talk about being a spy, though? I can clear it up how I am really not a spy. I've seen my fucking file because I used to lose passports like kind of on a regularly. And right after 9/11, like I was in DC, like I was in DC, and the fucking I needed to leave town. I think I was flying to Belize. I was going to Belize. And
Smoke,
I was renewing my passport.
Hold on, Smoke. Let me advise you this.
Go ahead.
Advise you this, Smoke. Listen, we know you the people. We know you're a part of the alphabet community. And I don't mean the LGBT, I don't mean them. I'm talking about the alphabet agencies. You got to be CIA. Okay. So I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to get to this story. I'm trying to get to this fucking story. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm trying to tell you, Smoke. You might want to save it. Just say that story because it might. I'm just saying we know.
And now I'm telling you that I'm not. So okay. So I went to my Million Man. I didn't tell you about the Million Man March. That was like grad school, right? 95. That was a trip, but. And
exactly. They were telling you was at the Million Man March, Smoke.
I was, listen, but my brother was on stage though.
You done been at every major event in the last 20 years. No, let me repeat it, not 20. Let's go from about 88. Hold on, Smoke. From about 88 to about 2012. You done been at all the major events, and what I'm trying to tell you is we know that you're the folks, man. We know. But,
so if I can get through this damn story,
I was going to say this. I
was
going to ask you this earlier. I was going to say they say that Vlad is the folks. Now they say he the folks, and then I'm listening. I'm like, man, you rhyme with Vlad. You got this. Man, Smoke,
all right, so I'm just so you understand. All right, so here's all right. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about my trip with Vlad. So, in Senegal, there's this like old slave fort, Gorée Island. It's kind of like a thing where people go. It has a bookstore, but there's always like drumming going on. You could go to the old slave quarters, all this shit, and there's murals and all this stuff. So I'm taking photos with Vlad, and in every fucking photo, this dude is doing the b-boy fucking pose. All over the fucking place. So
what's the b-boy? What's the b-boy?
You know, with your arms crossed, the b-boy stance. You know the face. You know, you make the screw face with your arms crossed. So you don't know what a b-boy stance is.
I ain't never. I seen Vlad a couple times.
I'm just telling you. I'm just like it's this kind of like.
I'm saying that's what he seemed like. Like when I first seen him versus listening to him, I was like, yeah, that seemed like seemed like what he.
Nah, he's not. I don't know about whether or not he is the folks or not the folks. I can tell you that he was not the folks when he was when when we were kicking it. That's it.
We had talking about the folks. I'm just talking about when I listen to Vlad. Like Vlad sound like when he talk about that, he look like he's the one to hit you with the arms folded stance. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like the dude. He's the one bringing fucking African hookers back to the like devout fucking Muslim house and fucking Ramadan and shit. He's that guy. I don't know about the folk. Maybe. Like what he thinks of black people is just a little bit like has absolutely nothing to do with what I think about black people. That's it. That's like really what the whole thing was. Like our whole thing was just like, bro, like what are you on right now? What are you doing?
Hold on. All right, my brother.
He liked the strippers, right? He liked the big booty strippers. That's what he was into. Big booty strippers and fucking hoes. That's what
What did he say? All right, here we go right here. The ask Smoke if there's investments he passed on which he regrets and looks back on now. See it UK.
Of course, man. Fucking of course. Like, dude, shit, that's true for last year. Like, what the hell? I wish I bought Kodak at fucking 2. Well, actually, I wish I stayed in it. I did buy it, but it went all the way up to fucking 60. There's hella shit. All the time, dude. Like, all the fucking time. Like, I still trade the market, so yeah, I'm in positions right now which I trade differently.
All right, hey, we're gonna get. All right, hold on now. Let's see. G5 said he sounds. I'm dead. All right, here we go. All right, so moving forward, we gotta ask, and damn, we gotta put this up there real quick, man. We gotta put it up there real quick. My brother Champion Hart said, "F Vlad for his disrespect to Farrakhan."
All right, so my older brother, like I told you, is still in the Nation of Islam, right? So what I didn't tell you is that my older brother is in a wheelchair, right? And one of the so I'm at the Kings of Comedy. I don't know what year this is. Maybe it's like 98, 99, something like that. With Vlad and my brother. And oh fuck, this is not the Kings of Comedy. So I did go to the Kings of Comedy with Vlad and my brother, but we went to a fucking concert that was still at the Coliseum. Now, this is Oakland Coliseum, where it was a fucking Hot Boys, Eve, Genuine concert, and like AJ White was the MC, right? He was the guy that on the mic in between acts, right? So like Genuine came on, everybody did their thing. Eve came on, it was cool, and they were doing the thing. But Hot Boys was taking fucking forever to come on, and like a fight broke out, and AJ White, instead of like calming it down, started hyping the fight up. Like he was looking at the fight in the crowd, going, "Ooh, look at him! He got the whole thing." We started this whole fucking thing to the point where people from the upper deck started throwing chairs down to the lower deck. So my brother being in a wheelchair and all, so Vlad helped my Nation of Islam brother get into like this into this booth. It was just this weird mad scramble. It's one of these like these pictures in my head. Like when that Farrakhan thing happened, I remembered that particular part. My brother actually kind of likes Vlad, but whatever. The shit the ex-wife totally does not. Vlad's an interesting guy. Whether he's the people or not the people, I don't know. But I can tell you, when I went to get my passport renewed, and it was when they had just caught the DC sniper. They were not feeling my whole Nation of Islam fucking connection and how many passports I didn't have. I got super fucking grilled. They showed me my fucking and they showed me my file in the weirdest goddamn way. Like they had it open, but it was like right out of range. So there was 3 fucking people. There's this like old black woman who was like the main interviewer, like / interrogator. There was one person that was like off, like it was this long rectangular conference table. She's sitting at the end. I'm at the corner, right next to her. And she's looking at my file. So it's like an open folder. If I lean over, I can see shit, right? But then if she flips over paper, I can see like photos. So she has like photos of me and the family like out and about in places and shit. But like if I lean over, you can see the whole thing. But the third fucking agent was directly behind me, so I couldn't see what the fuck they were doing the whole time. So there's one, she's interviewing me and looking like over. There's another person who's like on the other side of the table and he's looking at me, so I can see like 2 agents. Just like one doesn't say shit. 2 agents aren't saying shit. One is in front of me, one's behind me, and then the third one is like asking me all these fucking questions. Like, what were you doing here? How did you do this? What did you do that? What is this about? Like, yeah, no, bro. Like, I've got my whole. Nah, they're not feeling me. I'm not the agent fucking material.
Where were you? Where were you at? Were you in like an airport or?
No, I was in fucking DC. I went to the fucking passport agency in fucking DC, but they were like, "Oh, well, you've lost too many. Like, why are you losing all these goddamn passports?" I was like, "I don't give a fuck. Like, what?" I was like, moving around, whatever. But then they tried to sensitize me about the war on terror, But like at that moment, like the whole Nation of Islam, anybody connected to the fucking Nation of Islam was under intense fucking scrutiny because that DC fucking sniper.
Yeah, I understand that. So, all right, go ahead. And because we got to get to this boxing talk. We 3 hours in. We got to get to the boxing talk. I want to kind of finish up because we might have to have you on for a part 2. Cause goddamn, I will say, Smoke. I got a couple of people I'm scheduled with part 2s for, and you up there, and might have to have your ass back on because it seems like it's more to the story, and I'm gonna have to skip it. Because we 3 hours in. We got to get to this boxing talk.
Let's talk.
So, man, I gotta ask you first things first. Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis. They fighting, and also I gotta ask you. Do you want to? We can drop the link in the chat if you want the people to jump on right now. It's up to you, or you can just answer.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to jump on, yeah.
Everybody,
we just gonna talk boxing. Yeah, if you want to have people on, it's all good.
No, it's on you. It's up to you, brother.
Yeah, I mean, it's for me 6 on one hand, half dozen on the other. If people want to get on, let them.
All right. The panel is open if you want to hop on. I believe the link is pinned in the chat. Let me make sure. The link pinned in the chat. Yeah, the link is pinned in the chat. So if you want to jump on, feel free, and we'll make it happen. But gotta ask you, Smoke. Moving forward, we got Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia. And today, Ryan Garcia came out and said that Tank. And let me make sure. I want to make sure. Oh, is my phone? My phone died. Well, he said something to the effect of, and my brother G5 is in the building. Shout out to our brother G5 Gabe in the building. Appreciate you jumping on. Tank Davis.
What's going on? What's going on, my brother Dub? What's going on? Get this smoke, aka get this passport. What's good, man?
What's up, man?
Man, I for a minute I couldn't even type. I'm like, God damn, man, call Netflix on this boy. Bro, if he give me one more story, this man got some wild ass story. Man, you know me, I'm just going around different countries smoking people out and shit. You know what I'm saying? I got a fucking ounce 10 to my pants. I'm like, oh, this nigga here's on some other shit. I said, oh, no,
well, you know, I also have the dubious honor of being the first person to get kicked off your panel.
Why you gotta bring
that's
that
me
up?
too. Thank you, baby. I'm wearing that shit like a badge, baby.
Why you gotta do that? See, they go be like, oh damn, how this happen now? Nah, man, this shit happened. I think he high right now. Don't even pay no attention to smoke. Yeah. Judah, he was first. He was on some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? We gotta understand it. We good though, so that's why I had to tell you.
No, man, we're good even there. We're good.
Yeah, man, like we good, man. We been straight. Yeah. That shit was fun. I'm like, God damn it, Smoke, you won't let me get this shit out. Man, I gotta put this nigga backstage, man. God damn. Yeah. But you talking about Dub though? It was fun though, man. Boy, yeah, you got an interesting ass life, boy. I said, Netflix, boy, you need to hit them up. You gonna get paid.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it. I looked in the mirror and I smiled. I did, you know. I definitely live life.
Hey, I was like, well, I gotta roll me up, brother. I gotta roll me up one of this one.
So check this out.
Well, another one.
I want to ask Smoke. We're going to you first, then we're going to my brother Five. Ryan Garcia said that he wasn't able, or in the contract, Tank say he can't. Oh, he can only eat 3 times a week and drink water. Right? That's
he signed that shit. Come on, man. Like, hold on. Do you believe that?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh shit!
How do they monitor?
Wait a minute.
Man.
Listen, and I'm gonna tell y'all, this is the danger. This is the danger of it. I didn't hear this until one of my friends, not a huge they don't watch boxing nearly like I watch it or we watch it, right? Hit me up and said, hey man, what you think about this right here? This is a fact. And my question is first things first, is Ryan capping? And second, what is it? I mean, what is the meaning and the thoughts behind the things that Ryan is trying to. What is Ryan trying to do right now? Smoke, it's on you. Then we're going to you, Five.
All right. So I did see that, but I didn't really I didn't check the veracity or the source of the story. It just sounded so absurd on his face. It just sounded like some YouTube shit. I just don't understand how they're gonna enforce this. How the fuck would they know? This motherfucker, what, he's supposed to be in there like the golden child, just like sneaking on leaves and shit, like behind their backs. Like I don't. It's the dumbest fucking story. Like I don't get how anybody's gonna enforce this.
Yeah, do you believe it's true?
No.
Yeah, I just don't think there's any truth to that. Five, you think it's true what Ryan Garcia is saying, or is he capping? And why?
Yeah. Oh my God, Lord Jesus Christ, man! Look here, what they gonna do? You gonna have a member from Tank Davis' team walking around with a fucking GoPro on every day, following you around? Hey, he ain't eat y'all. He drunk 4 times. He drunk 4 glasses of water. Man, get out of here. Man, you signed a contract to fight. They're not worrying about that. If you come in overweight, you just gonna get fined for it. So, I mean, it's just all cap, man. You can't pay no attention to Ryan Garcia. I am glad he did sign the contract. Please go ahead and go all the way through with it because he came too far. And I can give him that much respect on that, but he capping. Just like he was looking sad in the damn on TikTok. Man, it's so hard to cut weight. I'm tired of cutting this weight. It's so hard. Shut up. You signed the contract, goofy.
Smoke, is there any possibility, in your opinion, that Ryan beats Tank?
Any possibility? I mean, that's really, really high bar, right?
Really high bar. Really, I put it there for a reason.
I think there is a possibility. I just don't think it's very high. Like I mean, if I'm generous, 70-30.
How?
Oh, how? He gets them by it's probably gonna be that left hook to the liver, right? Like it's got to be the liver shot since it's an open stance. That's where the lefty's liver is, right there. It's got to be that left hook to the body. Disguise it going to the head. You got to make sure Tanks puts his gloves up, keep targeting the head shot, so he can bring his hands up and then disguise that fucking shot. He's really good at disguising that shot.
I ain't mad at you. Five, same question.
If I had to give it a percentage, damn. 30 at the most. I'm looking like 80-20, 75-25. Like maybe less than that. I just don't see it. I don't think he possesses enough tools, man. And I don't think he's smart enough in the ring to outdo Tank for 12 rounds. Ryan Garcia is a 6-round fighter. The first 6 rounds, he got a lot of energy. The punch is snapping, everything. As soon as you get to round 7 or 8, that man total energy is all the way off. Total different fighter. And that is going to get you knocked out. By the time you get to that second half of the fight, that's where it might most likely might happen. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm being honest, it's like 90-10. Fuck, I give him like 10%. Bro.
He said 90-10. You're about to go to 0. Come on. You said you're negative.
Shut up, Smoke.
He's going to have a negative 15 chance.
All right, here we go. Five. Hold on, Five. How does Ryan? All right, break it down. Ryan.
So how does he win?
Smoke say Ryan got a hook to the body, right?
Okay.
Outside of that, right there. Outside of that, what else, Ryan?
How does he win? Ryan has to use his range. He has to use his jab. He has to use his length to. He has power. It has to be like a piston jab. You got to keep Tank on the outside, and you got to try to outpoint him or catch him slipping. I don't. You're not gonna knock him out, so you're gonna have to outpoint him. He can knock you out, but I don't think you can knock him out. So you're gonna have to be have an Earl Spence like type of jab or a Haney type of jab and constantly keep it in his face. But you got more power than Leo Santa Cruz, so he'll have to respect it a little bit more. So and try to keep him guessing. Other than that, I don't and try to catch him with a left hook or something. Other than that, I don't see no other way. And he don't use his jab to the ability that he could with his range and height. So that's the only other way. I mean, I don't unless guy come down jumping Ryan Garcia body when he throw the left hook, he swing well.
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Other than that, I don't see it.
I ain't mad at it. Man, moving forward, we got to ask this question. Going to Smoke first, coming to you 5 next. We got this weekend, Caleb Plant and David Rodriguez, right?
Yes, Lord.
Now, before we talk about that, we also on the undercard, we got Rayo
and Snow Cone Head
against Chris Colbert. We have Jesus Ramos against Joey Spencer. And we have Abel Ramos against Cody Crowley.
Yes, okay. Lord.
That's
good card.
That's card for the
good
week.
Card.
Smoke. That's solid.
That's a good card.
First thing first. Break the card down. Who wins? And then first off, what's your favorite fight of it? And then break the card down as far as those 4 fights and who you think wins those fights.
The Abel Ramos and Castillo Clayton is the one that I am the most unsure about. Chris Colbert and El Rayo is the one that I have like sort of a passing interest, like a morbid interest in. And of course, the main card is the best fight.
Break down the wins and losses. Who you think win? Who you think lose in each fight?
I'm not picking the Castillo Clayton Abel Ramos thing. I'm edging the Abel Ramos, but I'm just not sure. The El Rayo, I think I think El Rayo could stop Chris Colbert, which would be a pretty good bounce back after what just happened to him. Although, I'm going to pick El Rayo to win. I'm not going to pick it by stoppage. But, I think El Rayo wins that fight. Which one did I miss? I'm missing one.
Crowley.
Jesus, no, he did Cody Crowley and Abel.
I said Castillo Clayton. I meant Cody Crowley.
I mean, no. You meant Castillo Clayton. And then
Abel Ramos?
No, you're right. No, you're right. It's Crowley. It is Crowley.
It's Crowley. I was gonna say, wait a minute. I ain't not yet. Wait a minute.
Crowley and
I said Clayton. It's Crowley.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But we know what you were talking about.
Yeah. That one. Yeah, I'm just not sure. I'm unsure about.
You're missing the Joey Spencer fight and
the Joey Spencer. I'm very like. Man, I like Joey Spence. I don't know why I like the guy, but I like the way he fights. I don't know why the hell he's so inactive.
He can fight though.
But I kind of like Joey Spence.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, Smoke, and then I'm passing it to Fire. In my opinion, Jesus Ramos, he gonna beat the shit out of Cody, out of Spencer, bro. He gonna beat the shit out of Joey Spencer. In my opinion,
he could. It could very well be that thing. Although I just don't want it to happen. But there's clearly he's clearly not being fast tracked. I don't even know if he's being tracked at all. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with him. He seems to be an afterthought.
Go ahead, Smoke.
No, you got it.
5, what you got on those fights, man? If you got the fight you're most looking forward to, and then pick a winner from all 4 of those fights.
I'll start with Colbert, aka Snow Cone Head, and El Rayo. I got El Rayo, man. I just look at the movement, man. Colbert, he still really hadn't took accountability for his loss, man, and he quit. Like I can accept Ryo losing, you know what I'm saying, but he didn't quit. You know what I'm saying? Coach Colbert got up and just got on his bicycle the whole fight. I don't rock with quitters, man. Once a quitter, always a quitter. And he has to prove a lot to himself, to his fans, to the boxing public that he won't quit again. Because people are going to be looking at that under the microscope if this man is here or is he not. And he got to show me something because he got put on his ass and then he just started running the rest of the fight. So to me, it's like I haven't really seen you really take accountability for that, man. So I don't even think that we might get the same type of performance we got that he just played in against Garcia.
He's gonna
And
be running. You think he's gonna run at the end?
no, he just gonna be gunshot, man. I don't see no change in this dude, bro. He gonna have to show me. I'm just gonna keep it real. He gonna have to show me, like, because you quit and then you didn't get knocked out. You just ran the rest of the fight. That's pussy shit, bro. I can't respect that. And the killer part about it, he actually can fight. You know what I'm saying? Like I was a fan at one point. Like I'm just not the biggest fan because I don't like people that quit. Like if you're gonna get in there and at least go ahead and go out. Like don't be in here just running and nah, man, that's weak, bro. You better off not just sitting on the stool and retiring, right? If you just gonna run around for the rest of the fight. Really didn't want to engage, so I got Ryo in that joint. At least I heard him admit that he got to go back to the drawing board and he got caught and at least he messed up. I can take that. That's taking accountability. What Colbert done? Nothing but be beefing with folks on the internet and all type of man. Sit down somewhere, bro.
Yeah, I
You
don't
got
think he's
anything to
taking
do.
responsibility for his entire career. Like that dude was a highly touted prospect. I remember what is
Mm-hmm.
this, like maybe 2016 or something, 2015, like a long
Mm-hmm.
time ago, being interested, like this little B Hop guy
Mm-hmm.
coming out of New York. Like there's this
Mm-hmm.
documentary I watched on him, and I was really excited for
Mm-hmm.
his career, and he's done exactly nothing. It's been like damn near 10 years. He's
Mm-hmm.
done fuck all. He's just talking shit. I don't want to hear no. Anyway, I wasn't a big fan of Adrian Broner, and he just seems like a less talented version of Adrian Broner.
Well, Adrian Broner was actually a champion and had
Yeah,
did some few
exactly.
things. About,
Exactly.
and he ain't
And his
he ain't done
mouthpiece is
shit.
actually like kind of funny too.
And Adrian Broner sell tickets.
Yeah,
That
like
has
all
been
that. He's
proven.
just like a
Like
knockoff. Yeah, he's a knockoff Adrian Broner.
way
That's hard.
knockoff. Because Adrian Broner actually, when he was fighting, he was actually whooping folks' ass. You know what I'm saying? When he actually was getting it in, yeah, he was whooping ass. Before he met Mike Donna, then that was when it was like, oh shit.
You know how
But
like like Converse versus Keds? Like Converse are cool. Like Keds don't even get you there. Like Keds, you can't do shit in a pair of Keds. And I actually will never wear Keds, to be perfectly honest with you. But yeah, Keds got no goddamn respect. That's all I'm saying.
nah. And then I kind of got him going with Cody Crowley, bro. I just got this good ass feeling that Cody Crowley gonna win. Probably maybe by decision. I don't know. I got this good feeling, so I'm gonna go with it. Um, I think Crowley a little bit better than people might give him credit for. Ramos is a solid fighter though. Don't get it twisted, but I think
I get
I
it.
just
I
I,
get it. Go ahead.
I don't know. I just got this good feeling, man. Like I think he gonna fight with a chip on his shoulder. You know what I'm saying? He been trying to get in some of these tighter fight contentions and shit like that. And I think that I don't know. He kind of fighting with an edge. I think he kind of feel like he looked over. So I think he gonna try to make a statement. That's why I'm going with him. And he's not a bad fighter. Um, then we got the other Ramos and Joey Spencer. Now I think Joey Spencer gonna give Ramos a nice fight. I think he gonna give him a good fight. Um, I might rock with Joey Spencer, man. Like
Yeah, I think
it's gonna be
Spencer
a good
might have.
fight.
I never. Yeah,
Hmm.
I think Spencer's gonna get him. I think he's got the power, the hand speed. Elmo Ramos, he's not an easy out, but yeah, I think Joey Spencer's gonna get the KO.
No, he's real quick. We got my brother Rick Timms in the building. He's not fighting, and I want y'all. We got to be clear about this because Abel and Jesus Ramos are two. They now one is the uncle, one is the nephew.
Yeah.
They're two totally different fighters.
Fighters. Oh hell yeah.
And so Abel Ramos, he can be had. I can give you that. He can be had.
Yeah.
Jesus Ramos, that's who fighting Joey Spencer. Man, I'm trying to tell you. Hey, Jesus Ramos, and he big as shit, bro. Man, listen. Man, I don't want. And this is what it's gonna come down to. If Spencer, if he stands in the pocket and try to win,
He in trouble. He in trouble.
Get his ass. He gonna get knocked out. He gonna get knocked out. And he better try to use the lateral movement. The problem is he ain't great fighting off the back foot. He don't. Joey. I mean, he's a good boxer. He's a really good boxer. You know what I'm saying? He's a good boxer. But at the same time, the skill set that he has, bro, this is not a good matchup for him. This is not a good matchup. Man, I just, man, Jesus Ramos, he gonna put some shit on goddamn Spencer. Rick Timms is in the building. Let me get to my brother Rick real quick, man. Rick, give me your opening statement, man. We talking about
I ain't get the main. I got Plant.
Well, my bad. Go ahead.
I got Plant.
No. Break that down real quick, Fire. Break that down, Fire.
I got Plant, man. I like Benavidez. I think he a good fighter, but I think he Plant is in his head a little bit more than people might want to think. And to me, David Benavidez acting kind of out of character in a sense. Like I ain't never seen him really, you know what I'm saying, trying to be so gangster at a press conference and like this super tough guy role, use the cheer reserve and all that shit. Now your brother pop off, but you've been doing a lot of extra in my opinion. It's like I like you as a fighter, but you got to have output, but you don't have the best defense. You got slow feet, but you got a high motor in the gas tank and decent power, but not the greatest punch placement, but you throw a lot of punches. So I'm looking at Caleb Plant
is squared up too.
Yeah. Caleb Plant is not gonna be just in one spot. So it's gonna force him to have to move as well too. So I'm looking at who the better boxer. I'm going with the better boxer. You know what I'm saying? I know he can they say he the Mexican monster, but sorry, against who though? You see what I'm saying? He got his abs. He got a six-pack now. Whenever y'all ever seen David Benavidez having a six-pack? He got abs now because he know this going to be his toughest out. Now, it's a 50-50 fight. If either person win, I'm not tripping because I like both fighters. But I got Plant by decision, though. I think Plant going to outpoint him.
Real quick, Smoke, I don't know. Did you answer? I don't remember you giving me an answer for Benavidez Smoke. Who do you have in that fight?
Yeah,
I said Benavidez Smoke. My bad. Benavidez.
I got Benavidez winning that. Even though I agree with everything Gabe just said, I think all that press conference shit is highly performative. I think the dad, for whatever reason, is really the heat. Like he's the one who's putting the battery in David Benavidez's back behind this fight. I was on a panel with this guy maybe like a year or something ago, and I don't know, his energy is just like kind of he just got to it's not like it's a bad energy. It's just like he's got a lot of fucking animosity for Caleb Plant. I don't know what it's about. He's like, oh, he disrespected my son, blah 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 blah. But it didn't seem like there's anything. It seems like they're trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. It just doesn't see. There's no there. Like it's like all sizzle, no steak. But that gas tank, I love Caleb Plant's lead hand in this fight. I think that's going to be something to watch. It's just even though David Benavidez his shot selection, like he was saying, he doesn't have the greatest shot selection. He spends a lot of time fucking squared up. He throws a lot of fucking arm punches, but that motor though, he's a big dude with a high fucking motor. And I don't know, Caleb Plant, like I used to really like Caleb Plant a lot, and then that Caleb Truex fucking fight happened, and I've just been out on that guy. Like he's the Fagan Butzes and the fucking Caleb Truex. I just don't have any faith in the guy. I was very surprised that he knocked out Darrell, even that version that faded Darrell. So yeah, I mean, there's some intrigue to it, but I just like Dave Benavidez is just he's too fucking young and too active and too like he doesn't know what he doesn't know kind of shit.
Come on, but look, and Benavidez just followed Lemieux. That shit ain't impressive. So
Lemieux was like, I mean, that's not even, you can't even tell in that fight. I mean, he did look better than he traditionally has.
Real quick, we gotta bring my brother Rick in here, man. Rick, same question.
Tim.
You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you jumping on as always, my brother. Man, we got Benavidez coming up. First off, give your opening words and then respond to the question, man. Benavidez, and then the undercard as well. All 4 fights. If you want to speak on what you want to talk about, my brother, welcome to the panel.
All right, good deal. What's up, Right Side, Smoke, G5, everybody in the chat. Hey, I got a question for Smoke, but let me address Benavidez and Plant right quick. Man, G5 and Smoke really can spit it out quite well as far as how it's unfolding. And man, I agree, you know. However, I just have David on a whole different mental warpath right now. You know, the young cat, you know, shot himself in the foot twice. You know, he done fought his way back into contention, and I just feel like he is really, really, really focused with a possible Canelo fight, you know, if he beat Plant. So I really feel like Plant is in trouble, man. Plant is the better technical boxer. I just feel like his chin and his stamina is going to get overwhelmed eventually down the stretch. So I got Dave beating Plant, you know, violently. I mean, it ain't gonna be pretty for Plant now. You know, he surely, like Ryan, they both have legitimate chances of beating Dave and Tank, but I got Dave and Tank beating both of those guys, man. I really do.
All right, Rick. All right, appreciate that. Go ahead and ask your question to Smoke. This is his show, and we want to get the brother in the questions. I'm sure.
All right, yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, check it out, Smoke, man. Most of us 45 and up have our Mike Tyson moments. You know, we come from those mid 80s, and I recall very, very well the first time I became enamored with Mike Tyson back in May of '86. Man, he was 19 years old. 19 fights, 19 knockouts. I would never, ever forget that stat line. And it grabbed my attention. I'm like, damn, 19 years old, 19 fight, 19 knockout. Man, let me check out this dude. And he had a fight with James Quick Tillis that day. Anyway, my first time seeing Tyson, I was expecting him to get his 20th knockout, but James Quick Tillis took him the distance. So Smoke, most of us 45 and up have them Mike Tyson moments. Do you recall the first time you became enamored with Tyson? If you had one of those type of Mike Tyson episodes?
The time that I was never enamored with the guy, but I became impressed with his skill. As a Muhammad Ali guy, Mike Tyson was not going to be. He had no shot at me being a fan of his. Like he just wasn't Ali. Nothing about him was Ali-esque. right? And I respected him tons after that Michael Spinks fight. That shit was fucking bananas. How, like, what he did to I wasn't a huge Larry Holmes fan, but I thought Larry Holmes is at least good. As a matter of fact, forget I'm not a huge fan. I hated fucking Larry Holmes because he wasn't Muhammad Ali, beat Muhammad Ali, and yeah, I just wasn't a fan of this dude. But I did watch those Michael Spinks fights, and I was like, okay, Michael Spinks, he's pretty good. I thought actually that Larry Holmes got a little bit jobs, but I was happy that he got jobs, so I kind of like Michael Spinks. But because of that whole Leon Spinks shit with Muhammad Ali, I wasn't there. I just didn't have a dog in the fight. But the way Mike Tyson had Michael Spinks looking, he just looked so fucking shook. I was like, oh, all right. All right. And then that uppercut came, and I was like, okay, nobody's really trying to fuck with Mike. They're not even trying to give my man really any kind of resistance. And I'm like, okay, Mike Tyson's a different kind of dude. Nobody was really like that. I didn't know anybody who just laid down for a guy, watching, especially heavyweights, until I saw that fight.
Yeah, I agree. 91 seconds. He got Spinks out of there in 91 seconds. Yeah, man. I remember that too.
Yeah, because the first fight I got like caught up in and like emotion, and the result was that Leon Spinks Muhammad Ali fight. Man, I got choked up over that fucking fight. So yeah, I kind of enjoyed a Spinks brother, like the Spinks family getting their ass whooped. Like that was, that's one of my guilty pleasures. But I don't really like I don't like rooting against people. I like I like rooting for people. I don't like rooting against people. Just in general.
Hey, hold up. You mentioned when Ali lost to Spinks, and Floyd like to give Ali hell behind that. Like, man, how you lose to a guy with what, 9 fights?
Parkinson's?
Parkinson's?
Yeah, I mean, bro, how do you beat a guy with Parkinson's? Like, you have Parkinson's and you just beat a dude that's a fucking professional fighter. Like, yeah, let Floyd get fucking Parkinson's and then try to fight somebody. Floyd's barely getting past his listen, Floyd's a whole fucking can. Let's get this out of the. Let's have a family moment. Can we all agree that fucking Floyd Mayweather is a fucking tomato can now?
Now, yeah, shit.
Okay. I say this stuff and I get my head.
Wait. You talking about today, right? Today.
Yes, today.
He fights exhibition fights. Yeah.
Yes, he's a fucking tomato can, and he doesn't even have fucking Parkinson's. So,
goddamn, get this passport. I told him I'm calling him to get this passport, Rick. That's that nigga dude name. My boy's name is Countries. I'm like, who? Here you go. He said, right side. Like, go spell it.
G5, we need to ask Smoke here. Was he at the Tyson and Douglas fight over there in Japan? Like,
shit, nigga, what? I'm like, I got a question. I told him he gonna be on the next Dos Equis commercial. They're gonna have smoke on that joint. They gonna like, damn, the most interesting man in the world. They gonna have that smoke on there, smiling and shit. Like, yeah, bitch, it's me. Talking about me.
Yeah. Hey, I was at Riddick Bowe and Galata. That's like the only fight worth mentioning I went to. Right. I was at I saw Dominic Wade and Triple G. Who gives a fuck about that fight? I was at Loma and Mariaga. Nobody gives a fuck about that fight. Yeah, I've seen Tua fight, but yeah, the legendary night that Galata fucking Bowe, that was fucking bananas.
Yeah.
Smoke, man.
Hey, Smoke. I had to roll me up another one because man, I still tripped out about that damn pig story, bro.
Oh man. Oh man.
No. We're gonna move forward. We're gonna move forward on the pigs eating shit. We're gonna move forward on that.
Nah, they said they cooked it and they offered me some, bro. I'll spit out my damn juice. I said, hell no. Get this shitty ass.
Yeah, man.
This shitty ass bacon for me, man.
Like, the toilet thing was the thing, but they ate all the garbage. It was the garbage disposal. Like they didn't have like garbage pickup. It was that fucking pig.
Right.
Baking of death and shit. Man, hell no.
It's so crazy though, because I went to I went to Italy one year, right, in 2008, and I was in Naples. So my partner, his father was quote unquote NATO. I still don't believe that nigga NATO, but anyways, whatever. He said he do logistics with NATO. We go over there, right? We in Naples. We we get off, you know what I'm saying? We get off the plane and shit. We ride, and you see probably a half a mile of just garbage on the side of the road, right? And you like, what the fuck going on? And got there and hit that, but like, well, the government, they said they ain't picking the trash up no more. So the next, probably about 2 days later, we ride to Vicenza. Goddamn, you see once again nothing but garbage on the side of the road. Somebody just stopped beside that and just light that shit on fire. So now you got a half a mile long fire of just trash. And he was like, yeah, that's what the people do here, man. They just make sure that it's a rail right there. As long as it's a rail, you can throw your trash down. I was like, God damn, bro. So you telling me the government is on strike? They not picking the trash up. He was like, yeah, they're not picking it up, so it is what it is. I said, God damn, bro, that shit.
Yeah, man, they do that nowadays in a lot of these rural communities. They still burn their trash.
You feel me? Make it red. What's good, Red? Your man said he had some crazy stories. I was sitting there like, God damn, smoke. Oh yeah, this boy they had an adventurous life. Passport shot. How many passports you done went through? About 12?
Yeah, shit, bro. I got my first passport at 15, and shit. I'm about to go somewhere. I'm about to hit up Colombia at some point this year. Yeah, I'm gonna hit like South America. I still want to do, like I said, I still want to do Ethiopia and all that shit. But I think I've done Canada,
You
United
been to
States,
Rome?
and Central America, but just not South America yet. So,
You been to Rome?
yes, sir.
I figured you have.
Yeah, Italy's like a good time. Italy's it's a pretty good time.
No, it's not. It's okay. It's okay.
Wait, what, you didn't like Italy? Like, listen.
I like it.
Okay, it depends on what you're into. Like, if you are I was I like my clothes. So, and I'm not a big guy. Like, I'm not 6'6" like you are. Like, so,
exactly. And
like,
I was gonna say,
fucking shoes and fucking like.
Bruh, I went to Italy, bruh. They lost my luggage. They sent my shit to Germany, right? And so I'm in Italy, bruh. I'm in Italy, 6'5", bruh, and don't none of the clothes fit me in the motherfucking mall. Like, you ain't buying shit for yourself.
Yeah,
I swear to God, bruh. I swear to God. And bruh, I had to go to the base, and nigga, I had to walk around in basketball shorts for like 4 days until they got my luggage straight, bruh.
You know what the thing about Italy is? Like, the women are real fucking striking for like seconds, but then if you start seeing the wrinkles, makeup, and all.
You're breaking up, Smoke. You're breaking up.
All right, give me a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Shit got muffled.
Man, come back to the States. You'll have some better connection.
Look,
God damn. We'll know what Smoke get.
Bro, I gotta tell you, damn.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I ain't 6'5", man. So you 6'5", my guy.
Bro, I swear to God, bro, I went over there and we went to the mall. We walking around the mall, nigga. Everything is small over everything. You know what I'm saying? And bro, I had to go to the commissary on base. You know what I'm saying? And then even when we went there, the shit that they had, it wasn't even. I mean, they had regular size basketball shorts. That's it. And it's like, but he ain't got no. They ain't even got tees my size over there. And it's like, bro, this shit crazy, bro.
Nigga, that's one of the designer capitals, man. Everything over there slim, tucked, tight, fitted, and
look, they had
custom.
everything over there for somebody 5'7", and you sitting here like, bro, who the hell walking around 5'7", bro?
Yeah, I can't do nothing with that either. I can't do nothing with none of that shit in Italy. When I lose
right
my
side.
luggage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
man,
See, the women are real fucking striking, right? You look at them and you're like, God damn, she's fine. But then if you just keep looking for like 10, 15 more seconds, you start seeing the nose and like wrinkles around the eyes and shit. But everybody's made up to the T. I don't know. Italy's it's a weird spot. I like the cuisine though. I like those courses, like sit down 7, 8 courses, have a bunch of wine. It's a good time.
Bruh, I swear to God, and that's so at the time, right? We was in college, but I was like 19 or some shit, and so I went old enough technically to drink, and so Quinn Dad, he was like, "Nah, we ain't gonna let y'all be drinking whatever." But and that's a whole nother. So his dad was married to an Italian lady, right? And so she invited her whole family over. Nigga, they came over, they cooked the 7-course meal. I swear to God, bro. After you been ate some bread, a little sausage or whatever, some salad,
some peppers.
Yeah, then you be like, okay, I'm good. No, I'm good right now. They be like, nah, manja. I'm like, no, I'm good.
You too skinny. You too skinny.
Yeah, I'm good. Chill, hold on. And Quinn Dad laughed. He talking about, nah, you gotta eat. It's more coming. You ain't got to the main meal yet. And I'm like, I'm full. They done brought me four motherfucking different things to eat. What you? Oh, like, bro. But it was all the food was good. It was good as shit except for the shrimp because they left the head on the shrimp, and you had to, back then I wasn't used to having to pull the head off the shrimp, so it was like, God damn. But outside of that, and the pasta is crunchy. That's the other thing. Smoke, go ahead. My bad.
No, you got it. The flavors are different. It's a little blander. I definitely was like, where the fuck is the seasoning? But it's the courses of it all, and the fucking desserts were fucking fire too. Yeah, I prefer the Italians to the French, definitely. But the Spanish though, that's a good time. Barcelona, Madrid, that's a real good fucking time.
Smoke, while you was in Africa, did you ever hit up Kenya or Botswana or something for Uganda?
Nah, I didn't go east. Nah, man. I've never even. But first off, I don't even like doing tourist shit. But I haven't gone to East Africa, and I'm not really that interested in the eastern part for whatever reason. I don't know why that is. I have a bunch of friends that are Kenyan, probably have a good time out there. I have some friends that are Tanzanian. I could probably have a good time out there. But yeah, I just want to head up south in fucking Ethiopia, and then maybe think about it some more. I didn't even thought of Danny.
He's out there looking for them Ethiopian girls.
Yeah, man. I used to have this little number. He used to hit up my back door in the middle of the night, like, yo. Have a little social agenda. She go about her business. Yeah, that's my thing.
He's out there looking for one of them shouters out there that look like she twerking when she walking. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, man. She was like, man. Nah, she was jiggling. She had all those fucking bells and shit, rings. She had ring in her nose. She had one of those fucking ones around her waist. She was like swathed and fucking covered in fucking robes and shit. Anyway. No, she was she was fun. She was fun. That was a bit much for you.
You be the ones with like you said, the ones with the ring. I mean, the little things around the waist, the little bead. I don't know what they call, but
yeah, she was just jingling everywhere. She had them on her sandals and all that shit. I mean, what the fuck? You noisy as shit. You can sneak up on anybody.
Yeah,
I can party with you, Smoke. You smoke, yeah. I'm like, oh yeah, you smoking folks out. I'm like, oh shit, that's what I do. That's my type of shit right there. There we go.
Yes, sir. That's what the smoke's about, man. I do tons of this shit.
We gotta move. Gotta fit, and I got a few more questions for you about the boxing talk. Gotta ask. Smoke, man. We had a question earlier tonight. The face of boxing. Well, before we get to the face of boxing, I gotta ask you this. No. We're gonna go to the face of boxing. We're gonna go to the face of boxing. Who is the face of boxing, and what makes an individual the face of boxing, in your opinion? Both questions are your opinion, of course, but go ahead.
Um, all right. So if you want to ask me my real answer to the face of boxing, it's Muhammad Ali, right?
Okay, no, today.
Yeah, like today is just like it's a question about who's the most popular guy, who makes the most money, and he's the A side no matter who he fights, and he's bigger than the belts and all that shit. So like I give it to Canelo because I think if Canelo fought Fury, he'd be the A side. If he fought if he fought whoever the fuck that dude's fighting, I think he's the A side.
So you say Canelo's the face of boxing?
Yeah.
Okay. Same question. My brother Rick, then we coming to 5.
Yeah, hey, Canelo, he's still the cash cow, but it's dwindling. You know, he taking a pay cut to face Ryder, and the boxing world is starting to really, even some of his fan base are starting to call him for his shit, you know, fighting these 7 white boys in a row. So after Ryder, like Bud, Canelo gonna have to shit or get off the pot. So it's pending, Smoke. You know, he's still the face of boxing, but it's pending while Tank is rising. But I give it to Canelo.
Yeah, now I'm with you. I'm with you. I did a show about this like last year about, you know, like how it was up for grabs and who can grab it. There's a couple guys. Fury might be able to grab it. Don't know.
No.
He's moving kind of weird though. Spence and Bud, they're moving kind of weird. Tank and Ryan are having it, but what's gonna happen with this fight?
I was gonna let you slide, Smoke.
If Ryan knocks out Tank, it's going to be pandemonium.
Yeah, that'd be an upset. But yeah, we know Canelo's passing the torch to Tank. That's who's about to be the face of boxing. Did y'all even know Canelo had a press conference? Did y'all even know that?
Hold on, fam. Hold on. We coming to you. We got to get 5. Then we coming to you. 5. He was next on the show, and then we coming to you. My apologies, fam. Go ahead, 5.
To me, I mean, Canelo might be the highest paid man, but that's due to him getting paydays. I mean, I get it. He can get a big bag no matter who he fight. That's not the face to me. So, right now, it's kind of vacant, in my opinion. I think it's people that's shooting for it, and I think it's kind of vacant right now, in my opinion. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? I think it's up for grabs. It's vacant. It's like one of these vacant titles. Who gonna take this shit? So that's how I look at it right now.
And I'm with that because I think Canelo abdicated his responsibility. Usually, traditionally, the face of boxing has put their stamp on that era. Like, you know, when Oscar De La Hoya was the face of boxing, he had Golden Boy Promotions. When Floyd was the face of boxing, he had that, he had the, money team. He brought in the whole circus fight thing with, MMA, the crossover fights. But Canelo, he's just doing what everybody does, just fighting champions and hoarding belts. That's what fucking Devin Haney's doing. Like, I don't know. He's not rising to the occasion. He's not accepting role and the responsibility that usually the face of boxing has. And so I get the whole it's vacant thing. I definitely can get behind that idea.
Like 3 years ago, I would have said Canelo. 3-4 years ago, I would have said Canelo. But it's like, now.
Yeah, what is he doing? Where's his Canelo promotions? Where's the next generation? Where is it like this is my era? Where's it? We supposed to be in the Canelo era? Like,
he gonna get paid, but he gotta bounce back, bro. Like you gotta redeem them, get the get back. I can't call you you gotta go get your get back. You gotta wash, bro. You gotta wash.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, we can claim Canelo as the face of boxing, him being a drunk and eating tainted meat. So I don't think that's a good representation. And honestly, I'd rather have the little midget merce wearing dude than, the dude who gets drunk and tries to dry hump his daughter. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Tank. As far as the future of the face of boxing, can he claim it right now? No, but, that's...
And damn, I mean, can you say mic drop? Anybody want to reply to that? Any any last words on the face of boxing?
Shit, we got some people right there.
Whoever it is, I
fighting
hope they
for it.
snatch this whole thing from this weak ass era of goddamn promoters and networks and social media like negotiation for fights. Like I need a different era. Like do something. Help the boxing fans.
Well, we're not gonna be able to get rid of social media. You know what I'm saying? That's a big part of.
I'm not saying get rid of it. I'm just saying, like, can we use it to promote a fight instead of just like will they, won't they kind of shit? Like, I don't mind the social media using it to promote it, but like, do we need it for the negotiation part?
Yeah. No, it's been fights made through the social media, so it's like it's cool if they do it on social media, but actually go through with the shit. You see what I'm saying? The difference is don't just talk about it on social media. Have Twitter fingers, actually go to it. That's why I look at it like. If you don't have no intentions of fighting that person at all, don't say shit. Don't even mention their name. Don't even let it come out your mouth. You know what I'm saying? Like us, we as fans and real life supporters that's gonna buy and go to these fights, bro. Don't even say that. Man, if you don't gonna fight them, don't say nothing. That's just how I look at boxing. You know what I'm saying? I'll call out
the will they, won't
Amando. Yeah, like you know what I'm saying? If you want that smoke, then go get it. You know what I'm saying? Don't just be asking for it, then you're not pushing for it. It's a difference. Some people just talk, but they don't make no moves to try to go get it. And that's what a lot of these fighters do in this area. They talk a good game, but they not actually pursuing these fights or trying to go get them. You know what I'm saying? So folks got to get out the pot, really. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all it comes down to. Like it's a toss up. Face of boxing. If they want to do two, it could be Bud, it could be EJ, it could be Tank. It's just all about who really gonna take it. Depending on who they fight over the next few fights is gonna determine the face, in my opinion. So I like that left on that.
Yeah, that's a good point. G5, but at the end of the day, until someone start generating more revenue than Canelo, that cheat, that drug cheat, that Ducker, you know, that Mr. Franchise, French fry belt, Mr. I can do what I want to do. I don't want to fight Mexicans no more, blah, blah, blah. That little cinnamon motherfucker still bring in the top dollars. And those top dollars are dwindling because, like I said a little minute ago, after Ryder, if he keep up with this same little European white boy tour, he can forget about that face of boxing talk. Cause like you said, Tank, hey, he knock out Ryan, he get Dev or Secure next. Hey man, Tank, hey, Purse or not, you know, I'm Tank all day. I'm not Purse all day. I'm not Hot Pink all day. But hey, Canelo, the clock is ticking. I just leave it at that. The clock surely is ticking on Canelo, man.
Right. Don't let Tank and Ryan sell at least 500,000 pay-per-views. Because when last time Canelo sold 500K, other than with Caleb Flint.
The problem with Tank is the expectations for Tank. I think, if he get Ryan or Dev or Shakur, he can have his moment. But there's a lot of fucking ass whoopings that he's gonna have to explain. Like, how is he not fighting Regis or fucking or that fucking other killer Subriel? Like, you can't just hang out there. Like, I mean, Keyshawn Davis, I guess you gotta get Trey Martin.
He gonna have to go to 40.
They fight in another weight class. That's easy, Smoke.
Yeah, that's easy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like this what I want people to understand. This why I say it's vacant, because Ryan didn't even go after the vacant titles at 140. The IBF and the WBA was vacant. He could have went for one of them. He wants to go for Tank Davis because he wants more fame. He wants a bag. Whether you win or lose against Tank, his name is going to get bigger. If the man don't get knocked out, they going to send his stardom through the roof, just like they did Pitbull Cruz. If he survives the last 12 rounds with Tank, oh, man, bro, they're going to have to get this man head out the clouds, bro. So either way it go, he finally, you know what I'm saying, just said, fuck it. I'm going to get paid and I'm going to benefit regardless. The person that got the most to lose in this fight is Tank. Expectations high. But if he don't knock him out, Ryan gets kudos. If he knocks Ryan out, that's what they expected. Ryan gets kudos. Tank, they gonna say, tell Tank, oh, that's what you was supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? So he doing it because people keep hyping this dude up. Like he want to knock these hype jobs off. I'm cool with that. That's why I want Loma to go ahead and look, take this L real quick, and then that's the last of the two hype jobs at between 140 and 35. Now what? You know what I'm saying? Like, man, it's just nah, bro. I don't see it. That's why I'm just like, y'all gotta explain that.
People saying that Brian had a Regis fight on the table at 140. I've heard that, but nothing concrete. Like,
Right, like I don't think he want to go near nobody that's bigger than Tank that could punch as well and trying to inflict nothing but punishment. Ryan not finna get nowhere near Regis. And shit, if Regis was a draw like Tank, maybe, but nah. I don't think he going nowhere near progress. Shit, he hopping here with Tank. He actually think he smile. I'm gonna be able to book, man. You about to find out your chin in the air. If he catch you with a tiger uppercut, your ass is dead, bruh. And they gonna be out. Chin already in the air. And I'm like, just wait. I can't wait for the step of this ring. But it just showed his star power though. Like you pass up open belts. I mean, like you could have went and fought. You could have been in the place of Broly fighting Alberto Puello. But you want to fight Tank. So it shows that Tank, whether they want to like it or hate it, who he fighting, people love this dude, bro. You know what I'm saying? They love that dude. He's an exciting fighter. And people like to come and see him fight. So shit, I gotta get a respect to him. They say he'll wear a purse, a merce, but shit, he gonna KO a nigga and leave him in a hearse. You see what I'm saying? So it don't even matter. I ain't a fan of the merce wearing shit, but hey, I ain't here for the merce. I'm here to watch him put on a performance. So, it's up for grabs. I mean, people love to come out and see EJ. I'd have been to the last two fights for sure. They show up. I live in Dallas. They show up. Heavy. Don't let the reports of them numbers with the media be saying, man, they come out heavy to see Errol Spence fight. And then it really don't matter who it is. They like to come and see the man fight. So if he want to claim that this spot as the face, shit, he got an opportunity. Shit, that's why I say it's vacant in my opinion. I ain't gonna hog it up time space though. It's vacant in my opinion.
All right. I ain't mad at it. We're gonna move forward because we got a couple more fights we got to talk about. And here, Five, you made a couple great points right there. I ain't gonna hold you, but I did want to move forward. I wanted to get to from what we're hearing right now. That's the first thing. We hear that Monster Inoue, right? That he's been injured, quote unquote, injured. And that him and the Stephen Cool Boy Fulton fight has been pushed back to the summer. I don't know if they gave a date for that yet, but we want to go to Smoke first. Smoke, what do you, just that fight in general, break it down. Who wins that fight and why?
I think Cool Boy Steph wins the fight. Just because, right? Mostly because of the inside fighting and him able to fight different kind of styles. Hold up a second. Let me take you off my Bluetooth. Hold up. Speaker. Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello? We can hear you.
Yeah, you good? All right, cool. Yeah, cool. Yeah. I think he's good. I think it's gonna be an inside fight, but I think that Monster might be a little bit better from range, but I don't know about his reach and all that shit. I think he might be too small to win the fight, like trying to outbox Cool Boy. I think Cool Boy can switch it up. I think he knows how to make Monster Smothers work and make it into an inside kind of dirty fight. And I think that's what we're gonna see because that's the easiest fight for Cool Boy to win. But I do give Monster a good chance because I don't know. Steph just seems like to be full of himself a little bit. I think he can be. I think he might like get hit with some hot like bullshitting. He's got to make sure he doesn't do that. Like don't get caught out there like goddamn Tyson Fury. Playing around, playing around and wind up getting his dick knocked in the dirt. But yeah, I got Cool Boy Steph on points. But like, how disappointing is that shit? Like, at first it was Charlo and Tim Tszyu, and now this fight.
Right, we done had more people not necessarily pulling out, but getting hurt, and you know, it's interesting when they say, you know, they don't want to disclose the injury, that type of thing.
That's some duck sauce to me.
But my question is this: when Charlo got hurt, niggas was asking for X-rays.
And we need that. Yep.
Well, so what? Ain't nobody. I don't hear nobody calling for nothing.
Where's the outrage, Doug?
Well,
I think he's supposed to got selective outrage.
Selective.
Well, it's also the idea that like you know, they want Monster. They want this fight to be competitive, and for this fight to be competitive, Monster's hands have to be fucking working, right? Because the only way he's gonna win this fight is by knockout.
Man, I put it like this, and that's true. Hey, that's true. But at the same time, my bad. No, I was gonna say that's
real quick. We don't disagree. Just show proof like you answer everybody else. Go ahead, Five.
Keep the same energy, because Miguel Charlo ain't got to be 100% to knock out to beat Tim Tszyu, right?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think Charlo can outbox him. He's not just he don't just have a puncher's chance against fucking Tim Tszyu the way Monster does. So if this fight has intrigue, I think people just need for Monster's hands to be okay.
But this is the problem. This is the problem, Smoke. I don't disagree with you. I'm not disagreeing. What I'm saying is if you're gonna ask for the X-rays of Charlo hands, right? That was in the doctor wanted the X-ray, right? And so if you can keep the same energy and do the same thing do the same thing for anyway. Where's anybody calling for that? Ain't nobody. They call for it for him, but they're not going to call for it for everybody else. I don't understand.
I don't think there was this huge call for it though. That was the other thing. I think there was more like a YTBC troll kind of shit. Like, it's not like there was this widespread like Charlo's faking it kind of thing.
The media was running with the mainstream media was pushing that. Like, he's faking the injury to Doug. The ESPN, all these motherfuckers, the mainstream. That's what I'm talking about. They was trying to push narratives that Charlo was trying to duck Tim Tszyu. Yeah, they was. They workers, they writers, they beat writers. Yeah, they was pushing all them narratives. Yeah, but Charlo, well, we need proof if your hand is hurt. But ain't nobody gonna say, anyway, Monster, what injury did you sustain?
Hey, real quick,
like, you don't hear no outrage in no form.
Hold on, Smoke, real quick. Shout out to my brother. Let's talk about it, man. We rock on a different panel, but shout out to my brother, man. Hey, you always free to come through, brother. You know what it is. It's always love. Appreciate you coming through. Go ahead, Smoke. My apologies for cutting you off.
Yeah, the other thing is, while we as like boxing, I especially call it boxing nerds or boxing hipsters, but like hardcore diehards that pay attention to bantamweights and super bantams, know the difference of all that shit. That's not a very high percentage of people. Like, this is really rarefied air to even know who fucking Monster. Nobody gives a shit about Monster for real, outside of like Japanese people and people who can't get enough of boxing. Like, Charlo I think, has a bigger name and more cachet than Monster. It just doesn't seem that way.
But
right?
I just don't understand. So what you're saying, Smoke, is because Charlo has the bigger name, they're gonna call for these type of things?
Well, it's not just that. It's a different kind of. He also has a different kind of background, a different storyline. Like, he is saddled at this point. His brother's a little bit of an albatross around his neck. Like, the name of Charlo doesn't have the same kind. It doesn't ring out the same way it used to because of what Maul is doing. So it just seems like maybe there's some fugazi shit going on when you say Charlo, even though Mel is putting it down the way Mel is putting it down. But yeah, like Monster is a little bit of a made man. You know, he joined the tournament. He came up from all those weights, even though he maneuvered his way through the 115s. He just seems to have like, but also he just has a whole country that does, you know, like that whole 30 million people watch him fight. I think affords him a little bit of like charitability, whereas like Charlo has to grind that shit out. And just yeah, you know, they just have different paths, really. Like, but at the end of it, I think Charlo, his name is going to be readily on the tips of people's tongues for longer than Monsters. Like, if you're not here for the Monster years, chances are you won't be talking about that shit because he fights at a lower weight class. No one gives a fuck about this weight class.
I understand that. I can understand that, and I can feel where you're coming from. I can definitely feel where you're coming from. And we getting ready to wrap the show. No, well, shit. Well, I'm gonna let y'all cook. I'm getting ready to wrap it myself, but I gotta ask. We gotta make sure we keep the question coming. Smoke. Moving forward, I gotta ask, man. We got fights coming up, right? Well, first off, I want to hear your thoughts on Zurdo Ramirez. He was supposed to be fighting this past weekend. We also had Jojo Diaz fighting this past weekend. Did you see those fights? And
they're not.
Well, I know you didn't. Real quick, I know you didn't see the Zurdo fight because he didn't make. I mean, first off, how do you miss weight by what was 12, 13 pounds? How do you miss weight?
Man,
hey, that's by not giving a fuck. That's the only way you can do that. Like.
And then the brother comes out and says, "I was trying to make weight up into the." Ain't no way you was trying to 12 pounds.
Well, why are you? Then why are you fighting at light heavyweight? If this is the best you can do.
Zurdo depressed, y'all.
187 on the undercover cop. Like, why is that? What?
Bro, this nigga missed weight by 2 weight classes, bro. 2, not 1, 2. How do you miss?
Hey, he still wallowing in his sorrow from that B-ball loss. So
yeah, that washing.
Yeah.
Got that comfort,
he lost his motivation.
Turning the big pun, huh?
Hey, Bibble beat the mojo out his ass, boy. Like, you a monster. Watch this, y'all. Yeah, Zurdo and them looking confused. Like, damn, I didn't know he was gonna be like this. We know you didn't. We did. We knew what was coming.
Yeah, B-ball really the Mexican monster. He whooping all the Mexicans.
hey, I'm talking about, I'm talking about doing it easy too, boy. I'm talking about making it look easy. I'm like, bro, he can go to the club after the fight. I said, oh man.
You know, like with Mexicans, you know, shout out to them. You gotta love them. They're not really known for light heavyweight. That's not really their division.
All right.
I mean, hey, they there.
So basically, they just small. What you saying? They too small, and if you big,
I mean, traditionally, you don't really find those dudes up there, right? Like you'll find Europeans up there all the fucking day and night.
And
you don't really find fucking you don't really find Mexicans.
And if you're a bit Mexican, respectfully, never mind, man. Let's move forward. Before I say something.
Goddamn. I know you will.
I ain't gonna say no crazy shit tonight.
Hey, listen, if you can make weight, you can make weight. But apparently he can't make weight. But so what are we talking about? Is he gonna be food at cruiserweight? Why not just go to cruiser? Cruiserweight's wide open. There's no killers up there.
Right. He can and he can go up there and he can go up there and trade. Lawrence Okolie, he gonna trade with you. All them niggas up there at cruiser gonna trade with you, bro. They go just bro, he came in and what fight was that? He won the fight. I can't remember who it was. He won the fight, but he came in like 215, fighting at 175. How the hell you come in at 215, bro? I mean, Zurdo big as hell. He probably should be a heavyweight. He gonna be a heavyweight eventually. So, man,
I'm like, he came in where I'm at. I'm like, man, you 190, nigga. That's what I weigh.
Yeah, bro, chill, bro. Like you supposed to be in shape. Like I mean, like get your ass in box, man. 175, bro. Hey, it's a sad situation. Gotta ask. Jay.
Step on the scale. I'm 190. What?
Destroys Zerto. Oh, that's interesting. I like the buddy from over there in Australia, but I don't know. I think that's a good fight. Well, it depends. I don't know, bro. It depends on how Zerto. I don't know how to look at Zerto. I really don't know, because I can't even say the brother name. The Australian brother Jay, he can box. Shout out to God Body, man. Man, wanted to ask, and getting ready to shut it down in a second, but got to ask about another what we would say. Well, I guess we would consider a big fight that is still possibly brewing, right? We saw today. We've been waiting to see who Errol Spence is going to fight. We thought it was going to be Keith Thurman. That fight hadn't been announced yet. And then Errol Spence came out and tweeted today. And he said, sorry for being inactive. And this is me paraphrasing.
Paraphrasing.
I don't know exactly what he said, but he said, sorry for being inactive. But I think y'all...
No, I'm not sorry for being inactive, but it all makes sense in 2 weeks.
Oh, he said he's not sorry for being inactive?
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. Not sorry
But it all makes sense in 2 weeks.
That's one of the most cryptic tweets that we've gotten in a long time.
That means Bud.
Hold on.
That means Bud.
And we coming to you first, Rick. We coming to you first.
Gotcha.
As the neighborhood Bud fan, right? Respectfully, of course. And you always welcome over here. We love your opinion. What you said that tweet mean, Bud? Break it down. What did you get out of it?
Man, look, dog. Since Bud been dragging his feet, since Bud been lollygagging, he held up the fight, whatever. Errol still seemed like the dude that's chasing that one girl who just keep playing with it. Bud didn't let Errol play with it a little bit. He didn't send him nude pictures. He done all that stuff them females do, but let you smash. And Errol, for some reason, is still hanging on, dog. By him keeping those belts and not saying fuck it and going up to 154, by it not being a Keith Thurman announcement this whole time, that tweet to me hopefully mean him and Bud is next. And they don't want to announce it and, upstage these Tank and Ryan, David and Caleb. Hey, I tell Fanon, I tell whoever, I'm keeping hope alive, dog. It's still a small % chance of Bud and Errol happening, and Errol holding on to that belt. And that tweet to me, possibly saying, hey, that's the surprise that they gonna reveal in 2 weeks.
Smoke, go ahead. Smoke, then we coming to you 5. All right, 5, go ahead. We'll come back to you, Smoke. Come back to you. Go ahead, 5.
Yeah. To me, I mean, when he didn't go up to 54, and when he kept like pushing back, like man, I ain't really trying to fight Keith Thurman, but they really trying to force it. You know what I'm saying? He don't want to lose his belt. So it's like, look, I'm going to either fight Keith Thurman or I'm going to fight who else? Bud. That's the only other way I see you really waiting and delaying even that, because you still got faith, because he want to be undisputed, y'all. EJ want to be undisputed bad as hell. Like, even if he just like, look, man, get a nigga 50-50. Go ahead and give him a guaranteed first 10 million. Just get him to put his name on the contract. You feel me? Let's just get this fight. You know what I'm saying? Now think that's where he done got to. It's like, could be Bud kind of just purposely drag it out till you gonna make him force his hand. Like, look, if you want this fight that bad, you gonna go ahead and give me that 50-50. You know what I'm saying? And if we can get it, man, after like a Tank and Ryan happen, and say it turned out well, and then we got Shoe and a lot of the young fighters coming up in a couple weeks. You know what I'm saying? So if we after we get some good boxing, then in the summertime, just bang with a Spence and Bud like 4th of July, some weekend or some shit like that, or Juneteenth or something like that weekend, that shit'll be live. So I hope so, man. I'm just ready to see my boy EJ back in the ring. You feel me? So that's what I'm ready to see. I got to see him beat up Danny, beat up Ugas. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just ready to see what the next fight gonna be, and what I'm saying, what's gonna play out. But he got something. They working on something. I don't know what, but something being worked on. I'm just ready to see what they talking about.
Smoke, man. Hey, real quick, let's talk about it. Said Bud did not hold up the fight. EJ promoter. Shout out to my brother. Let's talk about it. If you want to talk about it, the panel is open. Let's talk about it. Damn, Smoke dropped out. We was gonna go back to Smoke, but I'm gonna tell you, I don't believe the fight happening. I still don't believe the shit happening.
I don't either.
I ain't crazy enough. I don't believe that. Respectfully, damn EJ, damn Bud, fuck them both. Hey, yeah, it'd be nice to see EJ back in the ring. It's about to be a year in April. I don't know what y'all want from me. And not saying y'all, saying boxing guys, the fighter. I don't know what y'all want from me. Y'all can keep throwing these cryptic. Y'all can do all of that. Y'all can do all of it.
Mm-hmm.
The fight ain't happening until and once again, y'all. I gotta be honest. Rick Tams gave a great analogy earlier today, right? You ever had a friend who he involved with a girl and you're like, bro, she doing you wrong, bro. She doing you wrong, bro. It is what it is. Doing you wrong. You need to let the bitch go, bro. You need to let her go. And at the end of the day, he'll rather fight you than he would break up with her, right? That's how I look at all of this right here.
Right side.
Hold on. I just want to say this point right here. This is my last point. And damn it, every time I done seen that situation and called it out to my people, I ain't been lying. I ain't been wrong. And damn it, this is what I see going on now until that motherfucking fight happens. And get what? I promise y'all this. I would get on here. I'm going to be like, y'all know what? I was wrong. I seen it the wrong. I'm going to tell y'all all. I get on here and do put whatever y'all want. Should I, Rick, G5, let y'all host the show? Fuck it. The fight ain't happening. The fight ain't
Look,
happening.
the fight is happening, right side. Look, man. I'm pretty optimistic, man. I'm not the pessimist type. And Errol, like I say, see, Bud let Errol pull them panties to the side and let him play with it a little bit, man. And look, Errol still got
That's what they all do. Regardless if they do that.
Listen,
and this
I
is
know.
the color when I tell
look.
Hold on, because she did that. When I tell my partner, when I'm like, bro, she fucking you over, bro. She fucking you. When I tell her, but because she did that right there, what you just said, because she did that, get what he gonna tell me? No, dog, she love me, dog. She loved me. Oh no, we're gonna be together. All right.
No, she gonna eventually let me smash. And look, Errol haven't washed that sin off his fingers yet, man. See, Errol steady, he still got that little sin. So him, even the tweet before this one, his boys in the hood, making the block tweet, Rick, they should have been announced Keith Thurman, dog.
Rick, you done missed the point.
What I missed?
It ain't get what? Let me break it down for you. When I get you to argue with me in boxing, that's smashing. The question is, cause we gonna argue anyways as a couple. Are we gonna get married? Are we gonna make it happen? Damn smashing. Are we gonna get, because you can't marry.
Smash is marriage in this context. That's the same thing.
No, this is the problem. This is the problem right here. Smashing was November 19th is gonna be the date.
No, smash is when they get in the ring. Marriage is when they get in the ring.
No. This is. Let me tell you why. I'm gonna give you perfect prime examples. Smashing is giving me dates. Smashing is saying it's gonna be November. It's gonna be November 19th.
No, that's playing with it. That's letting you pull his panties to the side in November 19th. Once you hit the home run right side, that's when they get in that ring.
When you really looking for something special, what's the major payday to that special? Is it smashing or marrying?
It depends on which female it is.
Let me what's more? Let me rephrase the question. What's more special, smashing or marrying?
Of course, super commitment. Of course.
And that's what this is what we're talking about right now. The super commitment in the sport of boxing. The biggest fight at the Glamour division. This is a wedding. This is a $50,000 wedding. All the bells and whistles. All of them. Right? This is what this is. This is what we're talking about. And so all I'm saying is that we gotta put this at the up. We put this at the upper echelon. Now, Errol Spence fight Ugas. Okay, you can go catch your little side. This is the goal.
And Earl won't let it go.
He trying, but guess what? As long as she keeps standing you up at the altar, but she lets you pull your pants, and you can pull them panties to the side for us. Exactly. And look at it.
Right. I agree, dog. Until they leave
you on. You get
until Earl gets sick and tired of being sick and tired, until he say, fuck these belts, I'm going up to 154, then I let it go. Otherwise, it's still a small percent chance.
And get what I'm saying. I'm on the opposite side saying that, bruh, she fucking you over, bruh. She fucking you over.
I agree.
She fucking you over, bruh. Look, you gonna get to the altar and then you gonna be walking back with a tear in your eye because she done walk.
Same thing with Ryan and Tate.
Instead of saying I do, she done said I don't on your ass. That wasn't gonna happen.
Listen, I never thought we was gonna get Ryan and Tate right side.
Let me ask you.
How many times Ryan pulled out? Ryan pulled out a Tank fight twice. Now they finally gonna do it.
Ryan ain't never pulled out the Tank fight.
Man, Ryan went on Mike Tyson show and called Tank live and said we gonna do it and back the fuck out.
He didn't back out. He just Oscar De La Hoya.
No.
Hold on. This is the thing that people don't talk about. If you really go look at what happened, and I talked to anyway, it don't matter. If you look at who made this fight, it wasn't Oscar De La Hoya.
It was Ryan.
It was Ryan Garcia lawyers. His lawyers were the ones in negotiation. So the holdup in that situation, that's like saying this, that your mama is the one stopping you from getting married, right? No, we ain't gonna have this. That was Oscar De La Hoya. And so what he had to do, he had to go talk to his father, and his father made a deal with the other father over there and said, we can get this together. And so all I'm saying is that at the end, man, if these individuals, when they're doing business, until you tell me that, until I see the paperwork and these niggas in the ring, they can have a press conference. I still wouldn't believe the shit would happen. I'm telling you the truth. I wouldn't believe
it's happening, man. I'm keeping hope alive. Earl not completely letting it go. I'm not gonna completely let it go.
Hey, you know what's so crazy, Rick? You rock with Bud, but you talking about if Earl ain't letting it go, I ain't letting it go. You ain't even talking about if Bud though.
Hey, it ain't. Bud. Hey, to me, Bud the one that drug his feet. I feel like Bud is the reason it didn't happen. You know, you can throw in Al Heyman, you can throw in Earl. Hey, man, I really don't care. All I know is it's still a small percent chance of happening because Earl is displaying that. He clearly is displaying he wants that last belt. And yeah, Terrence Crawford, lollygagging, Terrence Crawford, took me to the altar and didn't show up. Hey, but for some reason, he's still hanging in there. He got that belief that Terrence gonna finally say, I do.
And I'm the best friend on the side talking about, brother, you're playing yourself. You're playing yourself.
Right.
You're playing yourself right now. You know what? Hopefully I'm wrong. Five, go ahead, cook on it. Go ahead, Five.
I mean, like this. Like I said, the man, I had a chance while running track to meet EJ. You know what I'm saying? And this was before he even blew up. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, homie, different. I'm getting my track bag. I'm coming to run to the track. I think he got dropped off. This nigga ran to the track. You know what I'm saying? Warmed up, ran about 4 miles. I'm like, all right, somebody gonna come pick this nigga up. This nigga ran back to the crib. I was like, oh yeah, he gonna be a little something. He getting a little bit different. I'm like, bro, you just ran 4 miles, worked out, you running back to the crib. I was like, yeah, he wants something. So I mean, like, he want that undisputed bag. Like, whether they got delayed. I always told myself, I was like, even in my own content on my channel, I'm like, he want that bad. If he want it bad, they gonna keep trying to poke and pride that fight because EJ want it. Now, do I believe it? If it's fully gonna happen, I don't. But I got this gut feeling possibly could, because maybe he could feel like, damn, Ryan Garcia finna show me up fighting Tank. So I'm hoping like they'd light a fire in some of these dudes, man, that's, not been so in a hurry to make the fight that we should see. So to me, man, I don't think it's happening, but I still would like to see it. But it's kind of like, I like to see it. But just come on, I need the announcement. I just need to know what's going on. Or it could be Boots. I'm with Let's Talk in the chat. It could be Boots. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna rule that out either. It is easier to make since he is contracted with Showtime. So it could be Boots. So I'll take either one. I like to see Undisputed, but who knows, man?
It's not gonna be Keith.
I don't want to fight Keith at all.
It's not gonna be Keith, because why would he say it all makes sense in a couple of weeks? They would have been announced if it was Keith, because that's who PBC been pushing towards him. So
hold on real quick. Smoke, can you hear me, Smoke? Smoke say he ain't got no sound. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Smoke, come off mute if you can hear me. I'm gonna take you off mute. Let's see if I take him off mute. All right, I can't unmute him because he chose to mute himself. All right, technology stop.
He's like, well, I can't unmute him because he be all right. Well,
You be reading shit out loud. You should be reading. Real quick, man. Shout out to my brother, Mr. Lightning World in the building. Big Money in the building as well, man. Much love to both of y'all. Man, Smoke said that this shit fucking up, man. Respectfully, of course. Man, y'all, the link is in the chat. If y'all want to jump on, feel free. It's pinned to the top. All right, go ahead, man. You know what? I gotta ask this. Boots
what it is.
Conversation, right? What at this current moment in time? What role does Boots play in any of this? Because it don't seem like he's gonna be fighting anybody of consequence. You know, you have at least Virgil and Stanley Onis fighting. It would be nice to see Boots fight. Well, shit, we can't say Conor Benn because he a drug cheat, and nobody don't need to be fighting his ass. Respectfully, of course. Well, no respect. Well, if it was all eggs, then I guess I can, whatever. Barrios it seems like Barrios is fighting Ugas. Is it me or does it only make sense for Boots to be fighting Keith Thurman? Because it doesn't seem like, and I gotta say, Keith Thurman is the one that's been out of everybody. Because he fought the last time he fought was Barrios, and that was last February, right? So Keith Thurman is the one. He the man left out in the rain. He needs to get his ass a fight. What's the problem with Thurman and fighting Boots right now? What would be the problem with that, y'all?
It ain't really one, but he gonna be the man left out in the rain. Boots scheduled a fight, and he just won the regular IBF strap, so that makes him like the mandatory. So he might just go ahead and satisfy that. That's why he can be fighting Boots. He got dropped out of the WBO when he got that IBF regular. So he is like the number one Mando for the IBF strap. So EJ could appease that.
There's no
Keith
reason.
Thurman, if he's gonna stay at 147 and hope to try to get Bud and can't get it, then he gonna do it.
So the WBC is mandated before the IBF is.
Hey.
And so that if he's gonna do that, that means he's gonna have to drop the WBC belt.
Money talks. Money talks.
What money are we talking about that's gonna move?
What? Come on now.
So you saying that the WBC they're not good because a Thurman Spence fight is a bigger fight than Spence Boots? Pay-per-view wise.
Yeah. I mean, and PBC won it, but I mean, we seen stranger things. We done seen sanctioned bodies move around and slide people out the way to allow other things as well.
I agree. I just don't think that they did everything they could. They let Keith Thurman fight Mario Barrios to become the mandatory in the WBC.
And that is some horse shit.
I agree. But for them to do that, that means that they had to have something, and then for the WBC to be the next mandatory order for EJ, there had to be something behind it.
Let me say this, now since Boots has that regular,
right?
That could still be that's gonna overtake the WBC because Boots has a regular belt now.
Okay, that may be true.
You see what I'm saying?
That may be true. Real quick, we got to bring my brother. Oh, I got to see Smoke. Are you back? Smoke, are you back? Take yourself off mute. All right, my brother Smoke, he ain't back. We got the OG in the building, man. Crush, the legend, is in the building. Shout out to my brother Crush. What up, Crush? How you feeling tonight, bro?
Oh yeah, you talking about Vila crypto? My bad.
What's up, Charlo? Bro, what's happening, bro? What's happening, Dub? What's going on? Smoke, what's up? Rick, what's up, bro? G Fizzle, what's happening, broski?
My guy, what it do? Yo, the brother, what is happening? You know me. Hey, roll me up another. We up here having a good old cook over here with old Dubby Dubs. You know what I'm saying?
I finally hear you guys. Fuck, I can hear you
Okay,
again.
Smoke.
Man,
We can
Smoke,
finally hear you, Smoke. We can finally hear you.
Crush. Hey, let me say, Crush. Did you hear some of this earlier?
Yo, bro. No,
You
I
heard some
heard
of this?
some earlier, but then I had to
Nah,
dip off and come
nah,
back.
man.
Don't worry about
Hey,
it. I always play the playback.
hey, call Smoke. His new name. Get this passport.
Get this passport. Yeah, I was listening to his
Yeah,
interview. Yeah.
Let's
Check
get
it
this
out.
passport.
Y'all need to quit. Leave me alone. Stop teasing me.
All right, hold
But
on.
Nah,
real quick,
nah,
man.
that's a good thing, bro. That's a good thing, man. You
Yeah. Nah, I'm good.
Hey, real
All right,
quick.
go ahead, bro.
I'm back, motherfucker. They let me out the motherfucker goddamn YouTube jail. God damn it, I'm back to going live finally. God.
Uh-oh.
Crush,
My
man.
boy
Drop the
back.
link, man, for everybody, man. Drop the link so they know where to go to, bro.
Oh yeah, cause you know I do my little coffee and donut joint in the morning. I did one this morning. I dropped the link, but I'm back, motherfuckers. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Crush, man, what you gotta ask? And Smoke, you as well, both of y'all. We'll go to Crush first, then we'll come to you, Smoke. Crush, man. Right now, we got EJ talking about, and it's a cryptic tweet, something along the lines of he done been or sorry for being inactive, and that hopefully in the next few weeks, you'll see why. What did you take from that from that tweet? Is Bud and EJ next?
All right, well, I'm gonna be honest with you. You know I ain't fucking with that shit yet. I'm not fucking with that shit yet. Everybody know this ain't nothing new. Everybody know I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. I ain't got time for that shit. So until fight night happens, that's when I know they fighting. Until I'm in front of the screen, that's when I know this fight. Other than that, I don't give a fuck about the talks. I'm not following the stories or nothing. I see the notifications and I zip right by it, to be honest, people. I ain't got time for it. Fuck that. We did enough of this shit already. We did enough of this shit. I'm 50 plus. I ain't got time for this bullshit. I'm a grown ass man. I'm a grown ass man over here. I'm trying to get my kids to give me some grandbabies. I'm getting old over here. Nobody ain't got no time for this bullshit with EJ and Bud, this fantasy shit, and any other motherfucking fight. So I don't touch the subject until I see him in the ring. Sorry, but not sorry. So I don't give a fuck about whatever is going on with the interviews and I don't give a fuck. I'll be honest. I don't care if you drop the dopest motherfucking shit on it. I don't give a fuck until I see that shit happen fight night. This is how I gotta be with this shit. So I no disrespect to my man EJ. He always been solid. But since what he's dealing with, I can't deal with nothing, man, until I actually see a motherfucker fight night. That's how it is, man. That's how it is.
Smoke,
I tell you
what, real quick, Smoke, what you got on the Smoke?
Yeah, yeah, this is why Canelo is probably not gonna be the face of boxing for long, right? He's not doing the whole social media like build up. Are they gonna fight? Are they not gonna fight? He doesn't have his finger on the pulse. Like boxing has moved past his model. But yeah, I'm with Yoda. I'm with Crush. I'm also getting ready for like grandbabies. Not that my children are about to pop them out, but that's the mindset I'm in. I'm preparing my life for the grandparent years. Like I don't have time for the will they won't they aspect of building a fight. Make the fucking fight. Stop getting injured in fucking camp. Make your way to the goddamn ring, and then I'm gonna be all for it. But yeah, the build up, I'm over the build up.
A damn shame. Real quick, man. Keith Thurman versus or before we get to Keith Thurman, Mario Barrios versus Ugas. Do y'all like that fight? And then it seems like once again, Keith Thurman should have been the fight that's been announced. It hasn't been announced yet. So who should Keith Thurman fight next? I think he should fight Boots. Man, passing it around the panel this time, man. We're gonna start with Smoke. We're going to Crush, Rick, and then 5.
Oh shit. Yeah, you need that Ugas work. Let's knock this whole shit off. Like that. We need a crossroads fight. See what the fuck is going on. Because I don't want to see that shit for a vacant later on, and I don't want to see that thing babysat. So let one of these guys get knocked off early.
So you saying you want to see Ugas versus Thurman?
Yep, that's what I want to see. That's where I think both of those guys are at in their career. I don't think much of Thurman, and I don't think much of Ugas. Let one of those guys knock each other off. I don't think like it would be cool if we got some Virgil versus Thurman to see like really what's up, or even a Virgil versus Ugas to see what was up. But we getting Stanionis, so we're not gonna know what's up. So.
But we getting Barrio versus Ugas.
Yeah. You asked me what I want, not what you got. You asked me what I want, not what do we have.
Oh man.
Crush, go ahead, man.
Hey,
I fuck with Smoke. Hey, Smoke say,
yeah. Get the fuck out of here.
All right, man. Ugas and Barrios.
Now you said, who did you want to see Thurman fight next?
No, it was dual. It was 2 questions. It was Ugas versus Barrios and who should Thurman fight next. And I said that Thurman should fight. I thought Thurman should.
Yeah, I missed the Ugas versus Barrios question. So yeah, I skipped right over that. Yeah, it's all you, Crush. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. I'm not up for Ugas versus Barrios. No disrespect towards either one of those guys, but I agree with that would be a good match because that's where they at in their careers. I kind of get that, but I think Barrios still got a little more left than prior. Ugas got a little more left than Barrios. He'll probably be able to do a little more. I mean, with all the shit that's going on, it's an okay fight. But I'd rather see Thurman get in the ring with me so I can just knock the shit out this motherfucking cream volley, motherfucking puff ass dude. But honestly, Thurman need to get in there. I'd rather see Thurman and Ugas. Because we know Thurman would not be fighting the likes of a Boots Ennis. He has been very adamant about that shit. Thurman and Ugas is better than Barrios and Thurman. You see what I'm saying? Or Barrios and Ugas. But I'd rather see Ugas and Thurman fight. I think that'd be a good fight. That'd see if somebody deserves another touch. I don't think Keith deserves anything, but if he want to show that he deserves anything, then he got to beat Ugas. And don't think just because what EJ did to Ugas, ladies and gentlemen, for you people way in the back, don't think that anybody else is going to whoop up on Ugas like that. I bet you my fucking bank nobody will ever whoop up on Ugas like that. He fuck around and might whoop on somebody's ass like that. So I'd rather see Ugas and Thurman, man.
Rick, man, what you got on the Rick?
Oh, wow. It's like Ugas versus Barrios is far less enticing than a possible Ugas and Thurman. You know, damn, man, that Ugas versus Thurman is very, very interesting to me. And it's like I'm excited to see how Ugas respond in his first outing, you know, after being, you know, thoroughly dominated like that. You know, he was on a nice, you know, winning run. You know, he possibly got robbed against Sean Porter. So the dude was on a nice little rise and got humbled mightily. So I want to see how he gonna respond to getting in the ring again, because he didn't, you know, he haven't fought since, you know, him and Earl both haven't fought since last April. So he might need to take a Barrios fight, you know, before someone like a Thurman, because Thurman, you know, inactivity and all, he still only have one close loss to an all-time great. So who I like to see Thurman fight next, would be an Ugas or Boots or hell, and even a Bud if we can't get Earl and Bud. But I still give Thurman his flowers, slightly. I like to see him get back in that ring real soon against some real smoke himself. But if it's not a Ugas or a Boots, I'm not interested, man.
5, man, talk to me. Break it down for me.
Well, I mean, Thurman got to do something. He kind of got like springboarded. Nah, his ass got springboarded up the WBC rankings. You feel me? So it's kind of like you fighting the Ugas. I guess that's okay because it's like you fought Barrios to be the number 1, and I'm like, that's a little sketchy. So let him get in there, and I think that'll be an alright fight. Now, Ugas Barrios, I mean, not a bad fight, but Barrios might fuck around and find out that Ugas got some shit to unleash because he gonna let out some anger from getting his ass whooped and having a fucked up eye. You know what I'm saying? So he finally get loose again. So I mean, it ain't bad. I mean, shit's better than some of these other fights that people gonna put together. Shit, we want to be technical about it. So I mean, are they the best fights? Or are they the fights that we looking for? But hey, they are decent fights that can be put on a card to make a better card. So I mean, beggars can be choosers. Shit, we want fights. I mean, they ain't no bad opponents. So
I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad. All right. I want to have a laugh real quick. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to ask the panel. I believe I put this out earlier. I just want to hear y'all opinion on Ryan. I want y'all opinion. Ryan Garcia, Tank Davis, that fight is coming up. It seems like Ryan has started complaining and crying about the rehydration clause. He came out and said that in the contract. Hold on. I got my phone back now. Hold on. I want to make sure I read this verbatim, so I'm not capping. That's why I shut the question down early because I did. Here we go. Ryan, and this is from Rap House TV. So I don't know. Maybe they're lying. Maybe they're lying. Ryan Garcia says Javante put in the contract that he can only drink water and eat for 3 days out the week for Tank's comfortability.
Fucking idiot.
Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Now. Hold on. All right. Hold on.
Oh Jesus.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of myself.
Hold on. Yeah,
I'm going on mute.
Wait a minute. Okay. 5, we coming to you first on this topic now. We coming to 5. We're going to reverse it like we did last time. We're going 5, Rick, Yoda, and then Smoke, okay? Ryan Garcia says Javante put in the contract that he can only drink water and eat 3 days out the week for Tank's comfortability. The question is do you believe this? And why do people lie like they lie in the sport of boxing? Go ahead. and such ridiculous lies. 5, do you believe this?
Is the sky red?
I've seen red skies.
Oh,
God damn it! Skies more likely to be red.
God damn, Smoke.
Look.
This nigga here.
Like, come on, man. You know what the fuck all right.
Damn.
Now you better be ready. You better be the
man. Look,
ready to defend that you agree with this. You better be ready to defend it if you go sky red.
I mean, never in the history of niggerdom, boxing, a whole lot of other stuff. The man telling you what you can do to make weight and when you can eat. If you believe that, I got an oceanfront property on the islands waiting with your name with the keys in the door waiting on you. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, he just talked. That's what I said. This dude here, I can't, dog. I can't take this dude. Like, it's shit that he do this right here. Like, it's cool you got the fight and all that. You can say about the rehydration clause. But it's dumb shit like this that make people be like, bruh. See, this is why we don't take your ass serious. Because you'll say some just blasphemous shit like this right here. Well, Tank said I only could drink water and eat at this certain time. Well, if you do that, you are an idiot.
What are we talking about?
Oh man, and people gonna eat it up. Oh my god. And they be calling them Javonta. Everyone did that. Javonta did that. Like, man, get out of here. Don't nobody believe that, bro. So, man, this type of stuff, that's what you little smart dumb nigga. You're a smart dumb nigga. You just don't know what to say sometimes. He just talking at the side of his neck. He want all attention. He's still trying to sell his fight.
Man, I mean, my God.
Bruh.
My God.
Somebody, man, who is PR? Take his Twitter. Take his Twitter, bro. Take his TikTok, all that. Then y'all see him the other day. It's so hard to cut weight. Look at me. I'm so sad. I have to cut weight. I have to cut all this weight. Man, shut up. You signed the contract. Stop crying.
Hey, real quick, we're going to my brother Rick next. Ryan Garcia, the way he talking, respectfully, he gonna be in one of the African commercials. Do you want to support a child for the way he talking about he having to cut weight? He gonna be all the way broken down.
You're not flies in the eyelid. Like, what the fuck?
God damn.
That's how he talking.
For 23 cents a day.
Rick, man, go ahead. Rick, get your bars off, brother.
Hey, man. Ryan is just trying to generate sympathy and just keeping it on the cusp of, if I get my ass whooped, this is why. These are the reasons why. You know, Ryan is illustrating that new hire at a physically demanding job. You know, you sat down at the job interview. You yes and okay to every question. Yes, I'm in great shape. Are you okay with repetitively bending over? You know, lifting 50-pound objects. You know, staying on your feet for long stretches of time. You know, sometimes you have to work overtime. It's forced. Yes. And then when they get on the job and they finally experience it, they're like, damn, man, my feet hurt. My back hurt. I can't call in. And, hey, man, at the end of the day, you signed up for it. Put up or shut up. I don't feel sorry for you. I'm a Tank guy. I don't agree with all the stipulations, but hey, Ryan, you signed on the dotted line.
Facts. I agree. Hey, man, we're going to my brother Crush, man. Yoda, talk to me. We knew he was coming.
This is the PSA. Don't make me laugh. Listen, man. On a serious note, it's disgusting. He's disgusting people. This is the reason why I don't like this kid. I don't like nothing about Ryan Garcia. I don't like that type of energy. That's the type of person I am. All these fucking excuses. First of all, he don't deserve this fight. He don't deserve this fight. Let's keep it real. He don't deserve this fucking fight. Then he going around, y'all didn't want this fight. Of course, nigga. Of course they didn't want the fucking fight. Not because Tank can't knock you the fuck out, because pussy, you don't deserve it. He hasn't done shit yet. Nobody still never answered my question. It won't get answered. When did this motherfucker become a contender? No one is going to answer that. No one on YouTube, none of my great minds of boxing. They can't do it. There's nothing wrong with it because the correct answer is you can't answer the fucking question. He just got here by selling himself. From his social media shit. Far as Tank with the stipulations, I don't have nothing to say about that. I don't think he's going overboard, whatever. Fuck Ryan Garcia. This what you get when you keep running around chasing at the people. We just talked about this last week. Why is anybody having sympathy for this fucking joker? I just want to see Tank get this dude out of boxing. That's the only reason why I'm watching this fight. He coming up with all these fucking excuses. Yeah, pussy, because you wanted to throw some Juice Crew shit in there. That's why. Don't forget he came from the Juice Crew. Y'all think he cleaned himself up, or y'all just think he went cold turkey? Everybody on this panel in the chat think Ryan Garcia went cold turkey, and everything about his motherfucking weight is straighter than a motherfucking hard dick. Not. That's why he's complaining. Oh man, this, that with this weight, this, that. Pussy, you wanted this fight. Oh, I forgot. You're notoriously known for wanting to have the size advantage over everybody, but people don't see that because they don't like Tank Davis. Well, I'm gonna say this before I pass the motherfucking microphone. Same thing. We learned this in boxing. With so much hate-ass energies towards one motherfucker, you giving that motherfucker the energy not to lose. Tank is the most hated dude, and Tank gonna wind up fucking your favorite fighter the fuck up. I'm done.
Hey,
done.
Hey, now you know, Crush come in smoking that shit. Hey, man, at you, man. Hey, man, listen, Smoke, man, you heard what everybody had to say, right? We're going to give it to you. Same question. Is Ryan Garcia cat? Is he complaining too damn much? Talk to me, man. What's going on?
Yeah, so this is you guys are seeing maybe parts of my life and parts of my psyche that you might not have experienced before. But people know I'm a California guy. I'm 10 toes down for Cali boxing. I made a pretty penny out of Ryan Garcia's armpit of California, part of the world, Victorville. It's a very little known part of the patch of desert. Nobody fucking in California goes there, but yeah, I've chewed that fucking dust. I scraped out a couple of, small fortune, not nothing to see, not nothing to write home about, but whatever. It fed the kids. It kept clothes on their backs and all that shit. All that being said, man, Crush alluded to what my thoughts are, but didn't really put the stamp on it. And it is this. When you say belts don't matter, don't hit me with all the fucking clauses and contracts and all the twists and turns, because now you're in a fucking B-side position because belts don't matter. This is what you signed up for. This is the bed you made. Now you got to fucking lie in it. But there's another thing that's happening with Ryan Garcia, and that is his constant appeal to how hard it is for him to be a fucking boxer because he has all these options in life outside of boxing. As a boxing fan, I don't give a fuck. As a guy who just likes to see a dude succeed and hustle, yeah, I get it, and I respect the fact that part of his hustle is getting punched in the head for a living. So I can't necessarily knock the hustle, but this whole I want to eat my cake and have it too thing. Yeah, if you want to be an adult, then you're gonna have to handle the consequences of your decisions. Since you said belts don't matter, guess what else don't matter? All these goddamn stipulations and contracts that you have to fucking deal with guys that have belts and have championship fights. That's the long and the short of it. But the other part of it is the for real part of it is who is going to fucking be enforcing this shit and what's the penalty? Who's going to be walking around looking for that fourth sip of water? And like, did he have 5 strawberries instead of 6? And then what's that gonna cost him? Like, what are the consequences of this shit? Like, how is this? This is the most ridiculous fucking thing. But whatever. If people want to get into the nuances of it and minutia, cool. What I'm saying to you is, if you don't want to fucking whine about this shit, why don't you join the history and the tradition of fucking the sport and get a goddamn belt? And then you don't have to deal with this shit.
Smoke just made the perfect. Here we go, right here. Smoke just made the perfect point for why belts matter in the sport of boxing. He just made that point, and I can't disagree. I can't disagree with anything he just said. Does anybody have a rebuttal for it? We'll open it up. Anybody, man, it's on y'all. Any rebuttal to what Smoke just said?
No rebuttal on that. Ain't no rebuttal on that. We all agree with that shit.
Okay,
Man,
so
fuck this dude, man. Fuck this motherfucker. This old, I don't know what I don't like dude. I don't like him. People, America, world, I don't like him. I don't like him. He's a piece of shit. I don't like cowards. I don't like people that move like that, bro. He's a piece of shit. And he's having a meltdown, ladies and gentlemen. He's having a meltdown. He's sitting here like, oh my gosh, it's really true. Oh, look, he's looking in the mirror every other 5 minutes. Mirror on the wall. I know my beautiful looks is about to fall. This nigga is nervous. He's nervous, people. That's right.
Hold on, Chris. I gotta ask you. What percentage does he have to win the fight?
You asking Crush that shit? There's my answer, Dub. I just laugh. I can't give you one. All that how we do 50-50, 70-30. Ain't none of that shit. He get knocked the fuck out. He get knocked the fuck out, man. Listen, I'm telling y'all people, they planning to do Ryan dirty. Ryan gonna get treated like a motherfucker, man. He gonna get treated bad, bro. He got 100% chance of going out on his ass bag. That's all he got, bro. That's all he got. He gonna get hurt, man. He gonna get hurt and he gonna get schooled. That's the crazy part about it. Let's not forget, it's a thinking man's game first. And that little short, old, light-skinned, tatted up little demon can think. Besides punch, he can think. He already in his Joker's head. Boxing is a thinking game. Huh? All he used to get in motherfuckers' heads. Tyson getting motherfuckers' heads, stomp their hearts out before they get in the ring. He already in this dude head. And this dude boxing IQ ain't shit, bro. He has a shitty boxing. Oh, I can't wait for this shit. Oh, I can't wait. He gonna have that boy looking scary, confused, and everything else at the same time, man. He gonna come out there and all that with that fast shit. You know how when girls fight, back in the day when girls used to get into fights, y'all, they like to do the windmill shit because they reflexes. So they want to get that shit all speed bag style before the other chick. That's how this little nigga gonna be. He gonna run to a man. This boy. But
the other thing he's doing is giving himself cover to come in over 136 and over 146 and just pay the fine. That's what he's doing. Like, that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that preparing the way for him to come in whatever weight he feels comfortable at, so he can give himself the best chance of winning, and bitching about how that's going to sock it to his pocket.
I said the exact same thing.
I agree.
This is my question right here, though. Smoke, coming to you first this time, Smoke. We're gonna send it back around the block as always. If Ryan Garcia comes in and, in my opinion, like I said, he's making an excuse for why he's gonna miss weight. I still think even if he miss weight, he lose, right? But if Ryan Garcia comes in, misses weight, right, and stops Tank Davis, I'm not gonna say he does that. Is that even a possibility? Does he have that chance to miss weight, come in a little stronger, a little bigger, pay that fine? And the other question is because Tank is the one put the stipulation on, we just seen Rosario, even though with Zerto was 12 pounds over. That's just extreme. 12 fucking pounds that's just extreme. So I'm saying Ryan comes over 4 pounds. He comes in at 140. He rehydrates up to 150, right? Does Tank still fight him?
Yep.
Yeah, no, Tank got no choice. Tank, he doesn't it's not that he has no choice. It's not like, people putting a gun to his head, but it's going to look real bad on Tank. And this is what he's trying to do, like right now, is making sure he puts as much pressure on Tank to take the fight, regardless of his weight class, regardless of these weight stipulations. Nobody likes him. And Ryan is just pouring, he's just making sure, just every goddamn day, talking about how unfair it is, how onerous all these fucking stipulations are. Nobody cares about these stipulations, and they just want to see a fight. So whoever fucking pulls out because of fucking weight is going to look like a bitch, period.
Go ahead, Chris.
I heard something about the stipulations. Now the stipulations are not directly coming from Tank Davis, from what I heard for a little bit that I looked at. That's Ellaby and them. So
they're coming from the team.
I don't want to say Tank, so I'm gonna say them. They giving Ryan hell.
Nope.
I'm with that all the way up until Tank said the training wheels are off. This is my career. Fuck them guys. All this stuff. I get it, but Tank seemed awfully one of the biggest sound bites out of this press conference was Tank gloating over the fact that he was exercising his A-side thing and putting his weight stipulations in. That's why he's gonna look crazy.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
Well.
He's out there, he was out there. Why wouldn't I be? This dude was crip walking all over the fucking thing. Yeah, this is my coming out party. Yeah, you a B-side dude, you bitch. I tell you when to eat, how to eat, what weight you gonna come in. Tank's, and he's basking in all that shit. So, you can't just then throw it on the nostrils. That Leonard Ellerby, we're gonna call him the beard from now on. You can't, we gonna call him Grady, the gray beard.
Hold on,
we can't just throw it all on Ellaby with that. This is Tank took too much onus about his own career and his own. He seemed giddy about the fact that these fucking stipulations were in place. So it ain't on anybody but fucking Tank.
Right, I get you. I get you, Smoke. But you know what? In this situation, is funny, man. This is what this boy get. Regardless of how we feel about it, no matter if we want to same side of Tank, not just what the fuck he get. I'm not shitting on Tank and whoever else that mastermind. I ain't shitting on fucking Tank about this shit. This what this little motherfucker deserve. People, come on, let's stop this shit. This motherfucker deserve what the way that Tank and them is treating him. He deserves it, people. He deserves to get treated like this. We talk about Ryan Garcia. Why we having sympathy for this motherfucker? I wouldn't give a fuck who was doing this against Ryan Garcia. It could be Devin Haney. It could be fucking Ghostbusters. It could be motherfucker goddamn TMZ. I don't care. This dude deserves this shit. He deserves it. Real quick, and for the rest of these young guys in boxing, don't move like this, motherfucker. It's not gonna work for y'all. Don't move. Go fight some fight. Fight some good ass prospects. Fight the fights that you need to fight to get your name noticed. Cause this boy done hot skipped and jumped over a whole bunch of shit to get a money fight and thinking that his stardom's gonna turn up after that. Fuck all that whole shit. Don't be no hoe. This is how hoes get treated. I told y'all last week. He was a hoe about this whole situation. You don't chase hoes. Hoes chase you. And when a hoe is pursuing you, you gonna put the pimp game down on this hoe that you didn't even want to be bothered with. Sorry, I don't feel sorry for him. Tank can be the biggest asshole and dickhead right now when it comes to Ryan Garcia. Fuck him and fuck anybody that's on Ryan's side. Respectfully, people. It's not a personal thing, but fuck that dude, man. He deserves all this shit. That's what he get. That's what the fuck he get. Nah. That's what he get.
All right, man. Look, I'm gonna kick it. Smoke. We're going to Rick. We're going to 5. Then we'll come back to Smoke. Rick, go ahead, brother. And let me. I want y'all to understand the question. I don't know if y'all remember the question. I'm gonna throw it out there again. Ryan comes in overweight, right? He says, "Fuck the rehydration clause, blow up." And does he have a chance to stop Tank? You know what I'm saying? If he does that, what percentage you giving him? Crush said none. He laughed at the percentage. Smoke didn't give a direct percentage, but he broke it down.
That's it, 70-30.
Oh,
being generous.
70-30. Yeah, he said 70-30.
Yeah, being generous. Being generous.
Rick, same question, Rick. Same question.
Oh wow. Hey, I actually expect Ryan to say fuck it and come in overweight, because that do better his chance, the small chance that he has. You know, Ryan has the size advantage. You know, he has the reach advantage, but unfortunately he don't utilize him properly. And Tank gonna exploit him, whether he come in at the contracted weight or if he come in overweight. So, you know, just like Smoke and Crush already done explained, you know, quite well. It's not looking good for Ryan. So, you know, that left hook, that chin in the air, that head stand on the straight line. I just feel like Ryan mentally is gonna be overwhelmed in that ring that night. You know, such a spectacle of an event. You know, all the bright lights he claimed he been wanting. He got this little monster across the ring from him. I really feel like he gonna wither, and Tank gonna get him out of there. So he can come in overweight all he want. He gonna pay a hefty fine. He gonna lose money, and he gonna lose his zero. So that's how that go.
Bigger they hard, the harder they fall.
G5, any chance if
Barbados Joe Walcott.
No, I was gonna say 5. If Ryan came in overweight, does he have any chance? Any chance to win? What percentage you give him?
Well, you know me, I like 5s. So
With that weight thing, diminishing returns, right? So like he can only like you want to come in the weight that you feel comfortable in. Not necessarily the more weight that you win that gives you a better chance of winning, but like Ryan Garcia feeling however comfortable he feels at whatever weight that is, however much that costs him, does not alter the 70-30 being generous at all in any way, shape, or form. What he has is a left hook and an open stance. That's his best chance. Now, what he needs to do is work off and make that, like, give himself the best opportunity for his left hook and that open stance to work in his favor, because goddamn Tank's liver gonna be right there for that hook. Like, that's it. That's like, figure out the trap, figure out how it is. It may be in the 6th round. Maybe you got to take a bunch of punishment. Maybe you got to jab and move, whatever the fuck it takes for you to land that shot. You do that thing. But for real, that doesn't give you more than a 30% chance of fucking winning, in my book. It's too goddamn. The window is too goddamn narrow. You talk about a guy that if he's been dropped, I don't remember seeing it. Like maybe he got dropped in a fight that didn't get called one. But I don't think he's ever been officially dropped in Tank.
Are we talking about Tank?
Yeah, we're talking about Tank.
Okay.
Yeah, like a guy who's never had an official drop on his record. Like we're gonna have him getting knocked out. Like here's the thing. Like Tank is susceptible to getting outworked.
Finish your point, Smoke. It's on 5. You cut 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Go ahead. Yeah, but listen, that already got me kicked off the panel before. Like, don't let me learn my lesson.
That was stopping. I was like, finish your point.
Rick,
finish.
Rick, I started bringing me down another go. I'm like, oh, he got. I'm gonna break down me some more weed and shit. Go ahead, Smoke.
I swear, I was in there thinking, I was like, I might have missed 5 saying what he said. Did I miss it?
Ain't nobody listening to you. Be direct traffic. That's my bad. That's my bad, Dub. Go ahead.
Nah. My boy Smoke picked 6 that bit, but it's all good.
Hey, caught that bit running full stride.
It did waterboard that bit. Then he hit the waterboard. He kept running.
to the
He
house.
ran through the
baby,
stadium.
to the house. Nothing but green.
Bruh.
Yeah, nothing but fucking open space in front of me.
I
Go
was
ahead.
thinking, bro. I was like, should I cut him? It might be his turn.
Mm-mm.
Nah.
I was just. I was like, nah. I was like, nah. He was in one of them zones. I'm like, nah, just let him get that shit off. Fuck it,
Hey,
just let him go.
I was like, hold on, he's gonna keep going if I let him keep going. So respect,
Hey,
of course. Go ahead.
it's
Fine.
all good. He got 95 to 5. I'm with Cash Crypto. Yeah, he got a 5% chance, and that's a slim 5%. It's like he do too much shit bad that Tank is gonna be like, oh my God, I'm gonna throw this and see if he react. And Tank gonna throw some stuff over and over to see if he gonna react. As soon as he do, he gonna be like, I'm about to catch his ass with an uppercut now. He about to go to sleep. Because I'm thinking either he gonna get hit with something vicious to the body, or Tank gonna hit him with an uppercut like Santa Cruz. And when his chin slightly tilted in the air, oh my God, he might hurt that man's neck too. You know what I'm saying? With his chin in the air, if Tank connect with an uppercut, bruh, y'all gonna see that man's spirit fly out the arena. It's gonna be gone. Or Kelly gonna start playing I Believe I Can Fly. That boy's gonna be out of there. They thought Rolly was going through the rope. Wait till Tank connect on this man's chin. Bro, Campbell Soup, Luke dropped you, and you had the House of Hawks Baywatch pose. Man, Tank finna put you in a hearse. What? Oh my God.
The Hasselhoff.
That nigga he was laying, Campbell dropped him. He was laying on the mat like, damn, he really hit me. I'm telling y'all, from that moment right there, he knew he fucked up. He was like, you know what? If I ever fight Tank, if he hit me with this, I might not get up. No, there's no erase to Mike. You not getting up. You're not getting up. So they, like I said earlier, they can laugh, ha 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 ha. Tank rocking around with a merce, but when he hits you, he gonna leave you in a hearse. So they better quick. Oh, I'm ready for it. Go ahead. The way you read the clauses, man, put it like this. I don't feel sorry for nobody that agreed and put your name on the dotted line. You signed it. You said, okay, I agree to these terms. Fool, well, shut up. I don't want to hear nothing about nobody that signed their name on the contract. You knew what you was getting yourself into. I don't care if you come in at 165. Tank drop 165 people with headgear on in sparring. Come in at 165. He's still gonna knock you out. It don't even matter. So, like I said, the only chance he got, Jesus himself gonna have to jump out the sky, jump in the Ryan body, and punch that left hook when he punches. That's the only hope he got. Jesus gonna have to take over that man's body, like an exorcism or something. He gonna take over that man's body and punch for him. He not gonna win. And when Tank hit him, y'all watch his punch reaction to him. When Tank hit him, he gonna be like, just watch his facial expression. He gonna be like, God damn, this man hit hard. Yeah, just wait till it connect on his chin. So 95 to 5% chance, man. He not even smart enough to even for that 5%. Like he be you. What is that little ball shit that he be doing? And he be smiling like he on EXO having a schizo attack. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? I'm like, man, what are you doing, bro? You don't even do this in a fight. You don't even weave none of that shit like that. So why are you wasting your time on this little stick ball shit? I don't know what it's called, but that shit irritates me, y'all. Every time I see him doing it, I just want to knock it down.
The suspension bag joint.
Whatever it is, he Ryan Garcia use it all the time. Joe Goosey,
that Cobra ball.
Cobra bag.
The Cobra ball, yeah.
That shit, and it's mounted in the ground with it on the little stick shit, and he be Yeah, he just be just smiling. Yeah, just in it, Joe. You like that? Joe Goose like, yeah, he did. I've never seen anybody do it like him, but he's the best person I see do it. I'm like, what?
Listen, if it wasn't for Joe Goosen, I wouldn't know that there was black people in Iowa. Shout out to Michael Nunn.
Hey, boy, Des Moines, Iowa got a lot of nice black women. You'll be amazed. Des Moines, it's nice.
Hey, look, this is what I'm gonna tell you right here.
I didn't think we was any there even smoke.
Hey, we gotta move to the last question for the night. We got one last question we gotta get to, and then I gotta wrap it up. You know, so I gotta get a little sleep. So, and shout out to Zorda Unboxing, man. Zorda Unboxing Club in the building. Shout out to Zorda coming through, man. Smash the like button when you come through, brother. Respectfully, of course. Listen, to play devil's advocate for Ryan Garcia. I gotta do it. To play devil's advocate. I gotta say these things.
Oh Lord. It's hard.
I watched Ryan Garcia show improvement, right?
Mm-hmm.
In his last fight. In the fight against Fortuna, I watched him attempt. I'm not saying he did it consistent, but I watched him attempt to keep his chin out there. I actually watched him bend his knees, right?
Oh,
I'm just telling you, I did. I watched him utilize his jab much better, the straight right much better. I seen all them things.
Yeah, development.
I saw him improve in his last fight against Fortuna, right? Now, is that I don't know if that's going to be consistent, but I got to give credit where credit is due. And
he has gotten better.
And I say that to say this: if Ryan had what's the best level of Ryan, right? That you think you can see right now? And when I say that, I'm saying, and I know, hey, OG, I already know you. I know what it is, but I'm just saying. Imagine he continues to make improvements.
Mm-hmm.
The question is how much longer does the fight go past Rolly's thing? Like Rolly didn't quite make it to the end of the sixth.
Ryan is a much better fighter than Rolly.
Yeah, but that's not the issue. That's not the issue. But that doesn't right. So in like taking that into consideration, does it go 8?
Man,
look, Ryan.
Let's say he's fixed his like locking his knees issue. He's no longer giraffe guy. Let's say he no longer has pinata chin, where you got to get, you can get that candy because it's like hanging out in the air. Let's say Joe Goosen is like, the second coming. Let's just say Goosen, even Goosen 10. It's the reincarnation of Goosen 10 for G10, and he's able to tuck that chin. Does that give him 2 extra rounds?
Man, he fade after 6 or 7 rounds, bro. His whole fight game. Soon as after 6, his energy just is cut in half. His power is not the same. He don't have the same pop. That is a recipe to get slept, especially with Tank. He has showed development, but Tank is not the development fight. That's not what you. Oh my God!
Yeah, Gabe. And the thing is, if you notice, if you pay close attention, Ryan's last 2 opponents were about prepping for Tank. That to-go fight with the lateral movement and the footwork, and the Fortuna fight, left hand. The problem is, he didn't get the knockout against Fortuna, and Tank has better footwork. And that all that falling into your opponent because you throw your fucking hand too hard, you fall into your guy, and you can't cop the ring.
He did get the knockout against Fortuna. He didn't get.
No, he did not. Fortuna went 12.
No, Fortuna got knocked out.
No, not Fortuna. I meant to go. Yeah, when I talk about the footwork, I meant to go. So that in the to-go fight, like Tank has better footwork than to-go, and if to-go, like literally, if to-go hit like Tank, then we wouldn't be talking about this fight. Because Ryan would have already been fucking knocked out in that fight. But we in the Fortuna fight, we saw that we saw that Ryan is really good as long as you attack that guy in a straight line. But if you use angles at all, Ryan don't know what the fuck is going on. This is in Ryan's defense. Tank would have to register the dumbest fucking the dumbest performance of his whole career, and also just stand there to try and trade with Ryan.
All right, hey, so I want to get to Rick real quick on that question, and then let Crush finish it up, and then I got the last question of the night. Shit, I got two questions. Left. God damn, we're gonna be talking all night boxing. But go ahead, Rick, get your bars off about it. Then we're going to Crush, and then we'll bring it back around.
Hey, what was this?
Say it again.
What was this question?
The improvements of Ryan Garcia. With the improvement he made, does it give him a better chance? Have you seen improvement, anything like that? If he improved even more, would it make that fight, or would it make it? You think of the fight any different?
I just put it this way. Since being with Goosen, I have noticed Ryan have made some type of waves, in a positive direction. It's still gonna be enough to even last in there with Tank. Ryan's heart rate is gonna be going so fast in there. He's not gonna be able to think properly, and he gonna make a grave mistake, and it's gonna be costly. So his improvements, may be better suited for a B class fighter or less, but Tank A1, A+. So whatever improvements he have made, his fan base have, may have feel he have made, it won't be enough to withstand what he about to experience in there with Tank.
Crush.
Yo.
Do you see any improvement?
To be honest with you.
Hey, no, let me ask this, Crush. No, I got a different question for you than everybody else. Watch this. Crush, tell me something good about Ryan Garcia.
Not a damn thing.
You can't
listen, I'm not going to listen, I got you. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and big this dude up on physical attributes because he can't fucking box. They say he can box, but the motherfucker ain't boxing how long? I don't know. We don't know nothing about this dude's skill set. That's all we keep talking about is his damn power and his speed. That's all we can say. We can't say anything else so far as improvement. Matter of fact, how many fights has Goosen been with this motherfucker? What, one fight?
This is his third fight.
Oh, well, yeah, I ain't see much improvement. If Goosen been with him from since the Tago fight and before Tago and Fortuna, no disrespect to y'all, I ain't see much in fucking improvement. To be honest with you, right? What improvement you going to see?
So I'm gonna ask the question again. Can you tell me anything good about Ryan Garcia?
See, you keep on playing with me, Dub.
Okay, let me ask you this: what do you think is left hook? What do you think that left hook?
That's all the fuck he got is a left hook. I got a left hook.
Let's talk about it, but that's the thing. So give him the props to the left hook. Like, what do you think?
Okay. Let's talk about his left hook. I tell y'all want me to say something good about this motherfucker? Okay.
I mean, not just the hitch, not just the hitch in it, not just how it's wide.
Yeah, I ain't saying shit. I'm on mute.
On that one. Listen, the only thing the kid got is this left hook, right? And this left hook ain't a devastating to be talking about like that because it ain't like he put everybody the fuck out with that left hook. 4 motherfuckers survived that left hook. C-level fighters survived this awesome left hook, this Thanos left hook. Right? 4 motherfuckers. C-level fighters survived this motherfucking left hook. And for me to think that left hook, that 4 guys got by, that got by on this fucking left hook, that's lesser level, less everything, total package, is gonna work that night against Tank Davis. Fuck no. His left hook ain't all that devastating. It's all right. And my whole thing is, see, I don't judge knockouts by the numbers, people. 5, you already know how I get down. I do not judge knockouts by the fucking numbers. Because it's not about the quantity. It's about the quality of cats you've been knocking out. What fucking tough dude has Ryan Garcia knocked the fuck out? What guy that had a chin did Ryan Garcia take that chin from? Everybody that Ryan Garcia knocked the fuck out been on their ass bag before. I'm done. What more can I say? So I ain't really flipped on this power like everybody give this dude credit. I'm different, y'all. I'm Inspector Deck. I worry about what that shit is working against, not how many, the quality of it, because it's boxing and there's levels to it. So this kid, yeah, he might got some potential. He is talented, I give him that. But he been looking good against subpar opponents, people. And y'all actually think he's just gonna like jump and do the same exact shit to a guy that's levels above everybody that he faced? I don't think so. I can't do that. I can't do it because I'm going to stick to the script.
All I'm saying, Crush, and I feel it. I agree with you. I feel exactly where you're coming from. But we always have to be objective with fighters. And if they have a good attribute, we got to give them credit where credit is due. That's all I'm saying. And so, but I do feel exactly where you're coming from. Exactly.
I ain't got to give him shit, Dub.
That's a fact. Hey, that's a fact. You ain't got to give him a motherfucking thing. hey, that's why I respect that. I respect that. So
yeah, he got a left hook, but his left hook was against nothing, y'all. Come on.
Yeah, the thing is, it's just the stances, right? It's that his left hook to the body happens to line up quite nicely in a southpaw versus orthodox stance with the kidney. That's his signature punch. The science of it and his signature punch does favor him. What the problem is, even though he did bend his knees a little bit more, he still got them locked fucking knees. He still got the giraffe knees. He still got terrible fucking feet. Like Tank would have to be a brand new fucking fool in order to get hit by that shit. But hey, like I said, boxing is the theater of the unexpected. You have to let the fights happen, not just like have everything be a foregone conclusion because of previous fights and what we expect. So yeah, I hear where you're coming from. Dub. Coming at the right weight. Make sure that you're okay. Like you got a guy in there, Joe Goosen, who brings out the best in his fighters recently, right? Even though they're not necessarily winning, they definitely look better.
Let me say this: at the end of the day, Tank, I believe Tank gonna win the fight. But damn, I gotta play devil's advocate. It ain't no fun if we all agree on the same topic. I gotta ask questions about something a little different. I want to move to this point right here. Jamel Charlo came out and he said he's staying at 154. He undisputed there right now. Seemed like he gonna be fighting Tim Tszyu next. Tim Tszyu just stopped Tony Harrison. Shout out to my bro. I ain't gonna hope that's a whole nother story. I ain't gonna even go into it. What's with Mel Charlo staying there, saying that he don't mind his career at 154. What EJ, he coming up. We assume that Bud is coming up. You still got Fundora there. It seems like Lubin's trying to make a comeback. It's some smoke up there at 54 right now. And don't forget that Tim Tszyu and Charlo is next, right? That's going to be a good fight in my opinion. Man, what do y'all think about Mel saying that he planned to reign at the 154 division? And shit, y'all think he's able to do that?
Mel is making Houston proud. Hey, and look, Mel showing how it's done. You win all the belts and you defend them motherfuckers. You take on all comers, and you usually take an L or two when you take smoke after smoke after smoke, and Mel is really giving the boxing fans quality competition, quality matches, and hey, Fundor, whoever, Earl come up, whoever, hey, Mel wants the smoke. Jamal, Canelo, my dude Bud, they all need to take notice.
Hey, I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad. Shit, man, we going to my brother Smoke on this one. Then 5, then Crush. Go ahead, Smoke. 154 Mel say he ain't moving up. He's standing in the fire. What you got on him?
How many fights are there for him at 154? It sounds like he's saying he's not going to be in the sport for very long. I mean, I definitely want to see the Fundora fight after Tim Tszyu. And the real question is, I hear that Danny Garcia is going to fight Lara at 160. So that fight doesn't really seem to be one that's going to happen.
Hold on. Did you say Danny Garcia versus Lara? That's been
you hear Triple G like vacated that shit. He don't want no parts of Lara all of a sudden.
I saw he vacated and that Lara became the champion.
I mean that's the word around. That's the word.
So Danny Garcia, he gonna fight one fight against Padlet Benavidez and then move up to 160
and to fight Lara. Yep, that's what the YTBC word around the water is.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Smoke.
Right, so I mean, I don't give Danny Garcia much of a shot at Charlo anyway. Like when I know he got that IBF Mando after Tim Tszyu, but really, it's like Fundor and Willie fight Spence or not. But outside of that, who gives a shit about 154? Like 154, and let's just give some context. It has always been full of killers and that nobody paid attention to. Like the 154 division is always chock full of fucking wars and great fighters that nobody watches. So it's just kind of like why do it? If you're not going to move up to 160 to get like another glamour division, then like really what are we talking about? Especially after you've already become undisputed at 154. Like why are you staying there? Like whatever. To me, it smacks of he's not going to be in the sport for very long.
Hey, shout out to my brother Sid UK, man. He said he want to see Angel Garcia versus Teofimo Lopez Sr. in a versus boxing battle. That's for sure. You damn right. You damn
listen, right. I don't know how many drugs those guys could do in one sitting, but in one of my own, since I'm gonna right now embrace my moniker as the most interesting man on YTBC. Okay. So I actually did an interview with George Clinton at one point, right? And this dude comes in order to, and this is like for High Times magazine, and he was like, if you want to do an interview with me, you got to do something. And there's a table that had every drug known to fucking man on it. It was pills, weed, but like every fucking thing. He's like, you got to pick something if you want to do a fucking interview with me, right? And this is like ghostwriting a Bill Nelson fucking book. I feel like that fight that you just talked about, T.O. versus Angel, they didn't have enough drugs back then, right? So right now, you're going to have a full bar. You're going to have prescriptions. You're going to have the recreational. You're going to have the street shit in order to figure out who's going to be on the most shit in that fight.
Wow.
Smoke, we got to bring you back for a second show, brother. We got to get some more stories from you. I ain't holding you. We got to get some more stories. God, man, ain't nobody fucking with that one right now. All right. 5, man, 154. I gotta stay on topic. 154, male Charlo stand there. Talk to me, 5. What you think about it? What you think about the competition? Break it down.
Well, I mean, shit, he earned the right to stay there if he want to. Unfortunately, like some folks in the sport, he actually went and did and took care of his business. So if he want to stay right there, then he can stay there and defend some more if he want to. If he want to go up, I mean, really the choice is his at this point. I mean, if you want to be technical about it, he can do what the hell he want to do. Now the only thing is like, okay, you can fight Lou Man if you want. You can fight Fondor. You can fight Tim Zoo. I mean, you can fight. I mean, Charles Conwell and put himself in a decent position. Now he's nice at 54, but it's like, how many more fights really up there that's really worthy? You know what I'm saying? Unless EJ or Bud or somebody move up, then that might add to the mix. But other than that, you already accomplished your goal. So, I mean, you really can't go up. Now, if you choose to stay there, EJ will be coming. So, you know, that they can cross that bridge if that ever happens. But or if it does happen, because it's logical. Because if he say the hell with them belts and go ahead and move up, hell, he gonna be right in prime position for it. So, Maul seeming not to be moving up, so it's like, would Mel go up and try to get like a Janabek fight or some shit like that, and try to get a belt up there? Would that entice Maul to go ahead and move up after, you know what I'm saying, he figure out who he fighting, if he gonna fight Selecki or whatever, just to get his feet wet and get back rolling? But I don't know. I mean, time will tell, but I'm just looking at it like, if you looking at it right now, you the king of the hill, and you already beat pretty much everybody that's somebody, except a few fighters. So, I mean, what else do you have left to gain at 54? That's how I'm looking at it. What else do you gain? You already got the highest honor and the highest accomplishment, undisputed. So that's where I'm at with it. Do we have a second part of anything? If not, yeah, that's all I got on it.
Oh my! All right, man. Crush, what you got on it, man? Little Charlo is what they call him. I call him Big Charlo. He the one really making the most moves. You feel me? As far as the brothers go, he say he's staying at 154. What you thinking about it?
Well, the first thing, it was kind of a shock to me. So it was kind of a surprise to me because I thought he was going to move up. Now, I don't mind him staying at 54, but his motive, his reason for staying at 54 is what I want to know, which is interesting because the whole thing is, come on, let's keep it real. I do it for everybody up here since nobody has said it yet. The whole thing is, if he ain't gonna fight Errol when Errol move up, and you know, get around and let Errol, you know, get his shot, because Errol ain't gonna retire until he get undisputed, no matter what the number is. You understand what I'm saying? Between one of his two weight classes, so 54 is the next move where you could possibly go ahead and get it. If Melo's not standing there to have this showdown fight, which would be one of the biggest fights, one of the best match fights in boxing with his homie, then there's no need to be staying at 54, you know. But if he just trying to stay there and just try to get this other two guys out the way, you know, fighting for Tuna, Tim Zoo, and then go ahead and move up to 160, cool. But how long he's going to be there? I don't mind him staying there, but if he's not going to be there too long to where him and his homeboy can get it on, to go ahead and move up because, like you said, Dub, I mean, Mel did everything at 54. He don't have to do anything else. You know what I mean? So he can actually go ahead and move up. But like I said, I think I speak for all boxing minds. You know, that's the thing we would want to see if him and EJ will fight. You know, to stay at 54. But not gonna get that. Then I think everybody would rather for him to move up and see if he can go grab Undisputed again. Because I'm waiting for someone in men's boxing to become 2-time Undisputed that's already one time. You know? So, I mean, it's a good thing because, all right, let's think about it. What's up there for Mel to fight at 60? Who is it that we really want to see him go up there and fight at 60 to where he's still got a couple little good fights right at 54? You see what I'm saying? So, I don't have a problem with it, depending on how he use it. I think he going to twerk it either way to where we going to be satisfied with it. So, hey, salute to him. It just make it more interesting.
I was talking about this earlier, and I want to ask this question right here. Here we go. What's more impressive? For him to stay at 154 and then fight Bud EJ, win or lose? And I will give him Fundora as well, Bud, EJ, and Fundora. Or for him to move up, fight, especially being undisputed now, it's going to put him at the top of damn near every division in the ranking systems. For him to move up, capture a title there, become a 2-division champion as well as being undisputed.
And fight his brother?
Not well. His brother is supposedly supposed to be moving up to 68, supposedly. And so, but even then, his brother right now, they trying to strip him. And so, at the end of the day, all I'm saying is what would be better on his resume, for him to stay and to fight those guys, or for him to move up, become a multi-division champion, and try to collect multiple belts, become undisputed at 60, which would be a bigger accomplishment. Smoke.
At this point, he's just padding it, right? I mean, there's nothing. 160 has been just
which
complete.
Is
better. Let's see. So he has the IBF guy. That's a Mando that nobody even knows this guy's name. We should probably stop calling him the IBF Mando and figure out what this guy's name is, right? So we don't mention him. We don't know his name. We act like he don't exist. The guy is actually next. He's next in line after Tim Tszyu. So you got that guy. You have like Fundora and an unlikely fight between his homeboy, his stablemate, and Errol Spence. And really, the only fight we want to see him again after that is against his brother, which is fucking cringe. Who wants to actually watch that? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's at the end of his career, really. Like 154 is not popping like that. There's not interest in the division like that. There's not a whole bunch of fights for him. 160 is a desert. Since Canelo and Triple G fought and everybody moved up to 168. Unless he's like, if he sticks around for a long time and has a long career, then yeah, become a multi-division champion, have a bunch of title defenses against nobody. Do you care about Charlo versus Zanabek? Do you care about, I mean Mel, not Maul. Mel, Charlo versus Zanabek, do you care about that fight?
No.
I mean, I don't really. Do you care about Triple G's? I guess, kind of. Like,
fuck no.
Wanted to pad the Hall of Fame resume, right?
Triple G ain't got no belt. He ain't got no belt.
No, he got one more. He left one. He kept one, and he talked.
He don't have a belt, bro. The champion, the WBO champion is Janabek. There is no IBF champion. Charlo is the WBC champion. Carlos Adames is the regular champion, and Errol de Lara.
No, Errol de Lara is the regular champion.
No, he Triple G dropped the belt, and Errol
WBA.
Yeah, Errol de Lara was elevated.
Oh, so they elevated him. Okay, so wait a minute. He gave up all of his belts?
Yeah.
He's still I expected Triple G's a Hall of Famer, right? So it's just a drop. I'm just saying you pad the Hall of Fame resume with Triple G.
I'm saying
but
Right
But
now,
are you looking forward to that fight the way the Triple G just looked in his last fight? I don't think so.
but Jamel Charlo can move up right now and fight for the IBF belt against Esquiviez. I probably said the brother name wrong. Falco.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're like struggling to pronounce his name. All right, see, here's the thing. You have to do something in boxing for people to know what your name is, to how to pronounce it and all that shit. For example, is his name Andrade or Andrade?
I don't know.
Is this Rigondeaux or Rigondo? Or you just call him this dude Rigo? Like, if you don't know the dude's fucking name, it's because he hasn't done enough in the fucking sport, right?
But this is the thing. If he stays there, this is what we're looking at. Either way, and that's what I'm saying. It's better for him to move up. Right now, Bakker, I can't even say the dude's name. Miratales.
That's what I'm saying. You're trying to squeeze some other fucking thing. You're trying to squeeze some more juice in the life of Jamel Charlo. But I'm just trying to tell you that you don't know the names of this opposition. What's Janabek's first name?
I can't say his first name.
Yeah, exactly. We can't say none of these things. I don't even know what the fuck it is, bro.
I believe Janabek is his first name.
Is it?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I couldn't even.
I
can't
Janabek Akanale or some shit.
Yeah, Badakalev or some shit. I don't know.
Okay, there you go. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They haven't done shit. They haven't done anything that warrants us to figure out how to pronounce their name or even what it is.
All right. Look, Five, I'm coming to you, Five. Let me ask. I'm gonna ask the same question, man. What's more impressive, man? If Bud would have stayed there and make those fights with EJ and and Bud, you know what I'm saying, Fundora, or for him to move up.
It's actually Andrade. I know how to pronounce his name, but it's because it's some other shit. His name is Andrade. Demetrius Andrade. But go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Dub. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's like this. Shit. I mean, might as well go up at this point. Like I said earlier, he already accomplished the feat that needs to be done at hand. Just go up.
But
what else? What
would be more impressive if he goes up and becomes a multi-division champion, or if he stays and fights Bud and EJ?
I mean, clearly Bud and EJ, because I mean, shit. Other than a diamond is, and ain't nobody really at 160. So what would he do? Go to skip 160 and go to 68 possibly? I mean, 60 not gonna do nothing. That'd be cool to say you 2-time undisputed, but then they can be like, well, who you fought at? What's her name? Say he fought Janabek. Shit. I mean,
he fought the top competition in the division to win the belt.
I mean, yeah, but that'd be the same way we look at Bud undisputed. You see what I'm saying? We're like, who did he fight for as undisputed? He got it,
but this would be 2-time undisputed.
I know, I get that, but still, the run to undisputed is what we looking at. The feat is cool, but who you beat is what make this shit stick. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay to be undisputed, but if you like males run to undisputed, that's some people gonna be like, yeah, he went through the gauntlet to get that undisputed. Some people, they just cupcake their way, you know what I'm saying, to undisputed. It didn't happen because some people just get belts. So, I mean, EJ and Bud fights will surpass anything at 160. So if he stayed and fought them, that would be better.
Hey, man. I'm gonna pass it to Crush and then to my brother Rick in a second. I wanted to say this. I'm over here in Box Rick, right? And I saw something so interesting. I scrolled up and down all the divisions. In every division, there's one secondary title or no secondary titles, right? Except in one division. At 168, there are 3 secondary titles. Morel Benavidez and John Ryder.
Yep.
How are there 3 in one division and no more than 1 in any other division? That's a damn shame.
Look who there. Look who there.
Well, I mean, you shout out to Devin Haney for making the franchise champion almost non-existent at 135, or else you'd have a couple there.
Canelo's not the franchise champion at 68.
Yeah, I know, but you got an interim guy there, and you got a regular title there, and whatever.
That's what I'm saying. So, but they're
I'm not talking about 168. I'm just saying that you would have more than one at 135 if there's still a franchise champion there.
Agree. But that's my thing. Okay. Look, at 160, Carlos Adames. Oh, yeah, Carlos Adames. 140, Sebastian Fundora. I said 140, 154, excuse me. 147, Stan Leonis. Nobody at 40. Tank at 35. Tank secretary. 30. I'm just saying. All right. Going back to the final question. Crush, man, what's more impressive? And why do you think there are 3 under titles, small titles, when Canelo is the champion versus any other division only having 1?
Oh man, it speaks for itself. It's not cool. It's not fair. So the way the system is set up is not good.
We gonna cover that next time. My bad. I'm jumping off top. We're gonna cover that next. That shit just pissed me off. Listen, all right, here we go. Back to the topic, man. What the more impressive accomplishment, beating Buddy, EJ, and Fundora, or even just fighting those 3, and then or moving up, becoming possibly a 2-division undisputed champion. I know you broke it down earlier, saying you looking for that undisputedness. What would be bigger in your opinion?
Well, my opinion, being a fan of the sport first, I like fights that make sense. Now, the fights that make sense, far as a true boxing fan, would be at 154 because just like Smoke said, ain't much going on at 160. And who would we want to see him fight at 160? No damn body off the top of our heads. So yeah, I mean, even though he does everything that he needed to do at 54, like this guy should retire soon, not because he's old or burnt out or anything, but what more can he do? And at the end of the day, people, we sit in here, we debate, we talk about, we want to see one guy get the head knocked off, the head knocked in the bucket and all that, but at the end of the day, we want these guys to retire with their faculties and things like that, their money and things like that. So, what Mel accomplished, what he has accomplished, and he has one of the best roads to undisputed. May I mention, he has one of the most valuable roads to undisputed. That's not shitting on nobody else, but that's just calling out the facts, because he actually cleaned out a whole division, people. He fought everything from top to bottom, the best of the best at the weight class, not just the best available. I had to say that. He fought the best of the best, and he fought whatever was there for him. So he really cleaned it out. I would like to see him fight EJ. He don't need to fight no fucking Bud. What the fuck? I'm not even gonna put those two together. That's why I never even heard me say anything about him possibly fighting Bud and Bud move up to 54. I don't see Bud going up to 54. He don't fucking need to go up to 54. But yeah, I think, matter of fact, man, for him, man, just go ahead and get a Fundora fight. Fight Fundora. He can actually fucking retire after that, to be honest with y'all. He ain't gotta give us nothing else. But yeah, if he wanted the best thing for him now to retire would, take those fights, because they're better opposition than what would be up there at 160. You see what I'm saying? Do that, man. Mel got 3 more fights, 2 or 3 more, no more than 2 or 3 more fights, man. Mel can retire, man. He can retire, and then we can go ahead and start talking about these guys' career the correct way, about being a Hall of Fame and things like that when they are retired. I hate talking about these guys and where they're gonna wind up when they still active. I don't do that. I don't knock nobody else for doing it, but I don't do that because it's not over, and these things Hall of Fame. Those things is actually supposed to be talked about when it's done. So, Mel did a whole lot, man. 2-3 more fights, man. Mel ain't got to do nothing else. Finish out at 54, matter of fact. No need to go up there and go for undisputed like I would like to see him. But guess what? Speaking on the actual facts, just said, he had one of the best roads to undisputed, people. Trying to become undisputed the second time around is going to shit on what he did the first time because it don't match up, it don't adds up. So it's like he go from jumping in a Lamborghini to a Pinto. You see what I'm saying? And you still gonna give him the same credit as a good ass driver when he's driving that Lambo. When he jumping the Pinto, I don't think so. So yeah, 2-time undisputed will be nice, but in his case, to do it the second time is gonna be way less opposition, and we don't want to shit on what he did because I think becoming undisputed the first time at 54 was a legacy move by Mel Charlo. So 2 or 3 more fights, man, and just retire at 54, man. That's what I got on. I think that'd be the better move. Take the couple big fights, last good fights at 54. Go ahead and hang it up, baby. Go ahead and hang it up. Enjoy life, man. Go ahead and enjoy life. These guys can get out the game, and they still got all these physical faculties and things like that. They manage their money right, and they can go ahead and live life, and go ahead and do that, man. Because I don't want to see these guys hanging around, and we be talking about these guys at 40-something years old trying to get a fight. Cool out, Manny. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, Mel can go out, man. Good, man. He can go out good. So I think that's the best move for him.
I ain't mad at it. Rick, man, your last words on Mel.
Hey.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. I already touched on Mel. Check it out. I'm about to get ready to lay it down, and I'm gonna leave you with this question, right side, as far as all this undisputed talk and who is impressive and whatnot. Who's undisputed is more impressive, Mel's or Dev's?
No, that ain't even a question, man.
I want you to rate these three. Usyk, Josh Taylor's, and Mel's.
Ooh, that's a good one, Smoke. I'm still taking Mel on that one. I'll put Usyk second and put what's the name last. So that's my order for that one.
Yeah, I got the same order. Who you got, Smoke?
Man, Josh Taylor's run is pretty fucking good. I think Josh Taylor, Mel, and then Usyk last.
You know what? I was really, really big on Josh Taylor. That war he had with Regis.
I'm just talking about his run undisputed. I'm just talking about that.
Okay, yeah, but after he accomplished that undisputed, he showed his true colors. So that's why I'm kind of iffy on Josh Taylor. But yeah, his run was impressive, but I still got Mel. What about Dev, right side?
Well, Dev is at the bottom. So now the question becomes, who's worse, Dev's or Canelo's?
Damn!
Can't disagree.
Hey, well, you know what? Hey, now that he said that, Mel, go ahead and go get undisputed at 160. It'll be better than Canelo's. Shit.
Yeah, it would.
You see? And that's acceptable. Shit, fuck that.
Yeah, I agree.
But man, we about to shut it down, man.
Wait, before you shut it down, I got a question for you, though. Did you hear what Shakur's granddad said about Ryan's about his work with Ryan and about Tank's run at amateurs? Did you hear this?
I did not hear. What did he say?
Oh yeah, Shakur's granddad said he is responsible for Ryan Garcia's jab. He said that after Ryan was getting ate up, I forgot who he is fucking sparring, but apparently Ryan's mom called up Shakur's granddad to help him.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah. He did this whole thing about how, yeah, he worked with Ryan to put that's Shakur's granddad's jab is coming out of fucking Ryan, I guess. And then the other part of it, he was saying that like Tank kept losing at the when he got to the higher levels of amateurs because he's too fucking little.
I can believe it. I can believe all of that. The only difference is that the thing about
shit was on point.
The thing about the amateurs versus first thing, the thing about amateurs versus pros is the time frame that you're fighting, and Tank style is going to be something totally different in the amateurs than what it is in the pros. The second thing is that I can definitely see, and I don't have a problem with that. Hell, I've always been a fan as far as Shakur, his grandfather helping Ryan with his jab. I've always been a fan. Hence the reason, one thing that I don't like about T.O. Senior is that you're taking people out the corner and not bringing more people into that have certain skill sets and have certain knowledge that can help progress T.O. You started pulling people out. And so anytime you're trying to bring somebody in to help develop another skill, I can't complain about that. Matter of fact, kudos to Ryan and his team for realizing that he needed a sharper jab and going and getting the correct help. I can't be mad at that.
It sounded like that he needed a jab, period, not sharpen up his jab. The way he sounded like that, the motherfucker ain't have a jab at all. That's why he was getting it.
That's the way Shakur's granddad described it. And then the mom, like Ryan's mom, came in, I guess, to confirm that thing. And then they worked together. But yeah, like Shakur's granddad completely has taken ownership of Ryan's jab. But the other part of that thing was he was talking about how guys, if you want to project their success into the pros, then you look at their success in the amateurs. And they're like, you know, when it came up to fighting the big fights that Tank faced, he came up short. And that's, you know, pun intended.
I don't always think that's. I don't always think, and I'm gonna pass it around to the panel. I don't always think that your amateur career really defines what you're gonna be in the pros. A lot of times now, a good amateur usually ends up being a good pro. But we have seen those situations where you were a great amateur, but it just didn't translate to the pros. It's two totally different fights, but at the same time, 90% of the time, I'll say 80% of the time, 8 out of 10 fighters who are pretty good in the amateurs, then they end up being pretty good in the pros as well. Usually, if you're a good pro, you have a pretty good amateur background. So I think that trend, I ain't gonna say 80, probably 60%. But the best fighters usually had a hell of an amateur background.
Hey, right side, y'all. Hey, while you pass it to the panel, I'm about to pass it to this pillar. I'm gonna holler.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to get that last part out for the fucking purists. That's it.
All right, man.
Check your eyelids for holes, man. You check that shit.
Appreciate you coming through, bro. As always.
Salute.
Man, we're gonna go. Hey, Crash, it's on you. Then we're going to 5.
Hey, listen, now. I hear old grandpapa, Shakur grandpa talking about the situation. Now here's my thing for him to speak on Tank far as, in the amateur, and he said he lost a lot of big fights. Well, I guess grandpa forgot what was Tank goddamn record in the amateurs. You know what I'm saying? What he had 200 and something amateur fights, and he didn't lose no more than a dozen in a couple. So I don't know how many big fights he had in the amateurs, but there's a lot of people that lose in the big fights in the amateurs, and the size don't have anything to do with it. You know what I'm saying? That's a part of the reason why those guys don't make it to the Olympics, because they lost in some big joints. So that there ain't nothing to be upset about, or what he was trying to prove. But I think this was a wrong time for him to come out and speak on the fact that he's the reason why Ryan Garcia start jabbing, because the whole thing is, it sound like that they trying to going back back credit him if he beats Tank and say, hey, we started that motherfucking jab, it really came for us and we gave the tip to Goose and then ain't nobody trying to hear that shit, Grandpapa Stevenson, because now you done did that while this fight going on and I don't give a fuck what that man do with that jab, even though we know the jab is the ultimate neutralizer, but we also seen the jab get neutralized too. People is boxing. It's a thinking man's game first. So, your jab can be the shit, but then if this neutralizer is better than this neutralizer, then y'all already know what it is. I speak on the sweet science and nothing else. Fuck all the bullshit. So Ryan going there and had a jab active and still get knocked the fuck out. Then what? Because what was your reason to come out and saying this now, bro? How long has Ryan been a professional is what I'm saying. And now all of a sudden, since Ryan's about to fight Tank, now you want to bring it up. Hey, we show Ryan, the jab to beat Tank. I don't like shit like that, people. I don't like anybody that moves like that, don't matter who it's coming from in the sport of boxing. That's some bullshit. That's just like I ain't like the fact that Dev was like, oh, we threw Hector Garcia out of the fucking gym because he was so garbage. Dog, how long has you did that with this man? You should have been said that about. Don't wait until he fights a certain guy that Tank got everybody draws up in their fucking ass. I don't know why. I do know why, but I don't know why. Because at the same time, they say he trash. He ain't shit, he trash. But why is you making a point to fight trash? We got some other conversations, man. We got some other conversations to talk about. But,
man, listen, I love building with Crush. Like, I can't lie. Anyway, the whole other point of this is I feel honored and flattered that you chose to speak to me. And I have I revisited scenes in my life, in my mind, that I haven't thought about in fucking years. Dub Rightside. I don't know if I should thank you or give you the fucking middle finger, but whatever it is, I definitely feel fucking honored. So, yeah. Thanks, bro.
Smoke, man, appreciate you coming through, man. It was a hell of an interview. I gotta have you on for a part 2 because we got.
Yeah, because you only got to 30. Like you only got bro. I'm 52.
Bro,
you got to me being like 30.
I was trying to tell you, bro. So look, we still ain't get to the other things, man. We're gonna talk about it. I gotta have you for a part 2, man. But appreciate you coming on.
Man, I can't. I appreciate your entire vision for this thing, and I know I'm cutting you short, but I got it one more time for the one time because there's not words for it. But like Crush, man, his perspective, there's not a lot of people who they say what I'm about to say before I say it. There's not a lot of people that do that shit. So yeah, shout out to you, man. Anyway,
thank you, man. I just like to clear shit. I like to speak for all boxing minds, not just my own, because I know there's a lot of boxing minds like mine. It's just they don't live around me that much. So you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's the perspective that I bring. But man, your story was interesting. So I'm waiting for Dub to bring part 2 so we can hear part 2 to my man Smoke. Very interesting, man. Very
and real quick, if y'all don't know, next week we got my brother Crush. He will be in the building.
Oh shit, y'all gonna have that dude on there? I'm telling you, man.
The legend will be in the building next week.
It's silhouette with no cigarette, huh?
Hey, I already know another hell of a show. I'm excited for it, man. 5, man, give your last words, man, and then we're gonna shut this thing down. What you got for me, 5?
Man.
And if y'all don't know, go back and check out. If you didn't see G5 live, go back and check it out. Another hell of an interview, man. Breaking it down for you. Man, y'all make sure y'all go check it out, man. It was a hell of an interview. My bad. Go ahead, 5.
Man, dope show, man. Get this Smoke, man. I look at you totally different now. We were cool, but hearing some of these stories, man, I'm telling you, every time I see you, I'm like, Man, let's get this passport, dog. Man, this nigga been everywhere.
Man, listen,
This
my
nigga
passport looks like War and
everywhere.
Peace. Like,
Man,
my passport.
dog. I swear he done went through 25 passports.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's his third. I mean, his 13th passport. That looks
Boy,
like
I
somewhere.
have more passports than I've had driver's license. I'll just put it to you that way.
that's a damn shame.
He's
Hey,
a
so-
That's
true.
what they told me. That's what they try to put on. They try to impress upon me the importance of the fucking passport, man. Whatever.
Damn. But no. Dope show, man. Right side, keep doing your thing, bro. Yoda, I already know how you coming, man. See, I've been around for a long time. So I already know what to stick with this nigga. So I already know. So when anytime you come up, I'm like, well, where y'all think you got Mr. PSA from? Me.
Yeah, he gave me that name. Yep, he gave me that name, yo. He gave me Mr.
You know what I'm
PSA.
saying?
Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So I already know what the energy like with my brother, man. We've been rocking for some years, man. So
Yeah, that's
man,
my
salute
bro
to
right
the chat, man. Yeah, I appreciate y'all rocking out, man. Supporting my brother Dub. You know what I'm saying? Listening and laughing at Get This Smoke. Your ass funny too, man. That's why I was over here laughing. I was over here like, man, smoke
TWT is
hell,
growing
boy.
on me. TWT is growing on me. I love me some Just Do. I love me some Southern Tea. And now, yeah, you guys are like my new faves.
Well, you was already
Yeah.
fucking with me. Hey, Smoke, you was already fucking with me because you ain't had no goddamn choice. That's
Yeah, man, listen. The way you come, I can't. It's undeniable.
Thank you, my man. All
But
y'all is a
y'all know where I'm at.
part of my fire, man.
No, man, you already know. Y'all know where I'm at. G5, Gabe, you know what I'm saying? Hashtag TWT, hit the YouTube channel, man. We cooking, we doing our thing, man. So appreciate you, my brother. Dope show. Yeah, part 2. We need to go ahead and get that going. Because I know he got some more shit to say.
Man,
But dog, that P,
Yeah, you didn't hear about when I met
story,
Elijah Muhammad, my whole like Ankh ring story. We got a lot of fucking shit we haven't covered yet. Like even in the age fucking brackets that we did cover. But I'm gonna say peace, 2 fingers out.
All right, Smoke, take it easy.
Till next time, hit me up. You already know. You got my number.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Yes, sir.
Smoke, take it easy, bro.
Peace.
Peace.
Hey, man, Crush, man, appreciate you coming through tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Five, appreciate you. And Crush, looking forward to having you on the next show.
I'm honored, man.
Side. And man, I know you're gonna show up and show out, my brother. And so
I am honored, brother. I'm honored. Thank you very much, man. You have a dope concept, and motherfucker, you better get a goddamn concept of the year award, man. You need that. You need that. You need that, man. You need
man,
that.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. But man, y'all brothers be safe. Hey, man, it's Dub Right Side over here, man. Anytime you over here, know y'all rocking with the right side. And man, another great show. And shout out to my brother Smoke. Shout out to everybody who was in the chat tonight. Shout out to my brother Crush, man. G5 was in the building. Rick Timms was in the building. Man,
Hand.
Say it again.
I said, hey, I'm still here.
Yeah, hey, look, man, we had Mr. Lightning World in the building, my brother. Let's talk about it. The Queen Dolly in the building. Cash Crypto. My brother Don Jenkins, the Gotcha Gamer, was in the building. Omega Red, Star in Trouble as always. Big Head Omega Red. Anybody I'm missing? CJ was in the building. Man, shout out to everybody for coming through, smashing the like button, and showing love, man. Y'all make sure, y'all, if y'all not subscribed, sub to the channel. And man, we will be live. I gotta see. We'll probably be live tomorrow. I believe Knockout don't have a. I don't know if we got. I don't know if there's a debate tomorrow. I gotta see. If there is a debate, we'll be live tomorrow. If there isn't one, I still may be live. I don't know yet. But if I am, y'all will get a notification, hopefully. And man, much love to everybody, and appreciate y'all coming through.
Peace out.
We're out there.
Bud Crawford is a fight fan, and he's a fight fan's fighter.
The Ennis Express is a runaway train.
Ain't no pressure when you built for this.
Man down. Round 1. The true parts.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the undefeated Antonio, Texas, Jesse Bam Rodriguez! The universally recognized undisputed lightweight champion of the world, Devin the Dream Haney!